lot to do.
I don't think that's a good idea, sir.
Well, for once, Commander Kroll and I are in total agreement, sir. By the way, I do have 50 gallons of bouillabaisse that I need to prepare by tomorrow.
My birthday.
Yes, sir, I could do the cheeseburger routine.
No, it's not for me. It's the crew. They really love that stuff. So we'll...
Round one, fight! Wednesday, December 14th. Guys, welcome. November continues. And guys, we have a treat tonight. It's Terminator 2, but that's not the end of it, guys. It's so much more than that. Shanta and Jetty is here, and Jericho couldn't be here, but we have Arnold Schwarzenegger's cousin, Daryl Schwarzenegger's joining us tonight. Daryl, Sean, how are you doing, boys?
Great to be here. Hi. Hi there.
He's too German. It's got to be like Heinrich Schwarzenegger. It's like...
oh, that's true. Daryl Schwarzenegger. What am I talking about?
It's Steve. We got Steve Schwarzenegger. You know, Arnold's brother.
Stephen Worthington the third Schwarzenegger.
Oh, goodness. Welcome, everybody. Aruma Faye, thank you for putting all those links in there. Jared Weaver's here. Marty's here. Oh, look at this. 10 from Aruma Faye. T2 is the best Terminator movie. Forever my favorite. Forever in our hearts. Forever in our cold, robotic Terminator hearts. Yes, indeed.
Agreed.
Yeah, and I saw, another great comment here. Someone said, the greatest intro in all of YouTube. You're damn right. You're damn right. So I did prank you all. It's not Daryl Schwarzenegger. It's Jericho Green.
Yeah. You know what? I was going to, right before we went on, I was talking about trying to get the transcripts of that scene. But then I remember what an amazing comment section we have.
Right.
So if someone could get that sentence that he tells John Connor on the motorcycle when he's telling him about the T-1000. We said, alloy, liquid metal, that scene. I want to get those sentences, but I couldn't find just that scene. I could only find where it picked up after that, where he's like sitting there all sad on the car telling him about his mom. And then those guys, hey, come help me. And then, let me go. And that whole scene. So it only picks up right there. So if someone can get me the transcript of what those lines are, we could have a great moment here.
Yes, we will have a great moment. And Shant, how are you doing today, bud?
Dude, I'm doing great, man. It's a pleasure to be here with you guys. Love this movie. I had the poster for this movie with Arnold with the shotgun sitting on the bike, on the wall of my room. It was like that, the Hard Target poster. Like that was what my room was like when I was a kid. And love this movie, man. Love it.
Yeah. Summer of 1991, right?
Yeah.
And I am a young 13-year-old lad. I'm going to be going into 8th grade. Oh, what an exciting time. Guns N' Roses with the theme song, You Could Be Mine. That was a great summer, guys. That was
I was 10 and a half So I wasn't quite old enough to go to the theater with just me and my brother. My
Right.
brother and his friend went to see this movie. So I was waiting. I kept checking, looking out the window, you know, like some kid of divorced parents waiting for dad to come pick him up. So I kept looking out the window, waiting for them to come back. And when they did, I was just like, man, well, because, you know, again, with these movies from this time, the commercials were everything because you had to wait for them. We're a time of not waiting anymore. We're in a time of not knowing anymore. We know everything instantly.
Right.
So these commercials were everything. You don't realize what we had to wade through as far as commercials to see the ones we wanted. You know, the detergent commercials and the mom with the denim shirt, the sleeves rolled up with her hands on her hips, like, honey, you know, keeping her house together. We had to get through all that shit to the T2 commercial. So all that build up, all that hype, knowing what the first one was like, holy shit, here's the sequel. Man, this movie was everything.
Right, absolutely. And Double Brewski has it for you right there.
Okay, I'm just proofreading it real quick. Not like me. He's a T1000 advanced prototype. A mimetic polyalloy. John, what? Liquid metal.
Legend, man. When you were talking before, I was picturing you by the window, and I actually thought you were going to say, waiting for Arnold Schwarzenegger to ride up on the bike and take you to see the movie. I was like going, man, that's sad.
That would have made more sense.
No.
Yeah, but
now you can be that guy, though. Now you can ride up and go, get on the bike, I'm going to go see it, and people will be like, it's Heinrich Schwarzenegger.
I've never seen the word mimetic. I've never, so that took me a second. Okay, mimetic polyalloy, liquid metal.
I guess it means he was copying things. I mean, yeah, summer 1991. That was, you know, that thing when you're in middle school and you start to differentiate from your parents. You're not a little kid anymore. You start dressing kind of weird, and you listen to your Walkman and music maybe your parents didn't want you listening to, and you start having a little bit of like freedom of like, what is the world and who am I and stuff like that. And wow, what a time for me. I'm 13 again, like I said, when this comes out, and I don't know, just discovering different things about music. I think, wasn't Nirvana also 1991? Isn't that when Nevermind hit? Right.
Yeah, I made 91, 92, definitely 92. It was full grunge in 92.
Right.
But even if metal wasn't your thing, even if Guns N' Roses wasn't your thing, or Nirvana, you still knew about it. You still heard it because it was everywhere. Everybody had the flannel tied around their waist and long hair looking like, you know, Red Hot Chili Peppers and shit. So it was everywhere. So you knew about it. You knew what was up. And hip hop wasn't the force that it is now. You know, everything didn't have a rap verse in it and all these rappers everywhere. So metal and rock, especially Guns N' Roses. I mean, come on, man. This was a great time to be alive, and this movie was awesome. This movie introduced a lot of stuff. We never seen no liquid metal people in a movie. And this is 91, you know, so this is right off of the 80s. This was mind-blowing.
Well, it did win the Oscar for special effects, and the special effects you see in this of the liquid metal mimetic Terminator, never seen anything like it before, you know. No. And after this got wrong, you'd see it everywhere. You'd start to see it like in a Pizza Hut commercial and all kinds of weird stuff.
Yeah, and everybody was liquid metal.
CGI started taking over all kinds of crap. So yeah,
I mean, yeah, this movie was, again, something we had never seen before, and Arnold Schwarzenegger. Everything was perfect. The actor, and he still had the body for it. You know, this is only 7 years after the original. So what? Just about 10 years after he quit competing professionally. So he still had the body, and he was still, I mean, this version of Terminator, of course, was different, but he was better at it somehow.
Yeah.
I don't even know. It just, everything lined up. The timing, the director, his status, everything.
I think this is Arnold's zenith. I think this is the Arnold Schwarzenegger. If you have to throw away all his movies, say what is the one the most famous. I think this is his biggest hit. I think this is the most Arnold. What do you think, Sean? Do you agree? Disagree?
Agreed.
This is his main movie, in my opinion.
Yeah, straight up.
Yeah, because 2 years after this, in '93, you're getting to like Last Action Hero and shit like that. So yeah, this is what Arnold was building toward. This was where all the Terminator Commandos and Conans. That's what all this shit was for something like Terminator 2. Right. And if he would have quit making movies after Terminator 2, I'd totally get it. Because what can you do better than that?
Right. Right. Well, he did say at the end of this, I need a vacation after the arm's all chewed off and he's and they get rid of the
I need a
T-1000.
vacation.
The Horror of One, Gabe, did you, I think he meant to say, did you know this was basically how the Terminator was supposed to with Liquid, the Terminator, they were going to make him stop motion for his disguises and liquid scenes. It probably would have looked cool, but it would have been a lot of damn work, you know? So, geez. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So what we got was amazing. And another great score. The Terminator score was awesome. So was this one. It had a little bit of the old one in it, but it had some new shit too, and it just worked, man. It just worked.
Right. Well, but hold on. John says Not Twins is his greatest movie with Danny DeVito.
Close, real close.
It's funny.
Are you genetic garbage? Sorry,
they put it all together and they're like a milkshake. You know, disgusting. But you know, Arnold is obviously one of my top 3 favorite guys. But my most hated movie of all time is Junior, where he has a baby.
Oh man, yeah.
How did that movie happen? How did that happen?
Don't give me Arnold outside of an action movie. I don't want it. Don't give me funny Arnold. Don't give me, you know, like the Arnold in Jingle All the Way, which we're going to get to. That is the worst. This is the doppelganger to Terminator 2. That movie is the other end of the spectrum to Terminator 2. Terminator 2 was great. Everything lined up. And Jingle All the Way was a pile of fresh dog shit.
Right. Oh, yeah. Jingle All the Way. We'll be doing that next week. But don't worry. We'll make fun of it, so it'll be bearable.
God. Jamie, I'm not a pervert. Oh,
you know someone's not a pervert when they have to go around declaring that they're not a pervert.
By the way, not a pervert.
By the way, not a pervert.
That's going to be, I'm telling you, I really don't know if we should do that movie, because I think that's going to be the episode. We're just going to be going in hard. It's going to be cut to Arnold, first episode he watches.
Right. I should drive down there.
I should go there. But
Heinrich! No, it's like
him and Heinrich come flying.
Where have you been? My God.
But this is the perfect, going from Terminator 2 to Jingle All the Way is the textbook definition of what my dad would call going from sugar to shit.
Oh,
because this movie is so sweet.
Yeah,
Jingle All the Way is such shit.
I thought you were going to
can't wait for that shit sandwich.
I'm still excited though. I'm excited to see Jingle. I'm not excited to watch it again because my son loves it and I just saw it 2 days ago. But I'm excited to do the episode with you guys.
Did you ever see? We'll get going in just a second here. Did you ever see Sylvester Stallone in Stop or My Mom Will Shoot? There's a scene where he's in a diaper holding a revolver in the middle of the street.
Yes.
I'll just leave it at that.
Ving Rhames is in that movie too.
I saw that movie on my brother's 16th birthday at the Mira Mesa Carousel Theater. And the guy in front of me, a grown man, I was 14. The guy in front of my brother was turning 16. I was 14. And I guess I need his seat a bunch during the movie. I didn't mean to. I'm very tall. I'm 6'4". I was 6'2" at the time. And I bumped his seat a bunch. And I didn't mean to. I didn't even know it. At the end of the movie, he stood up and said, "You touch my seat again, I'm going to kick your ass." And I was sitting. So I stood up and he was standing. And when I stood up, I just went right past him. And then he's looking at me like, "Well, you should just watch it." And then he left.
No, you should just watch, you bitch.
Right. So, yeah. So anyway, just smiled and said goodbye, sir. I did not mean to kick your seat. Anyway, let's get going.
Hey, shout out to Abe. Shout out to great uncle.
Right.
Abe,
well,
right?
That's right. For those of you that don't know.
Yeah.
I'm now a grandfather. Wrap your mind around that.
Wrap it.
We have the youngest one around here, Ivy, the little Ivy El Taib. She's over in the living room sleeping right now. So it's something. It's hard to put in words. Quite a miracle. She likes sleeping on my chest. We watched the Army-Navy football game together on Saturday, and then we watched the UFC fights.
Not impressed.
Snoring away on my chest, you know. I'm like, "Did you see that?" And she's like, "That guy can't block for shit." That's what
she's talking already?
Yeah. The wide receiver dropped the ball. She's like, "That guy couldn't play dead in the West."
She's like, "Come on."
She has the bouillabaisse accent.
Hey.
Is that what it is?
Right. No, she
Freaking
won her
guy.
parlay. She bet 5 of the fights in the UFC thing, and she got it. She
There you
won
go.
her parlay bet. So, yeah,
Atta
Start
girl.
get some advice from that young lady. Start
right.
making
She
some
took me
money.
out to dinner with the prize there. So.
Hey, your money's no good here. Wow.
I was
Making it
talking
rain.
to Jericho. Sean, I was talking to Jericho on the phone earlier today, and we're
Yeah.
always doing that crappy New Jersey accent about bouillabaisse, and I realized bouillabaisse is French food. It's not even Italian food anyway. So, but Jericho claims it's Italian now.
Hey, that's from
It's
that's from Italy.
transcended. It's
That's from the old
transcended
country
culture.
there. Fucking frogs.
Let's see. Double Brewski for $2. Very generous. Thank you very much. Congratulations, Grandma. Thank you very much, friend. And congrats to the LTA family. Should be drawn before you know. I know. And what else here? Grampy Gabe, tell me a story.
There you go.
Oh, I've got stories for you, honey. Don't worry. We got the stories.
So many.
So,
Once a Terminator made of polymimetic alloy. Yeah. When it comes
Yeah,
down-
boy.
You know, when
Hey,
we watched,
Terminator.
I watched T2 the other day, and she was asleep on her mom on the couch. So I guess officially the first movie she ever saw was Terminator 2.
Dude,
right.
what a place to start.
Yeah.
What a
I
good
told her,
place
hey,
to start.
it's all downhill from here with Arnold.
Hey.
Mhm.
Yeah, it started off pretty bad for these poor people in Terminator
Yeah.
2.
So we start off, and this is a child on a swing set. Sorry, I had to do the photos this morning. Minnie is a little busy right now with a small person in our house. By the way, newborns, I forgot how tiny they are.
Super
Tiny.
tiny. Football
7-pound human being or whatever, 7.5. I don't know. Just tiny. Amazing. This is a not 7-pound, maybe a 40-pound child on a swing set. That is a nuclear explosion behind her. Rest in peace, little girl. Sorry
See ya.
about that.
Yeah.
Wish you had better leaders. Next time, votes. You know?
Yeah, next time vote, you little 7-year-old. You're so
Yeah,
dumb.
elections have consequences.
Stupid kid.
So we get this nuclear blast over Los Angeles. These poor kids get all fried to shit. And then we cut Los Angeles, the far-flung future of 2029.
It's not
So,
that far flung. I thought this
no.
was from 2013.
Right. This
This
is
is
60
real
yes.
LA 2013. That's what
Yeah,
what it looks like right now.
Oh, there's
yeah, I
the
was gonna
heroin
say-
needle.
Kind of weird, because I feel like we're almost there. So we got a couple more years to make that distance. We'll be there.
Right.
Yeah, 7
Yeah.
years.
1 or 2
What's
more
up?
nukes. That ought to bring it up.
No,
there.
I
Yeah.
think we got a couple years to bring LA up to this level. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's looking. This is a goal. This is a goal for LA.
I hate Los Angeles. As a San Diegan, we hate you, LA. We just do. We have such a beautiful, nice, calm city here, and you guys are an embarrassment to California with your horrible city.
For
Get your
sure.
stuff together. Ugh,
sure.
LA. You're a Californian, Jericho. LA is terrible, right? It's just awful.
It's disgusting.
It's horrible. I don't know
It's,
how even poor people that live there. I feel sorry for you.
It's a lesion on the taint of California.
A lesion, and it had to be on the taint. Ugh.
On the taint. It's a pretty sensitive area. Wouldn't you agree? Skin
Oh,
bridge.
man.
Skin bridge.
Oh, Skin Bridge. I saw a
That's worse.
Conan O'Brien skit when I was in college or something, or maybe it was on Saturday Night Live. I was in high school. I don't know. It was one of the shows, and a guy got into a car wreck, and he was in like the operating room, and his wife was in the waiting room, and they come out and they tell her he's going to survive, but he lost his taint, and then they all start crying. I don't know if that was SNL or Conan O'Brien. Anyway, we got to get serious, guys. We got to get
Yeah.
into
Come
We
on.
gotta- okay.
Pull it together.
Kids get
So
blown up.
speaking of the apocalypse, no, no, it's okay. It's okay.
Oh man.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
guys.
More
Right.
the great lighting in this. This is
Oh,
perfect.
the lighting, the
How-
art direction in this movie is amazing. I know the special effects one, but goodness, the art direction with the color. They're constantly doing and all the promotional material, and then within the movie, constantly playing with the dark and then with the blue rim light,
Mhm.
and then in certain scenes they'll hit you with the orange firelight a lot. And I feel like the color, there's a color script. I don't know if you guys know what a color script is, but in movies and video games and cartoons, they'll actually color certain locales and scenes with the same things over and over to kind of give you an emotional reinforcement of, oh, it's this guy again. You know how Darth Vader has his music, dun, dun, dun. You do that with color in movies too, at least better movies. And I noticed in this movie that the T-1000, the Liquid Terminator, his color story is usually orange. There usually is fire and flames, and there's always a lot of orange with him. Arnold is always a lot of blue. You know what I mean? So it's kind of interesting that way. Anyway, we start off Los Angeles 2099, the battlefield. You have these Terminators roving around, just doing stuff like that, just wasting people. You know, it's a slaughter.
Was genius because they show the highway, right, and all these cars, and it feels like this is the day or two or three or a year after the event, and then they pan over, and you've got that great voiceover, and then I remember being in the theater, and every time I watch it, it still chills me. They pan over to that skull, and then that T-800 foot comes down and just crushes it, and it pans up to that. And if that isn't the most incredible looking robot design ever, I don't know what is.
Right.
So cool.
Yeah, you can't top that design. It is outrageous. And Spike in Madness, thank you for pointing this out. I had a guy I worked with on some comics for you know that DJ Steve Aoki? He had some comics a few years ago, and I was working for the people doing that. And Abraham Lee, fantastic artist, and he was our art director on these books, and he went over a whole class he did with us. There's the Gnomon School, which is a visual design school near Hollywood. It's one of the best schools in the country. And he went over The Shining with us and the color story in that movie about the blue and the red and how the red would always indicate evil coming and madness coming. And yeah, when you watch movies in the future, guys, pay attention to the color story and how the colors are affecting the different parts of the story and the narrative. It's very fascinating stuff when you analyze it. Anyway,
Sean, like you mentioned, the T-800, it's opening with that scene of the T-800 crushing the human skull. And that theme is reinforced throughout the movie of them constantly showing how much these two Terminators don't care about anything but their mission. They just want to destroy. It's, when Arnold turns around in traffic on the motorcycle and you see the cars wrecking behind him, or when the Liquid Terminator's in the 18-wheeler and he's just smashing through shit. Like nothing matters, but it's almost like it's controlled because if you're not involved in their mission, they won't bother you. They'll walk right past people who aren't involved. But if you involve yourself in it, or you happen to be involved, then they're going to destroy you. But if not, it's focused, but then it's almost like it's not. But it's reinforced throughout the movie that they don't give a shit about anything but either protecting this kid and his mom or killing them.
Right. Absolutely. Yeah, they're relentless. Relentless. Well, go ahead, Sean. Sorry.
No, I couldn't say it better than that. I mean, I've watched. I remember they were saying how they instructed Robert Patrick, which is tough to do when you're in a dead sprint, not to breathe. I'm serious. Like but these guys, there's this little makeup application they do to Arnold in the first movie and in this movie and to Robert Patrick that makes them feel just a little bit synthetic in the way they light them and they handle them in this. Mm-hmm. But when you think about Robert Patrick's movements, everything he does is very smooth and cat-like. When he draws a pistol, it's like very, like you get the sense that it's not muscles that are moving, that's into place. And you're absolutely right. They're even if their mission, as we learn in this, even if they could be reprogrammed to do something for good, the way that their brain operates does not change. It's the mission. And I think that's something that we lost in entertainment. I think that's why you got all those movies, is because that level of success masculinity was having, I think, terrified Hollywood. I just think that's really what it was. And they're like, what if we make Arnold pregnant? What if we make him a kindergarten teacher? What if we make this silly so people can be more comfortable with it? And actually, people are very uncomfortable when they see a character and a person, an icon like that, made to be a joke. They don't really enjoy it, is what we learned. No. In the aftermath of that.
That's why we don't like it. That's why we don't like Junior and all that other shit, because it's a departure from that. And something Robert Patrick did, I saw the other day, he trained himself when shooting to not flinch. When he shoots, you can see he barely does, like almost like a half blink in the beginning, but like the scene where they're in the mall and he's in the hallway and he's just boom, 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 just letting go on Arnold. He's not blinking because he wanted to be robot. Like robot's not going to flinch. When it shoots, it's just gonna, hit its target dead center, 10x every time. And I saw that little clip, and then I watched the movie, and for sure, he really trained himself to do that.
Double Brewski says it right there. Robert Patrick did some serious training for this role, learned how to, quote, not blink when shooting a pistol to make him seem more robotic.
Yeah.
So he was on the same wavelength as you. We see the leader of the human resistance to the Terminators, John Connor, here with his scarred up face. And then we cut to the iconic intro of the title card and that great music coming in, and the flames start up. And you see the burning playground. It's rather morbid if you think about it.
Yeah.
And then cut to the Terminator coming through the flames. It's a great shot. It's a great
shit is
shot.
great. But that scene with the burning, playground equipment, that's a powerful scene, because you don't see destruction and horror like that at a playground. There's children, but that's how serious this is. Everybody's gonna die. Right. Everybody dies, on August whatever, with that nuclear blast. So it's driving the point home right off the bat.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. It's really morbid if you think about that. Like something so innocent, like I don't know, is this like a McPlay place or something like that? What happened?
Everybody
by the way?
None of them. There's like a couple McDonald's that still have the playlands. They used to all have playlands.
Yeah.
But families, those are gross.
Yeah, you think about this stuff, and now they're trying to turn McDonald's into Starbucks, and that doesn't mean I'm not still going to go there every day. Because listen, no, I'm kidding. But this is the thing, right? Is that we've seen movies, we've talked about it in science fiction and movies before this film, of what it would be like to experience this, but we're still only 30 or so 40 years away, maybe less, from duck and cover being a part of our vernacular. Right. This movie, in a scene we're going to get to, but also in how it showed it, didn't skip that first moment of the apocalypse. Let's put it that way. And so you really, once you see that, you have no doubt of what the stakes we're playing for in this movie, because the future, while Kyle Reese says the future isn't set in the first Terminator film, we're assuming that means that, that she's going to have to handle this or handle that, or we don't know the nature of time. In this movie, we really get confronted with, could you stop not just the death of, or the wiping out of John Connor? It escalates. It takes you somewhere you didn't think. It raises the stakes, or what they're trying to accomplish. And that's brilliant. Great flick.
Yeah, absolutely. So, and we right off the bat, we get that future war, and then we cut to the teleporter again, right out of the first movie. And they're assuming you've seen the first, so they don't really have to explain this to you. And we get Arnold beaming in, and you see Arnold's scenes. There's a little orange in the. I like how there's a divot in the ground now.
Yeah,
and
that was cool.
Yeah. And then part of the semi truck, I didn't get it here. I don't think I got it. But for the globe that he teleported in, it got eaten. It feels like
so
everything
cool.
in that ball got eaten up.
And then right here, right before this scene, as he's standing up behind you, where it got cut, like you were just talking about, it was glowing orange, and then you see it dim, like it's cooling off. Like their attention to detail was crazy in this movie. And again, back to the blue, just the shit looks awesome.
Yeah, and it's so nice because this is a double lighting. For those of you that are wondering, there's a diffused darker blue light coming right at Arnold. Then there's a really light white, blue but mostly white light that's called a rim light. So you get that awesome lining on the side of him right there. And they use that over and over, and it's so effective. They use it in all the advertising and also it's a gorgeous look. The black, the blue, and then that white rim light. It's really nice stuff. So he teleports in. You got the lightning, and then he starts going around, and you get that red visual. His computer brain or whatever sees what he can see, and of course he needs your clothes, your boot, and your motorcycle.
Of course. Right? And in the first one, they didn't show his heads up display or whatever until 20, 30 minutes into the movie. And in this one, it's again, assuming you've seen the first, what this dude can do. And so, he gets to scanning and looking, for whose clothing he can borrow.
Right. Real quick here. No idea Jericho knew this channel. Cool. All great channels. We need Jericho canonized into the Ripperverse. LOL. Yeah. I don't know. I could say something to Eric July. Eric, do you know Eric July, right? You know all about ISOM and all that.
I know about that, but I don't know him personally. But I definitely know.
Did I tell you that I work on that? I'm one of the artists for that. I don't know if I ever told you that.
You didn't tell me, but I do know that. I read that somewhere.
Okay. I guess my reputation precedes me.
Dude, so preceded. You're so preceded right now.
So anyway, Arnold stumbles into this biker bar, looking jacked up.
Yeah, but
Looking good.
I was looking at him.
Looking good.
I remembered him being bigger. I mean, I'm in my 40s. He's in his 40s. I got the same build. It was weird. I was like going, oh, no kidding, because we're
Yeah.
like,
I'm not very
practically
impressed.
twins. If the mirror was really warped. I'm your genetic garbage. Sorry, go ahead.
Double Brewski did want to point out a little nerdiness that I enjoy from the chat. So the teleporter breaks the rule from the first film. The T-1000 is only liquid metal appearing human. The first movie states that only living tissue can be transported through the time machine, and the only way the robots go back is because their metallic parts are inside the meat of the Terminator.
Mhm.
So they must have a new time machine for this one. I'll just say it that way, I guess. So what if you had to bring something? Well, okay, hold on. You're in Terminator 1, and you can only take your flesh or anything inside of it with you. And you have to bring something with you to the past.
Well.
Let's say it was too big for your mouth, Jericho.
Come on. I guess you have to put it in your keister.
In your prison wallet.
Yeah. Put up your ass.
Yeah, he comes out and he's like, John, your father gave me to watch. It's like
Put
This
that in your
ain't-
ass.
Hey, this watch keeps shitty time.
Hey.
exactly.
Watch runs like shit.
Eventually, he died of dysentery.
Dude, yeah, I mean, I guess I'm not bringing it. It just has to stay behind.
Yeah, I like
I'll
this
find
by
it.
Glitch.
I'll find it
Everything
back.
is explained through some Harry Potter nonsense. I'll take it. I'll take it. Listen, none of this is real. None of this is real. The Batcave doesn't make any sense either, but we love it. He comes in and says, "Give me your clothes. I need your clothes, your boots, and your motorcycle." And the guy tells him, "You forgot to say pretty, please." Puts a cigar out on his chest.
Yes.
And, he beats the ass, is what he does.
And this is after he was sexualized by those women.
Oh,
When
that's
he was
right.
walking in, they were like, "Hey, honey, why don't you come up and see me sometime?" Like they were all like checking him out and shit, being total perverts. I just want to point that out.
I remember being like 20 years old and working at Hewlett Packard. I think it was Hewlett Packard, and we watched some like sexual harassment training tapes. And on the tape, they called that, looking someone up and down. They called that giving someone elevator eyes. Like you're,
God almighty.
like to not do that.
No elevator eyes, please.
Please,
I
no
never
elevator
understood
eyes.
that. So they were trying to teach us how to sexually harass people? Like, I was very
Right.
confused. Like, we're going to watch an instructional video on sexual harassment.
Hey.
Wait a second.
If you're gonna look me up and down, take the stairs, not the elevator.
Hey, take your time, man. That's very
Kevin
weird.
Kevin Mize. Sorry if I butchered your name. I'm not sorry. I loved butchering it. No, for $4.99. Thank you very much, friend. This was my childhood favorite movie. I watched on repeat on VHS. Hot take: T2's Linda Hamilton would bench press Ripley easily. Now that would be a cat fight for the ages, huh?
Who's Ripley?
Just saying. Thank you. Yeah. Now I'm thinking about that. I got to get back to the show. But thank you. I'm just picturing Sigourney Weaver suplexing Linda Hamilton.
Oh, that Ripley. I don't know, man. I probably put my money on Linda Hamilton.
You think so?
Yeah, look what she did. Look what she did to Douglas in this movie.
That's true.
Yeah, I go Linda Hamilton. She was fucking crazy.
Is Douglas? Is he the psych ward guy?
Yeah, he's an
Oh,
orderly.
He's the guy who needed killing.
He got put into order too.
Yeah, I made
She
sure.
organized that orderly real quick.
I made sure to get some good photos of that.
Yeah, what a piece of shit. But I got to put my money on Sarah Connor
Right.
for sure.
So Arnold beats up all these bikers, throws a guy in the kitchen.
Well,
the guy lands on the grill. starts
Yeah,
burning his
I was gonna
hands
say,
and
don't
face.
skip that part. He threw that dude on a hot grill.
Threw
and that's
him
how he-
from the dining room into the kitchen, and he
Oh,
landed
yeah.
on a hot grill.
So he's you forgot to say please, and he blows a smoke in his face and puts a cigar on his chest, and he looks down at his chest, and the guy's like, holy shit, it doesn't even hurt him. And then so he throws him through the wall so he lands on a hot grill, like like burning and shit. That's how he gets the gun from him so easily right here.
Right.
And then one other guy, hits him, dude, and I love that shot. Hits him across the back of his neck from the front. So that was a great piece of prop work or whatever. Smashes him across the back of his neck with a pool cue, shatters it, turns around and looks at him, grabs his ass, throws him through a wall, and then a guy takes like a 10-inch blade, sticks it in his ribs, looks at that guy, pulls a knife out, slams his face in the pool table, and then sticks him to the pool table with his own knife through his shoulder. Take it out, take it out. And then
He's
walks
savage
around the
as a
corner to the guy who got what I'm sure were 3rd and 4th degree burns on his hands and shit. And the guy's trying to cock that gun and shoot him, but he can't because his hands are burnt. So he just snatches a gun from him. And then, he takes his keys and take it, man, take it. And he throws him his keys to his motorcycle. And then the next scene, it's George Thorogood and the Destroyers.
Right.
Bad to the bone when he walks out. Yeah, great. Anytime you can use that song, I'm down.
Has anybody here on this panel ever been hit in the head with a pool cue before?
Today?
Because we used to screw around when I was a kid. Every now and again, we'd get in fights. I've been burned by a cigarette before, and I've been hit in the head, not even full force, with a pool cue. I'm sure it doesn't take a huge leap of logic for the gentleman on the panel to imagine what that feels like. But I will tell you, that wood is very, very well made.
Yeah.
It might as well be a tiny bat. That shit hurts like crazy, man.
Dude, and he shattered it over the back of his neck. I mean,
snaps it.
Great scene. Just because that looked real. That was Arnold in that shot.
Yep.
Who got hit with that thing. It was a great shot.
I got a question about that, but first let me read this from a room of faith. Thank you. $10. That freak orderly who licked Sarah Connor.
Yeah, come on.
I forgot about that scene. Oh, don't worry.
He needs to be put down.
Come on, Douglas.
He gets what he deserves. Let me put it to you that way.
He gets part of what he deserves. We know what he really deserved.
So Jericho,
we're gonna go find that actor.
Sean, Jericho, we're out at a biker bar, 3 of us. I'm a big guy, but we see a guy that looks like this come in the door, and we see someone put a cigar out on him. We see him walk in naked. We see someone break a pool cue on the back of his head. Mm-hmm. What do? Do you attack him, or do you get the hell out of there like me?
Well, Gabe, I don't do anything. It's what I would say. I'd say 2 words. Check, please. That's what I would say. We're getting the fuck out of here. That guy, he's stuck like a 10-inch blade in his rib cage. Cigar, like you said, pool cue across the back of the neck that exploded. It didn't hurt him at all. It exploded across the back of his neck. We're going to find another establishment to hang out at immediately.
And he threw him out the window. And one of the greatest parts of this whole thing is when he walks out of the bar, you can see the dude who broke the pool cue on the hood of a car outside. Like, and you just think, fuck, that doesn't stop hurting for a long time. That's some serious pain.
Someone's calling that dude's work. Like, he can't make it for a week or so.
Right.
Bro, it's gone.
Brian Knapwood, GTFOH. It's time to go.
Yeah, wrap it up.
Whoa, this is a little sadistic. Get a chance to watch. Somebody has hobbies.
Or someone walks up with a cell phone. It's like going, just so you know, I'm recording this.
Just so you know. That's who I want thrown on the grill. That's who I want you to take and throw on top of a hot grill is that person.
Would you pull your shirt?
I don't know. Microwave.
Would either of you pull your shirt over your head and start screaming World Star and filming it? With your Boost mobile phone.
Negative. Negative. My
I don't know. I'm going to make sure I'm good and covered up. Like, if someone with, that build walks in, I'll be like, all right, fine. Fuck, man. You got to rub it in. I mean, geez.
Right.
Shit. All right, I'll go to the gym. That's the guy from Gold's. He knows I haven't been going.
He gets on the bike after he beats everyone's ass. I think the bar manager or owner, maybe just another biker's like, I can't let you take his bike.
I think he's like the owner or something. Yeah.
Yeah. He
Can't
just
let you take the
straight
man's
up the
wheels,
guy,
son.
steals the shotgun. The guy poops himself. Then he takes the guy's sunglasses for the coup de grace. And this is now the Terminator. And then
that's when the George Thorogood comes in, bad to the bone. Yeah, I mean there was definitely some comedy in here. First Terminator, void of comedy, nothing funny at all at any point. But this one had some laughs in it.
Right. So then we cut to another dark alleyway with the awesome blue lighting. You got these rough, masculine, gritty, urban settings. And you get the more lightning in the other teleporter. And it eats a hole in a fence and in the ground. And this cop, he rolls up and he's looking around. And you get the blue, but now you get the orange. And you got a lot more of it. There's a whole ring of it on this fence. It's glowing orange. And who's there? A naked Robert Patrick. I want to call him Patrick Stewart so bad. I want to call him Captain Picard. No. I don't know why. It's stuck there. It'll come out. Don't worry.
This is what's beautiful, right? They did the order the same too. Arnold comes in first, and we know that that's the bad guy in the first movie, and then we get this skinnier guy who you think, well, that person's not really as much of a threat. What's he going to be able to do? It was a brilliant bit of, if you were showing somebody this who had no build up to it, didn't know who the T-1000 is, and I feel like James Cameron makes some of these movies for the future, when all the buzz around them dies down and you're just watching them one day. And I think that's the thing. You're thinking, oh, is this the Kyle Reese? Is this the person who's going to be going up against, the guy we just saw demolish all those people?
But immediately, I'm sorry, no, go ahead.
No, he looks like, if you don't know where it's going, he looks like he decks the guy and knocks him out. Mm-hmm. Like, you see him do something, but they don't, like, show anything, like a blade come through the guy or anything like that. And Arnold just, grilled somebody, flipped him over, grilled him some more, and then took a motorcycle. So
since we know the Terminator story, like we know Arnold's the good guy in this one, but when you saw it the first time, did you know that? And I can't remember because I think this is a fake out, because you're thinking, oh, it's Arnold's the Terminator again, and this is Kyle Reese, just like you're saying. I wonder if the first time I saw this that I thought that at first. I don't know. Be interesting to be able to remember that.
But looking at it in the first Terminator, right off the bat that Arnold's a bad one because he puts his fist through that dude's chest and picks him up and rips his heart out.
He certainly does.
Pretty clear.
At the very least, he was impolite. At the very least,
yes, kind of rude.
Hey, so not from around here. That's,
I'm just saying, though. Let's put this in context, Jericho. If you throw me on another grill, I'm serious. The second time, we're not friends anymore.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. I'm tired.
No, I didn't want to
I'd rather you
Jericho.
put your fist through me.
We didn't want to confront
me on a grill. Yeah.
We had a talk before the show. Shant and I told him, Shant, you can't let him throw you on a grill every time he gets upset. And Jericho,
he was trying to help me get to the bacon.
Right. And I told you, Shant, it's your own fault. He shows up at your house with the portable grill, and he wants to start talking politics.
You stand there every time.
I know.
But
what is it?
In the first one,
at what point are you enabling this behavior, Sean?
A long time.
Look, when I put the cigar out on him, it was a joke. I didn't think he was going to grill me.
Get over it. But he, in the first one, he was so gruesome and so vicious. Like, boom, he just, picks that dude up, rips his heart out. In this one, he hurt the guys, but he didn't kill him. And in this one, even if this were, and you're right, the order was the same and everything, but even if this was supposed to be the Kyle Reese, even Kyle Reese didn't hurt the cop. He had that cop dead to rights. He could have shot him, but he asked him what the date was. So it was still, it was something fishy about this. Something was definitely different. Arnold wasn't the brutal barbarian that he was in the first one. And this guy, we still don't know much about this guy, except he did something to that cop and he's naked.
Right.
And he looks terrifying. He looks like a cat. The guy's got this
his physique, like you said, Sean, earlier, so smartly. His physique and his movement in this is like the liquid metal. It's silky, it's smooth, it's cat-like. It's very unnerving. And he always has that thing where his head is bent and he's looking over the top of his eyes, right under his eyebrows. That real creepy, crazy look. So fantastic. So he knocks out the cop ostensibly to steal his car, steal his identity, and all that. Jumps in, gets on the little computer, starts looking up John Connor's address. So again, just like Terminator 1, we get introduced to the Terminator, we get introduced to Sarah Connor, we get introduced to Kyle Reese, and we get to learn who these people are. This movie, you got Terminator, you got T-1000, and now you get John Connor with his foster mom. And this kid has the most 90s red mullet of all time, his buddy.
Greatest.
What do you think his buddy's, like in the world of this movie, what is that buddy's nickname? Is it like Booger or Razor? Or what do you think they call this kid?
Stinky or something like that.
Yeah, I know.
Probably Stinky.
He's coming over. He's going to spend the night.
Or dirty little ginger fucker. That's what I call him. Dirty little soulless ginger piece of shit. That's probably his nickname. But that's what's his name? That's a little kid who got added to the Different Strokes family after Dana Plato got into her porn. He was a little redhead kid with the little 80s Joey Lawrence haircut. He was also in that too. So what a switch from Arnold Drummond's little friend to a little rapscallion.
There's a scene coming up, speaking of little kids in movies and shows and stuff, when the T-1000 is asking these little girls on the street if they've seen John Connor. And I looked at one of the girls. She must have been 10, 12. And I'm like, that looks just like Nikki Cox, Jay Moore's ex-wife. And she was a TV star. And I saw in the credits, it was Nikki Cox, actually, when she was a little girl.
Wow.
So
Yeah,
yeah,
I
but
thought that was
like,
I thought that was weird because these kids are what 13, and those
Yeah.
girls were like 10 at the most. And she was like,
Right.
"Oh yeah, I think they're headed to the Galleria." I was like, "Did these guys stop and talk to these little 10-year-olds?" Like, "Hey girls, we're headed to the Galleria Mall." Like, how did those little girls know they were going to the Galleria? But he's like, a teenage little shit. She's trying to talk to him, and he's revving his engine every time she tries to talk. Oh my! If I did that to my mom, holy shit.
yeah.
Oh,
But
yeah.
she goes, and my mom would, me and that bike would be hurting.
Right.
So she
Oh,
goes
yeah.
in the
No,
house.
they'd wait for you to fire it up and have the back of your shirt. That shit would be over, man.
Real quick, Joe Mello, thank you so much, friend, for $10. Great film, guys. I was 7 when this movie came out. I was too young to see it in theaters, but my aunt saw it and told me about it until I saw it later. I like it better than the first one. Yeah,
Definitely.
I mean, it's one of those things like Empire and Star Wars, or in my opinion, I don't know, Aliens versus Alien. You know what I mean? Like there are sequels that are better. I don't know. They're both great, but yeah, I agree with you. Fantastic movie. But yeah, you're right here. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, gotta love, but you made me think of one of my favorite Robert Patrick lines in this. The Galleria. What he says, like,
Galleria?
they're going to Galleria. He's like, the Galleria. Like, you're a little too friendly, man. Like, I don't know what the hell, like, Fred Rogers, in a human skin suit is doing in a Terminator movie, but you got to get out of here.
Yeah, she was what's her name from Aliens?
Vasquez.
Yeah,
Double Brewski's claiming that the stepmom is Vasquez. Amazing.
yeah,
Yes.
she is.
She
That is
is.
her.
Very
So she goes in the house and tells him, "Hey, you need to do something about that little shit." He hasn't cleaned his room in a month, so the dad's like, "Oh shit, now you're bitching at me. Now I got to go take care of this." And he goes, "You heard what your mom said. Get in there and clean that room." And she's not my mom, Todd. And then takes off. Man, let me
what
tell you
a
something,
brat.
you little shit.
Right.
I plucked
My
you from
children.
the foster care system, and you talk to me like that? Hey, you little ginger shit, go home. John's done. But no, they take off and head to the mall, man.
My kids have never and will never call me my name to my face.
Hell no.
Oh, try it. Try and call me my.
Dude, I
my
was.
kids my name. My kids don't even know my name. Just
I remember
Dad.
my daughter found out my name. She's like, "Your name? That's your name, Daddy?" Like she didn't even know I had one. She was like, "Your name's not. It doesn't say Daddy on your driver's license."
You're,
No, I have a
you're
name.
born, 40 years ago. Your mom's filling out the birth certificate. We'll call him Daddy Green.
Excellent. That's a nice ring to it.
Yeah,
She didn't even know I had a damn name. You damn right. You didn't call me by my name. But yeah, she's not.
And
my
isn't
mom,
Todd the perfect name to insult the stepfather? She's not my mom, Todd.
Dude, I'm punching you in your ribs, kid.
What a
You're not gonna be
Yeah, I
able
know.
to
He
breathe.
came back
You're
in the
off that
house
mic.
and she was like, "Aren't you going to do anything?" Yeah, I hid their helmets.
You little bastards. Yeah, they take off, man. Basically flip Todd the bird and they're out of here. Wing wing on their little dirt bike. And I think when they pulled out, you see a car stop. They almost got hit by a fucking car. Yeah, little turds. They take off to the mall, to the Galleria.
How dare you? Oh,
Yeah, this is some Hollywood shit. That would never happen in my house. Never.
Right. I saw that once in real life. My son was in Little League Baseball, and like this other family was walking off the field with the mom and the little kid, like 9-year-olds, and he says something. He's like, "Shut up, mom!" And I'm like,
"Oh!"
I didn't say anything. I was like, "You got to be fucking kidding me!" So I was thinking, like,
that kid's ready to die. That's what
I
I
wanted
think.
to yell at that kid, like, "You don't talk to your mom that way. Are you insane?
You little bastard." I had a friend across the street named Michael, and he was like a year or two younger than me. And his mom was giving us a ride to school one day, and she was talking, and he goes, "Shut up, mom, I want to talk." And she was quiet. I was like, I thought I was going to witness a murder.
Dude.
Mom, dude.
He said, "Shut up, mom," and you just covered your eyes.
I'm just like, I don't want to be a witness.
One of the most important lessons, I know I've told you this, that I taught my son when he was old enough to understand, but not that old. I said, "Boy, let me tell you one fact you need to get squared in your head. The first time, if you ever call your mother the B word, it will be the first word of your eulogy."
Yeah.
I was like, that is
You're done here. Your
Do
time on
not.
earth has come to an end.
It's you know what? He will be missed.
Dude, body shots. We're gonna play a game called Body Shots.
Right.
And I'm gonna tenderize your rib cage. I promise.
Oh goodness! You ever be over at your buddy's house? Middle school age, young, and they get in trouble and they start getting yelled at by their mom. You know, it's the mom that can do it because the dad is more like the boiling beneath the surface. But the mom will start going off on your friend, and you're just like, I think my mom's calling me. I should go home.
What, mom?
Get that scary parent up in there. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
I can remember a few times my buddies getting yelled at in front of me, and you're just like, I'm just playing Mega Man. I'm not doing anything. Because it feels like it's coming to you. It feels like you're next for some reason. I don't know.
No, I was always I'd have one of my friends, the dad was like, why can't you be more like him? I was like, oh, thanks. That doesn't make me feel weird.
I love this.
I was a good kid.
Jonathan Rossignol, that kid put his parents in time. Some backwards ass shit that would happen nowadays, right?
Not my mom.
Yeah. We were on a flight to Canada one time, and on our way back, the guy, the flight attendant comes over to us and he goes, I just have to tell you something before this flight ends, because our kids were sitting by themselves in it because it was 2 and 2 on the other side by themselves, behaving themselves, and he goes, I just have to tell you, your kids are the most well-behaved kids I think I've ever seen on a flight. And I said, oh, thank you, sir. I appreciate that. And as soon as he walked away, I looked at my wife and I said, it's because they're afraid.
That's right.
We'll move on just a second. But poor William 03, I said, fuck, dude, in front of my mom when I was a kid, and she thought I said F you. And my brother, my brother beat me up.
No.
Damn.
Oh, dear God.
Damn. Dude,
that scares me, man.
When I was 6, man. I wrote in green crayon, I wrote the word fuck on my bedroom wall.
Oh, dear.
Like right now.
I can't believe you're still with us.
Dude. You should have just finished it and wrote me afterwards.
My mom came up there and was like, who wrote this? My brother pointed at me and turned away like, man, no, I didn't do that. Oh, man.
Save yourself from that case, right?
Yeah,
You gotta save yourself.
You guys know the penalty I paid for that.
Look at poor comics, or Crenshaw Fowl. Always had to stifle laughter when that happened. Other kids get in trouble. It's always hilarious. It is funny, but it is terrifying. It's like a roller coaster. It's fun and scary.
Roller coaster.
I like Comics Kate making a poor decision in her youth. I once hit my mom with Wolverine's line, I go where I want to go. It didn't end well. Let me guess, Kate, you went exactly where your mom wanted you to go instead.
Jeez. Oh, man. Just the dumb shit you say when you're a kid, like your brain shuts off for a second. And lets that dumb shit come out. Yeah, man. I've been there. I paid for it. Don't write fuck on your bedroom wall in green crayon.
When my kids were little,
Jericho Green, though, that was the future.
My kids are 25 and 23 now. But I was sleeping, but I wasn't really asleep. I think it was like a Saturday morning. I was half asleep, half awake. And I think it was some situation where I was half asleep, half awake. And my kids were in my room, and my son was like 3. And he told my daughter, so I said, like he was like daring, like he was so excited that he said it, and I opened one eye. I'm like, "What are you saying?" And I'll leave the rest of the story out. But he didn't say it again in front of me until he joined the football team in 8th grade.
Damn.
So, yeah, but I heard him whispering, "You're like, what I said."
What'd you say?
Last one. We have to move on. We're like, look at how far we're into this. Look at my mouse.
We're 8 slides
into this. I remember crying in 6th grade because my brother wouldn't tell me what the word skank meant, and I kept asking because he said it. I'm like, but what's it mean? And I got like so worked up that I was crying. It was so dumb.
Tell me about the skank.
Me at the same age. Yeah, like our aunt. God knows what I was like at that age. All right, let's get to the mall. Let's get to the Galleria.
The Galleria. Let's go
Todd,
to the Galleria.
that ain't my mom, Todd, this little bastard. They get on the bike. First, and now we're going to meet the 4th main character, because these movies do a great job of introducing the characters. We go to Pescadero. That means the fisherman, I believe, in Espanol. Pescadero Mental Hospital there in Los Angeles. And we have Dr. Silberman, one of the two.
Silberman.
From the first movie. Remember, he was like the police psychologist or something from T1.
Yeah, and what an asshole.
Yeah.
Right.
Like, dude, you lived through that massacre at the police station, and you have the nerve to treat Sarah Connor like she's crazy. You
Right.
son of a bitch! You saw that guy, and 7 years later, oh, she's nuts. What is she talking about?
Never had.
Man, what a dick.
Right. Right. So yeah, she's at Pescadero Mental Hospital. He's like her doctor still, and I don't know. He's leading people around. And look all the way to the right, the tubby fellow in the all white with the nightstick. Keep an eye on him because if you like justice served cold with a nightstick, you're gonna enjoy what happens to this guy.
Mop handle.
Right.
I wish she had a nightstick.
That's right.
Or a pool cue.
Yeah.
Right.
Let me see. This one explodes across your face.
Yeah,
I didn't
pool
get a
cue
shot
will
of him,
change
but-
your zip code.
Yeah, his teeth went to a different zip code. But when we meet Sarah Connor, she's doing pull-ups in her room. Like she's jacked. You know, she looks great. Shoulders. You know, she looks very muscular and powerful. And the doctor's coming up with the I assume other doctors and other people who want to learn. You know, they're taking notes. And then she's like, "How's your knee?" And then like, "Oh yeah," and he has to embarrass him. He has to tell the other doctor she stabbed him in the knee the other day or whatever. And so we get to know her. Then we cut back to John. Oh, go ahead.
Also, right off the bat, a very different Sarah Connor. Not a little scared waitress, riding her scooter. This is a hardened, institutionalized Sarah Connor who is zero bullshit. She no longer is laughing. She doesn't entertain humor. She is basically focused on preparing her body for the apocalypse, the pull-ups and all that shit. And obviously you'll see that she has called back some of her fighting skills later in the movie. And this is a totally different Sarah Connor. Totally different.
Right. And John points out she could not afford bras anymore. That's true.
Hey, nice bits.
Yay. In the director's cut, they left those scenes in where she's going on and on about how she can't afford bras. And
we get it.
Arnold's trying to sympathize with her, but since he's a robot from the future and based on a male, he doesn't get it at all. There, Sarah. You want to cover your breasts and keep
calm down. I don't care. I'm a robot. Your tits do nothing for me. I don't have any blood to go. I don't have any blood in me to go down there, so I don't care about your tits. But yeah, they were. She was bra free throughout the movie. And that's not something I was upset about.
Yeah,
it didn't upset me.
Write them a letter and complain.
And this is probably the most human that Robert Patrick looks in the movie, because he's kind of like, hey, looking for John Connor, so like he's human-ish for a minute or two. And shame on the parents. I don't give a damn if you're a cop. I'm not going to hand over a picture. What are you looking for my son for? Oh, we just want to ask him some questions.
I thought this guy could have been just a weirdo in a Party City cop uniform. Like, Johnny's at the mall. Here's a picture of him.
Here's a picture of him. His favorite color. Here's his favorite ice cream. Here's our secret words. You can get him in the vehicle. Have a nice day. I'm like, what the fuck?
He's like, hey, you're a stranger with a gun. Here's a picture of our son.
And our stranger danger word is, God, if you say this word to him, he'll get in the vehicle. Bye. Right. Dude, this shit was weird. Yes, he's a cop. Okay, but why are you looking for him? Why are you looking for my son? No, I'm not going to give you a picture. If you want to go find him here, I'm coming with you. They were like, no, here's a picture. Here's what he likes. Have a good one.
Double Brewski, with some inside information, bras weren't allowed for inmates and patients of mental hospitals can be used as a weapon.
Yes, true. But even outside, even after she gets, spoiler alert, even after she gets outside of the hospital, she's still anti-bra. And I'm still not upset about it.
Right. Absolutely.
And yes, absolutely right, Antoine. And I got to just say this because this is a big thing for me. Okay, if you're even remotely care about your foster child, a police officer comes to your door and says, "Are you the parents of John Connor?" If your first thought isn't something awful has befallen my child, and your first thought is, what's he done now? Died, huh? That's just like our Johnny. Like, what the hell are you doing, man?
That's exactly what he said. Oh, what's he done now? And he like folds his arms like, you know what? You are a dick. He should have taken off and not listened to you, you asshole. You don't even, Matt, I mean, God forbid. I'm not even going to repeat what you said. God forbid. That's not going to be my first thought. Like, oh, what's he done now? What a dick.
Yeah. Yeah. John Connor should have done a burnout in the grass and just dug a big hole in it with his little dirt bike. Todd. I'm on John's side now. Screw Todd.
Screw you,
And
Todd.
whatever
You didn't even
bastard
care.
his name is supposed to be.
Yeah, so weird, man. Like, and they were just
Enjoy
so
your milk
forthcoming with
later, kid.
information. Yeah, enjoy that quart of milk, you piece of shit.
Yeah.
That's what you get.
So then, and this seems like a throwaway scene at first, but it's a little character establishment. But this is going to come back. It's kind of
It
important.
does. And
John, in his backpack, has some sort of little deck, a keyboard deck, and with some Centronics and some plugs. Plugs it into the ATM, hacks it. Him and Red Mullet, they get themselves 300 simoleons. They're off to the mall to buy Hubba Bubba chewing gum.
dude,
And
that's a
play
lot
video
of money. At 13, dude, that's a lot of money. Yeah, and how bad did I want to learn how to do that trick and just go around taking $300 at a time from ATM machines? But yeah, they got some cash. He's like, let's go spend some money. And they hop on the dirt bike, wing, wing, take off to the Gallaria.
I said Hubba Bubba Bubble Gum. It was a chewing gum in the 80s. I don't know if they have it now. And when I was 4 or 5, my brother and I went with my dad to the university bookstore because he needed to buy books. We had seen Grape Hubba Bubba on TV. And then we saw it in the bookstore. And I asked my dad if we could have it. He said no. An hour later, we're at home, and my brother and I are blowing giant purple bubbles in the front yard because we had pilfered it. My father's Muslim and Libyan, and you don't do things like that. You do not steal. He made us put on suits and go back and return it and apologize. But we had to put on like suits and ties and everything first. He's like, my sons are not thieves. And I was 4, and he's putting a suit on me, screaming at me about this gum. And I thought, you're 4, you understand nothing. I thought we were going to jail. I thought he was going to take us to
He was
jail.
dressing you up for the pen.
Right.
For the judge.
Yeah, he literally made it. I remember the suit. Mine was gray and it had these little pins. I could see it in my head. That's how scared I was at the time. So that was the end of my criminal career. It was one day long when I was 4 years old.
You put in 24 hours and that was it.
Yeah, that's why I got this tattoo right. No, just kidding.
my brother, he stole a tie from JCPenney, and his dad made him go to church that Sunday wearing the tie with his suit. And he had to stand up in front of the church and tell him that he stole it.
No.
Dude.
No.
Like me and my brother, we have different dads, but his dad it was a big time holy roller. Like if they weren't sleeping, they were at school or at church. And for him and his dad was a U.S. Marshal at the time, so law enforcement.
Oh,
my
jeez.
son, and you're the oldest.
Wow.
Oh man, he made him put that tie on and stand up in front of the church and tell him what he
blew
did.
me out of the. You got to go in God's house wearing your ill-gotten tie, and then tell the congregation that you like stealing shit.
Yeah, that you're a piece of shit. I'll pose this question: do you think he ever stole anything ever again?
I'm gonna say
no.
Hell no.
No.
Yeah, man, he sure did.
I did steal one other time, my wife's heart. So there you go.
Oh, hey,
we do.
Still got it, man. Still
We
got it.
do what we can, How you doing? Anyway, these kids steal some money. We go back to Dr. Silberman and Sarah Connor. He's showing her film of her being a nut job and her talking about Cyberdyne got the robotic parts from the Terminator and the world's gonna end and all this stuff. And he's trying to, talk to her about, do you believe this or not? Right. Is that this one? Because I know they have a few counseling sessions. Yeah.
She talks about the coming apocalypse, and now she is watching with him as they did in the first movie, but she's watching herself be Kyle Reese. Basically. Right. She's watching herself go, because I've seen it happen. It happens. She goes, anybody with the great line, like anybody not wearing something 1,000 sunblock.
2 million sunblock is going to have
a bad day. Right. And she talks about her nightmare that we have not seen yet, but she talks about, the everyone flying apart like leaves and all of these things.
Yeah.
And it's bad enough. Her acting, that is some I Could Have Been a Contender, excellent monologue work by Linda Hamilton. It's just great stuff. And
this is almost like a kind of a parole hearing, because she's trying to show him that I've changed. I don't believe that anymore, because she wants to get out. So it's almost like a parole thing, a one-man parole board for her to get out of there. And it doesn't quite go as planned.
Yeah.
Right. Right. Yeah. Yeah. And he asked her about, Cyberdyne, that they're the tech company that allegedly gets a hold of the Terminator arm from the first
Oh.
movie and a chip, and that's how they get the Terminator technology that causes the apocalypse.
Yes.
Go ahead.
And so last show I had the Cyberdyne Systems in Sunnyvale, California t-shirt. This week
Yes.
I got this.
Oh,
t-shirt.
thumbs up.
Hold on.
Arnold.
Dude, going into the liquid metal.
Oh,
Man. Yeah.
sad.
What a scene that is. And when we get to it, I'll try to hold myself together, but
Right.
man, oh man.
Dude, they made, they make those, NECA makes all these, this company that makes all of these, like horror and sci-fi action figures. They make the American Werewolf. They made an Ultimate Terminator 2 Arnold Schwarzenegger figure, and it had the feature that the thumb would go up on that hand because that's how important it was. And I was like, dang. That's some attention to detail. It's a huge moment. It's like Shane. It's like the end of Shane. Do you know what I mean? It's like he's calling for Shane. It's a Western, man.
I've never
so
seen the
good.
movie Shane. I know it's sad, but I read the book, and reading the book made me not want to see the movie because the book was really sad.
It's rough.
It's like, I don't need to see this, all right?
Damn.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is and this is a turning point.
Yeah, I do
This
like
is,
this. A little derail.
Yeah.
Orderly creep man in the background, not fitting well in those clothes.
No,
No,
it's
they're
not.
snug.
Yeah.
They're definitely snug. You can see whether he has an innie or an outie as a belly
Leave some
button.
to the imagination.
They're tight.
you know?
Hey, looking kind of tight over there, you fuck.
He looks like a honey baked ham of sleaze, man. That guy is just nasty.
Dude,
God,
he
he's
looks
got
like he's like a garbage bag full of mayonnaise. He's disgusting. But he looks like the disgusting fucker he is. His glasses, I don't know if you got a picture of his glasses before they get knocked off his face.
Right.
But he has those thick, in boot camp, we call them birth controls.
Right.
Because no chick's gonna bang you with those glasses.
Right,
So
they're
those are
birth
called your
control
birth
glasses.
controls.
Yeah.
These real thick, like Coke bottle glasses that he has. He looks like a little beady-eyed, deviant fucking pervert.
He reminds me of, I've never really seen the show, but there's the Trailer Park Boys. And there's a character on there.
Yeah, the one with the glasses,
kind of dopey looking. This guy, hold on, let me see if I can get this out here.
Less perverted though, I'm sure.
Right. But there's this. Here he is. Okay, I got an image of it. There's this guy here, and the creepy orderly reminds me of that guy in the middle there.
Yeah.
Definitely. Yeah, I've seen like one episode of this. I thought it was quite funny, but I just don't have time to get into series like TV series. I like to watch the one movie a week for this show. I have to like actually set aside time. So yeah. So anyway, they're having a talk, and now she is Kyle Reese here and talk about what's going on and what's going to happen in the future because they found the Terminator spare parts and chips in his hand, his arm, and blah blah.
And he was there.
Right.
The doctor was there when he came in and started killing everybody.
And then that's how we transition over to Cyberdyne Systems, and we meet Dyson. I love Dyson's look, the physicality on this guy. I believe that he's a scientist. He's kind of got that nerdy 7th grade arms, kind of really thin kind of guy. Like he's very intellectual. I really buy it. Very good casting with Dyson here.
The denim shirt with the tie.
Right.
He's
the main scientist behind what is eventually going to turn into Skynet and end up nuking everybody. Go ahead.
And because they kept the arm and they got the chip, that was the genesis for this whole issue that they're dealing with. And he's another great character actor from the 80s and 90s. He was the
Speed
captain or whatever in Speed.
Speed,
This dude's been in everything. He's one of those that dude guys. That dude. He's been in it all.
Keanu Reeves was good in Speed. He really was really good in Speed, actually. And I think he's typically good in most things he's in. Like with what he's got, he acts well. But without Jeff Daniels, and without, the, what did he say? Shoot, I'm trying to think of some of his great lines. But my favorite one was his, like, move! Like in Speed. And when he's in this flick, I'll never forget, and he's like, and we'll get there, but I don't know how much longer I can hold this. Freaking hell, man.
Great.
That is some... he sells you on getting shot. He sells you on, his, how are we supposed to know? He sells you on, this guy is, I don't know. I don't think that people are. I think that casting isn't as good as it once was across the board. I think casting was stronger back in these days. We've already talked about that with, he was a good soldier. He was my friend. We've talked about, I ain't got time to bleed. All of those amazing lines. This guy is essentially, he's practically a co-star in his importance in this flick.
Joe Morton. I think because you had to lean, everything, 90% of everything wasn't freaking CGI. So you had to rely more on the skill set and the actual good acting of these people to make up for what maybe they lacked in special effects or whatever. Like they had to rely on their skills. It's like, the way things were made 150 years ago. Well, they had to rely more on the person, on the human doing the task, because they didn't have, laser guided this and levelers and all that kind of stuff. So I think it's the same with this. They had to rely on their skills more. Everything now is damn CGI. It's people in suits with little white balls all over them now. But everybody brought their A game. Everybody brought their lunch to the set every day. And this guy, and he's a pivotal part to the whole overall story, because he's the one who gets Skynet, and all that shit started.
The man
the Terminators.
Directly responsible is what Arnold says, and goes from being the man directly responsible for the apocalypse to being the man directly responsible for ensuring it doesn't happen. I mean, it is because
great symmetry there.
It's the triumph of his heart and character in those last moments over his incredible, brilliant intellect. This character is something special in this flick.
He's a great character.
Really special.
Real quick, Barrison for $5. Thank you, friend. Earl Bowen, an actor is good when you want to jump to the screen and beat the piss out of him. Yeah, Earl Bowen, I believe, is Silberman, and he's very
Silberman. That's him.
He's not snarky. He's not condescending. He's like 50-50 of snarky and condescending. He's not snarky. He's not like a smart aleck, but I guess he's condescending. Yeah, he's a jerk. He's a jerk. We don't like this guy. So
not at all.
Yeah.
And he gets a little comeuppance himself.
Now, if I had the X-Files music, I'd play because conspiracy time. So we got this computer lab over at Skynet, right? Cyberdyne Systems, whatever. And there's people on the phone and people running around and milling and reports and computers and blah, 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 blah. And this guy allegedly is the genius that starts Skynet and all that, right? I say thee nay. Look at what's on his screen. A 1990 screensaver or something, I think. Aren't those pipes that fly around?
Yeah.
He's playing Tetris. Damn it, Miles.
He's been fucking around the whole time. No wonder you can't get anything done.
Ever walk into a room and someone just closes the browser right in front of you?
Yeah. You know what they're doing. You're about to jerk off.
I think I've told the story, but it's worth telling again. I had a friend who remained nameless in college. His name was Luke, but that doesn't give anything away. There's a lot of Lukes. And he was from the sticks and he didn't know how to use computers. This is like 2002. And he said his girlfriend got mad at him for looking at beautiful women on the internet. And I told him, you can erase your history on a web browser, dude. You just have to do X, Y, and Z. And I don't even remember how to do it because I don't have a Windows computer for 20 years now. A week later, my friend calls me and says, that thing you showed me on the computer? How do you do that thing again? So, salute, friend.
Hey, you're a good guy for helping your brother in need, man. He needed you.
I hope I got you out of a sticky situation.
Oh, it got him in the one. Hey, Linda Hamilton has a twin sister. Her name's Leslie Hamilton.
Yep.
She must have played
I forgot about that, but yes.
Yeah, I didn't know that. I just saw that. I was like, what the hell? She has a twin sister? Sure does.
Right.
Nice.
So anyway, Dyson here with his screensaver. Maybe he's not the real guy. We get to see something that's going to be important later. He heads down the hallway to go check out some high-tech stuff because that assistant guy that was talking to him. And you need 2 keys to open this door and go in this very secure facility. And that's where the Terminator hand from T1 and the chip that obviously has a lot of the programming.
And he says he calls it, right? The guy keeps referring to it. Can we go see it? Where did it come from? And this is the it that he's referring to, the hand that got severed in the machine. in the first one. So this is what gives him the technology and the idea to, start this whole, nuclear war that's perpetrated on us. And he has no idea. He just thinks he's making technological advances and he's being a good scientist. So that's, it's not like he's sinister and he works for this corporation and they're, it's not like that. He's just
You're right.
doing what he thinks he's supposed to do. He's following science. He's following this technology and learning all this shit. And little does he know, he's setting the world up to be destroyed. And the way he deals with that is pretty cool.
I saw an amazing joke meme the other day, but it was so uplifting and inspiring to me. It was the Jim Halpert meme from The Office where he's pointing at a whiteboard and then he's pointing at a second one in the second picture.
Oh,
and
yeah.
Everyone's afraid of going into the past and changing one little thing and the whole future changes. So, but nobody thinks a tiny change now can change their life in the future. I was like, wow, that's amazing. That's so profound to think about. Anyway, you just got me thinking about that with this guy not knowing what he's unleashing.
Yeah, I have no idea. He just thinks, man, we're doing great things.
Leslie Hamilton actually passed away in 2020. Rest in peace. And she was in this movie, which Hulk Smash just got, as Sarah Connor on the playground with the kids that Sarah Connor is watching.
Oh, and she turns around.
She was her stunt double.
Yeah.
And she was also Sarah Connor in the final fight scene when they're both in frame. There's two Sarahs because the T-1000 imitates. So she's in this flick. God rest her, and well done.
R.I.P.
Right.
Yep.
So we cut back to Silberman, Dr. Silberman and Sarah Connor, and he tells her, you ain't getting paroled. You're going to do another 6 months in the Husgau. Because she's like, I've been good, and I've come around, and I don't believe in Terminators anymore. And he's telling him what he wants to hear, but he says, hey, you're smart, basically. I know you're lying.
Yeah.
I know that you're savvy. I know you know how to try to game this. How about another 6 months? And she's kind of heartbroken because, A, she wants to get out of there for her mission, but B, she says she'd like to see her son. And I do believe her on that. I don't.
And she's begging, please let me out. Please, like, nope, screw you. And then that's when she leaps over the table.
Yeah, she jumps over the table and starts to give him what for, and then the orderlies pin her down and take her away.
Give her the drugs. Hey. Yeah, don't they stick her with some shit? No. No, that's the second time when she gets the paperclip, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's the second time. So yeah, she just gets rowdy. They take her back to her room, and
so cruising around beautiful, sunny Los Angeles, California is one Terminator, and he just happens to see redheaded mullet and little Johnny Boy driving in. Now, for those of you that haven't been to LA and haven't seen the movie Grease with Olivia Newton-John and John Travolta, there's a thing. This isn't it, but it's somewhere called the LA River. It's a giant aqueducts you see when you drive up the freeway and all that. But LA does have a series of like tributaries, so it'll prevent it from flooding. So that's where, and these come into play here in a minute, of these deep concrete,
big time.
Yeah, they're huge, and it's for heavy rains. That's why this is here. I've never been to another city that has it. I'm sure others have it, but I've seen them when I've gone up to LA. But yeah, he sees the boys there. You see them real tiny behind that bar there, driving on a dirt bike, and he decides to follow them, like all 40-year-old men following two 15-year-old boys.
Yeah, from a distance and looking at them through bars. Yeah, I do it all the time.
Yeah.
But the LA River is iconic. How many movies has that been in? You mentioned Grease. It's been in a shitload of movies. It's almost like I'm sure people go there and like take pictures and shit. But yeah, it plays a pretty big part in a pretty cool scene coming up.
Excellent set piece.
So I saw this here. So now the other Terminators looking for him too. Say, have you girls seen this boy? And remember, he has the picture of the parents. And I saw this morning, and I said, that looks just like Nikki Cox, the actress who ended up marrying Jay Moore, and then they got Jay Moore, the comedian. And sure enough, it was. I looked into it. But I thought that was wild. She must have been, 10, 11 here or something like that. But I recognized her little face there. And I'd only ever seen her as an adult before. So, yeah. But, yeah, he's on the lookout for these two kids, too. And these girls tell him, oh, we just saw them on the bike. They're headed to the Gallaria or whatever. So that's the mall. You know what I mean? So, and I do love how this is slowly burning up to this first scene. And we cut in here. They're spending their ill-gotten money, their 300 bones they stole from the machine with that hacking device he had. And the game he's playing is not random. He's playing missile defense. Like a nuclear attack is coming down and attacking the city, and he's fighting off the bombs. That's what John Connors happens to be playing, if you notice that little nod there.
And an arcade.
Right.
Kids, these are where video games used to be. This is where the majority of your time was spent playing video games because most kids
Right.
In
didn't have
arcades.
game
Yeah,
systems.
it used
Even
to
if
be
you
in these things
did,
called malls.
even if you
These
did,
malls.
yeah, in a mall, and that's
Do
where
you
you would buy
realize
clothes and pretzels and
on a
pizza
daily
and play video
basis
games.
how far in the future we are from the time we knew like malls,
Oh,
arcades? Like we tell stories about getting more quarters, or depending on how obnoxious the place was,
Yeah,
tokens
tokens,
that you could,
fuckers.
and meeting complete strangers. And just seeing that you said, how old is she? She's like maybe 10. And it's like, yeah, she was maybe 10 and she was out with a friend somewhere.
Yeah,
Like
just
you
out.
think about people going out with friends to walk. It wasn't like the 80s or 90s was this wildly safe time either. But kids went off and did things.
Yeah,
I started
Crazy.
walking to school with my brother when I was 8 and he was 9.
Yep.
We walked to school like about a mile every day, a mile there, a mile back.
Dude, I wish we had GPS just so we could see where we traveled on a weekend
Right.
on our bikes.
Oh, dude.
How many miles
so
we
glad
put
we
in on
did.
our bikes. You don't even think about all the pedaling
Yeah.
you're doing and where you're going. You're just trying to get to your destination. And the malls, we even had an arcade that would give you tokens if you got good grades. You brought your report card in. Like
Wow.
the arcades were everything. Man, the
my
mall,
gosh.
dude, if I had my money that I'm making as an adult now as a kid, I'd blow everything in the arcade. And like you said, it forced you to meet total strangers. If you had a game that you loved to play, and there was some kid who was playing, and it was a 2, 3, sometimes 4-man player, and there was a free spot, you went over there. But hey, what's up, man? Put your quarters up there by the controls, little stack of quarters. Let's go.
Oh,
Those
those beat 'em ups, like the Ninja Turtle beat 'em up.
Yeah, that's the
yeah,
one.
Street Fighter,
Final-
Tekken, all that
Final
shit.
Fight, yeah.
It was on. It was
you
a
guys
different
that
time.
missed arcades, you really missed something. That was fun.
Arcades
That
were
was a
the
lot of
shit. Now malls are used to like film movies in and shit because nobody goes to them anymore. But they were it. There was nowhere else to go.
If you don't live near like a rich neighborhood, the mall is dead. Where I live, we have like a really expensive mall. It's high end everything. But you go like, and I noticed that in California, if you live near some money, they'll have a mall and it'll be packed all the time like it's 1987. But you go anywhere where the economy isn't as good, the income isn't as good, and there's like the malls are dead, man. It's depressing to go into a mall like that. It's very weird. I found a YouTube channel that it's all about extinct malls.
Yeah.
And that guy just goes around and films of all these storefronts just empty. It's sad to look at.
And at this time, they were all doing great business because the mall was an event. The mall you look forward especially as a kid. And if you were a teenager or junior high, that you just wanted to be dropped off at the mall because everything was there. Your friends were there, food was there, shopping was there, entertainment was there, the movies, the arcades. The mall was all inclusive. And you had to be there. And it wasn't whether it was to be seen or to go talk to girls or whatever, but usually it was the arcade.
I met my wife at the mall, and we were going ice skating, some kids. And I'm a big person, very tall, very big, and they didn't have ice skates my size. So I went out on the rink in my sneakers and was just kind of running around and sliding. My wife and everyone else was able to get skates. They just didn't have shoes big enough for me. And she tripped, and a girl ran her finger over with the ice skate.
Damn.
And severed the nail off almost completely.
Oh.
It all healed up. But yeah, that was the day we met. That was the day I met my wife. So I think I was 14. I was a 10th grader. Yeah. So John asked, what size are my feet? Let's guess. I want people to guess. Buying shoes for me as a child was terrible. It was a Saturday. If I needed shoes, that was Saturday with mom.
No day.
Fucking 5, 6, 7 stores. They had 3 pairs in my size. And when you have big feet, I wear a 15 if you want to know. And since I was in 6th grade, I wore at least a 12 in 6th grade. And when you have feet that big, they just have clown shoes. They don't have anything in style. They got a few mismatched things left over from 3 seasons ago. And you took what you could get, man. So the internet changed everything for big-footed people like me. You go on there, you get the shoes you want, you order them delivered.
Yep.
It's very nice. So yeah. And you're right. Lost interest. Wife got her fingernail cut off to walk it off.
Apply pressure.
I thought, hey, are you hurt? or you injured.
We
Those are
get
two
back out on the
different
ice or what?
things. Those are two different things.
What are we gonna
okay?
do here? Yeah, you were meeting
yeah.
life partners at the mall. The mall was the shit back in the day.
Right.
We had a
Right.
KB Toys in the mall, and then separate from the mall, but in the same parking lot, was a Toys R Us.
Yeah.
Another arcade structure.
Oh, loved it. I bought my Super Nintendo at the KB Toy Store and then got yelled at when I got home.
Damn
You
it.
paid that much for that? It was my summer work money. It was my money, Mom.
Back off, lady.
I said, shut up, Todd.
Hey, shut up. Get out of here.
So anyway, the boys are playing video games, and this non-suspicious person is wandering
Not
around
at
the
all.
mall with a
Not at all.
shotgun-sized box of roses. You know,
Yeah.
that's interesting.
Hey, excuse me. Where'd you get that shotgun-sized box of roses down there?
It's Valentine's Day, and you want to get something for your lady, and the roses come in a few sizes.
Yeah.
We have the concealed carry, we have the submachine gun, and we have the Winchester.
And our bestseller.
Yeah, it's the
shotgun
1876 Winchester.
Really? It's like
Perfect.
we've got our large dozen that can hide a minigun.
So,
one-
Mr. Schwarzenegger, if you were, were you at the mall to find those kids, or were you there for roses for a sweetheart of yours? What was it?
Well, I figured I'd kill two birds with one stone. I find the kid at the mall, and if he's not there, I also get some flowers for my lady.
Oh,
Either way,
Nice.
it's a win-win for me.
either way,
You got to
someone-
shop smarter, not harder.
All right, I had heard that. I had heard you were a bit of a romantic. How very
Now it's confirmed.
What is love? What is love like for a cyborg? Do you think it's different than a human's kind of love, or?
Why would it be any different from me? Love is love, man. Whether you're a robot, you're a machine, or whatever, you're human with your bones and your blood and all of that there.
Would you consider yourself a robosexual?
Of course, I do it to anything, really, as long as it's a female. I don't like, I have a strict one penis limit. Very, very strict.
All right.
Oh,
Well, I hope she enjoyed her roses because they were beautiful.
I didn't get to give him to her. I had to take the gun out of there, and they fell on the ground, and I stepped on the rose in there.
Next time. I'm sure she understood. So anyway,
You got to be understanding if you're dating a Terminator. Come on.
that's true.
yeah, she's all, I knew this would happen again.
Let me guess. Gunfight in the hallway.
How did you know?
Were you there?
Someone's been reading my journal. So anyway, this guy, I think we're like 10 minutes into the movie. We got to step
I know,
back.
it's 3 minutes
just,
in.
just past the opening credits.
Excuse me. Yeah. So this guy, he's looking for the kids at the mall too. And then redheaded mullet, the cop's like, you seen your best friend? And of course he lies to the cop. Like,
Yeah, like
that's
a good
my
friend
boy.
would.
That's like my
What
friend
this
too.
guy's epic with that though. I gotta tell you, listen, we gotta pause on this man because that is the kind of person that I was and the kind of group of people I ran with where we could just, it was the most beautiful straight face lying I've ever seen in my life done by a clear professional. It was like, nah, I haven't seen him. Didn't linger too long. And then he goes, it pulls the, oh shit, like face 3 seconds
Right.
later.
And then he was telling me, hey, I think I saw that kid. And he was going to point him in the other direction. That's a good
Yes.
friend. That's guy code right there.
Yep.
We don't need to have a talk. We don't need to come up with a plan before we go in. We already know. If the people are looking for me, you tell them you haven't seen me or you send them in the wrong direction. Great friend.
Right.
Great friend.
Yeah. Nope.
Yep.
You warned his brother. That's good. That's good. So this kid just jets because he's up to all kinds of stuff. He's probably thinking it's the heist at the ATM with his little hacker,
Yeah, for sure.
thing.
Yeah.
And then you get great music and a great slowdown. Arnold slowly trudging through the hall. John is running around. And at this point, it hasn't been made clear to you if he's a good guy or a bad guy yet. You got to remember, if this is the first time you've seen this movie, you might be thinking that Arnold is after this kid to kill him. Like in the first movie, he was the bad guy. And it slows down. He sees Arnold come around the corner. The iconic, he opens the box, pulls the shotgun out of Winchester. It's so great, the Winchester.
And then steps on the rose as
Right.
he's walking.
Right.
Again, reinforcing that I don't give a shit. I'm not focused on anything else. Forget this box, these roses. I'm here
Oh, I
to
like
protect
this.
John Connor.
Right. And of course, Guns N' Roses.
Yep.
Because they did the big hit song "You Could Be Mine" was by the band Guns N' Roses for this very movie. I wonder if that was a coinkydink or not.
And the other Terminator, we don't know if he's 100% bad. We don't know. He's still up in the air too. All he's done is shown some pictures and got a little too excited about the Gallaria, and that's it. He hasn't really done anything to distinguish him as which Terminator he is, good or bad. We know one of them's got to be one and one's got to be the other. And we're about to find out right here.
Right. And so, you think, does he have the drop on this kid? Is this Kyle Reese coming to save him? And something amazing is revealed here because we haven't seen the powers yet. These two get in the shootout. And that thing about him not blinking, I didn't notice it, but that does sound like really great craft there for the actor, But you'll notice on his chest there, that silver kind of smush, when he gets shot, it's like boom. And those were actually practical effects. The ones that bloom when he gets shot, they're inflatables that are painted silver. I saw like a YouTube video showing how these things work. And then he gets blown away by a bunch of shots by Arnold, and then he lays on the ground with all these holes in him, and then it all closes up.
Yep.
Then you're like, oh, this ain't Kyle Reese.
Yeah, what the hell is this?
Kyle Reese.
Yeah. And those are slugs too. Like, let me tell you, after having shot, I got a couple of videos on my YouTube channel, and I should bring those up. I want to watch those again. But I went out shooting on the Bureau of Land Management, public land.
Right.
And a friend and I, we got some rebar and some watermelons, and we put 2 layers of tape around the watermelon and then stuck it on the rebar. Put the tape on there so it wouldn't poke through the melon and slide down to the ground. And so I took my 12 gauge shotgun. I got a Mossberg 500 tactical persuader, and I put some slugs. Yeah, it's very persuasive. And I stood probably, I don't know, 6 feet or so, 6 to 8 feet from the watermelon, and I shot it with a slug, and it just turned into a smoothie. There were a second later, you hear like a chunk of watermelon hit the hood of my truck. Like, to shoot a human body with a slug from that range, very messy. I mean, he would have been his torso would have been unrecognizable with what 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 rounds. It would have been crazy. Right. And you see it knocks him back. He takes the force of it and stuff, and it does some damage later on that you see. But yeah, to take all that and then they all close up. So as a movie watcher, you're like, oh shit, what's this liquid? What the hell? Like, mind blown. This is when cinema changed right here.
Yeah, these effects were crazy. Now, Mr. Terminator, up until this point, people thought you were the bad guy. Here you are, traveling through time, putting your body in danger. You get shot in the scene. You turn your back to the T-1000. You take all these bullets to protect little Johnny, and people thought right here you were going to kill him. I heard you were pretty sore, pretty offended about that. How did that go? How were you able to get over that? That anger, that bitterness you had?
Well, first of all, haters are going to hate. So over time, you just need to get tougher and like. Who cares? They're not here. They don't know you. They don't know who I really am off of the set of these movies and stuff like that. So over time, you just don't care. I'm here to protect John Connor. There's the twist. In the last one, I'm a bad guy. This one, I'm a good guy. I'm going to protect him. I put my body on the line to protect John Connor.
All right. Okay, I just want to make sure you weren't still upset about that, though. Because you can understand how people think that.
Water under the bridge.
Oh my god, dude. I was watching the making of this, and all I could think whenever Arnold was talking was of your imitation. Like, you need to change, it says Jericho Green now, I gotta change that to Heinrich Schwarzenegger. But the other thing is, the thing is he's sitting in the makeup chair and the guy's like going, yeah, I mean, you don't want to have all the metal covered up when you're putting the blood on, otherwise it's just gonna look like, hamburger. And he's like, that's a good analogy, Jeff. You should be proud of that. Like, just tearing the guy down. Like, he's just like, and he's just mocking this guy in the makeup chair, man. And I just thought, oh, that's Jericho. That's what Jericho is. He's doing a Jericho imitation.
This guy's probably one of the greatest makeup artists on the planet. And this guy just, good job there.
Right. Yeah, so they have their little shootout in the hallway. The kid freaks out, gets on his little bike, and takes off.
Oh, of course, the damn it, won't start. Broom, broom, it won't start.
God.
And then finally, good tension building. And then finally, when the bad Terminator comes out the door, then it's and it kicks on and he takes off. But then we realize, oh snap, he's not this big clunky, lumbering Terminator like Arnold's just like, and was it in this one? Was it the last one? Damn it, I can't remember. But there's certain parts that show how heavy the Terminator is. Like when he's scanning those motorcycles, like he's looking for one big enough to handle his, whatever hundreds of pounds frame, because he's a big, bulky, stocky robot. But this guy, he starts running after him. Like, wait a minute, John Connor's not pulling away from him of course he would on a dirt bike, and he's keeping up with him. You're like, oh shit, this Terminator, not only is he liquid, but he's fast as shit.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, when you were looking through all those bikes and you were too heavy for all of them, you told me privately that you felt fat shamed and you felt alone and isolated. Have you written to the bike manufacturers about that, about how they need to be inclusive to heavier people like yourself, Mr. Terminator?
I'm not going to lie to you guys. It hurt.
Let me tell you, dude. Like, this is the other thing too, right? You see this guy. Look. I'm not saying I'm going to run any marathons. Okay, so maybe I'm not the best person to judge, but I want to try to imagine everybody in this chat to imagine Robert Patrick doing dead sprints, take after take after take for this to get these shots, and not breathing, attempting to not breathe as he goes into a dead sprint. I mean, this is the thing. They put some thought, not just into the tech of these movies, none of that shit. They put thought into the verisimilitude, as we love to say, of these movies. And you've got this, in this chase sequence, you're like, it's almost like they just sat down and they go, okay, well, we've got Arnold as the unstoppable force. What could we make that would be the unstoppable force that could threaten Arnold? And you see it there, where he's like, he takes out Arnold, essentially. Kit shoots him through the window, just like, with what Kyle Reese did in the movie. But he just, it's like he's just tossing him. He tosses him through walls. It's incredible, man.
In that hallway scene, they're like slamming each other into concrete and through walls. And like you mentioned earlier, when he goes to the parents' house, and they said there was another guy here before they hand over all the information about this kid to the stranger. They say there's another guy here, big guy on a bike, and he goes, "Oh, I wouldn't worry about him." So you're thinking,
terrifying.
Like, wait a minute, we know what that Terminator is capable of. We got 1984 right here. That dude's crazy. Yep. And you're saying, "Oh, I wouldn't worry about him." Not, "Oh yeah, what he looked like, which way did he go, and all this shit." Just, I wouldn't worry about him. Yeah. Like, I'm so much better and advanced, and faster and stronger, and all this shit. He's like, just don't worry about that relic.
Right.
And so like a bat out of shit.
Yeah, like a bat out of hell. John Connor gets away on the dirt bike out into the street, almost gets hit by a semi-truck that skids. So then the evil Terminator, jumps in that semi-truck and commandeers it. And then Arnold comes flying out on his Harley or whatever he has. And we get going towards those aqueducts or whatever they are.
And almost hits a lady when he comes jumping out on his dirt bike. He's like over a little hedge. And there was a lady walking on the sidewalk. Like another second, he would have jumped right in that lady's dome. But he didn't.
Right.
And he shoots across the street and goes into these riverbeds of the basin or whatever the hell this is.
Right.
And another great scene. Like, this is the part right here where you're like, no. What's he looking up there for? Because he's down in this little basin thing, and he's looking up like an overpass, like a bridge.
And he took a little ramp that a semi-truck would never fit on. And the evil
so you're like, what's he looking at?
Got away.
Oh, shit. And then we find out
think
what
of
he's
almost everything, but not quite everything in your plan.
Dude, he drives that 18-wheeler off of a bridge.
This is what scientists refer to as the unknown unknown. You didn't know that you didn't know this, and that's a problem.
That could happen.
Dude, like, just the relentless nature of these things. He drives that thing off of a damn bridge to catch this kid on his dirt bike, and the chase is on.
I love that shot right there. Look at his face here. His expressions are so great. That bent overhead, looking over the eyebrows like that. He's always so. And then the corners of the jawbone, the mandibula there, oh man, he is so great in this.
Yeah, and now we know he's full blown bad guy. This is the bad Terminator. Now we know he's a psycho. There is a bit of bullshit right here when he drives and he hits the kid on the back of the bike, like bumps him. Like, dude, you're not gonna recover from that. You're gonna go right underneath that 18-wheeler and be a wet spot in that basin. But John Connor survives, and then Terminator, the good Terminator, comes. Again, don't give a shit about nothing. I'm going to ride this motorcycle until it falls apart trying to save this kid. And he drives his motorcycle off of what's got to be a 15, 20-foot drop.
Right.
Right
He was
onto
doing
the-
something. Okay, so he has a Winchester repeater. And the way a Winchester repeater, you're holding it like this and you pull it down. You guys have seen that.
lever
old
action.
westerns, like the Rifleman, the lever action.
Yeah.
And since he's driving the motorcycle with one hand, he has to do this awesome move where he spins it with his hand. And my buddy, my best friend who lived 5 houses away from me since we were 9 years old, he had a toy shotgun that was a Winchester with the lever. And we would go out on the sidewalk and we would flip it after we saw this movie, like trying to just repeat this. And I thought that was iconic, where he's driving up high and the semi and the kid are down low and he's shooting at the evil Terminator, flipping the shotgun with one hand and shooting again. I thought that was
and
so
he's shooting
iconic.
the locks as he's right on them for every fence he busts through.
Right.
I mean, guys, this is when people talk about action set pieces. I feel like they talk about them these days like you're setting a table. It's the same ingredients. There's going to be an explosion. CG ship is going to crash. And it's like, no, a set piece is this: a guy on a motorcycle or a cyborg on a motorcycle who is driving through gates and shooting the locks expertly while cocking a gun like this. This shit's brilliant. Stunts. Excellent.
And it's believable to a certain extent because it's a robot.
Right.
You know, Terminator, you've seen his heads up display and shit. He's, accurate. So yeah, as he's flying on that motorcycle, he's boom shooting the locks off these gates so they just come open. I mean, yeah, it's awesome shit.
A little bit of derail here. This is so funny. In the first movie, Kyle Reese tells Linda Hamilton, "Come with me if you want to live." In this movie, Arnold says it to her, "Come with me if you want to live." Can we get a line reading here, Jericho? Lucas Cohn says,
"Live with me if you want to come," and that's what the line should have been. "Live with me if you want to come. Live with me if you want to come harder. Stay where you are if you like the way you come now. But if you want to come harder, live with me if you want to come."
Oh shit!
Come.
Thank you for that. That is such an obvious joke, and I've never heard it before in my life.
Yeah.
Bravo.
Clams Casino and Heinrich Schwarzenegger in.
Right. If I had heard that joke in college, I would have worn that joke out 5,000 times a night.
Dear God, yeah.
Live with me if you want
Double
to come.
brewski for Cinco. Thank you. Gracias, senor. He has a mare's leg lever action pistol in 44 mag.
Wow.
He can do the spin trick with it, ladies. Double brewski. Very nice.
Ladies, if you can't find Arnold, go live with him if you want to come.
Oh,
Double brewski.
oh.
Hey, go live with Double brewski if you want to live and come all the time.
You want to know why they call him double brewski?
Oh,
That's right.
that's right.
Oh, here's a nice one. Hey, Arnold, we want to shoot that scene again. You seemed a bit robotic. Thank you. Hey, we always have room for dad jokes around here. I'm a grandpa. Wait a minute. Are there such thing as grandpa jokes?
It has to be.
Because I told
of
dad
course.
jokes. Maybe I can start telling
You
grandpa.
can't tell dad jokes anymore.
That's done.
I
You've
love to
ascended.
make. One of my favorite things about being father was just making up BS. I do it to my wife all the time. I do it since we met in high school. I told my wife in high school, my wife is like the sweetest, most agreeable person in the universe. And I told her, I don't know how Star Trek came up, but I told her, did you know that Leonard Nimoy was born with those pointy ears and that helped him get the role? She believed me.
Oh, God bless.
Such a sweet woman. I told my daughter, we were at a buffet. I don't know what the hell we were doing at a buffet. I hate buffets. We were at a buffet and there were 2 milk machines. One was chocolate and one was regular. And I told my daughter that there was a little cow in the chocolate milk machine, a little brown cow. And she believed me for like 10 minutes. This is the joy of being a father, just making up nonsense and watching the wonder in their eyes, you know. It's very nice. So
The only thing better is watch it being dashed. when you
No.
find out you're lying. Daddy, shut up. That's what I tell him.
Oh, the
Yeah.
stunt guy.
right.
This
So
stunt
Arnold
guy.
Yeah, come on. This
goes up
guy's
high,
his
and
back
then he
is
has to get
finished.
down there because that semi's gaining on little Johnny. It's going to
Yeah.
run him over and crush him. He got to do more. He's got to get down there. I got to get over there and save him. And an amazing
Dude.
stuff.
I don't know how many extra shocks they put on this motorcycle because it doesn't bottom out. You don't see a bunch of sparks flying and shit. Like sometimes you'll see if they jump a car or something, you can see that it got
some sparks
destroyed.
on this, I think.
Yes, some sparks, but the it's not like a car where the wheels come off and shit for that split second before they cut the scene. Like he makes the landing. It shows him after the landing. Yeah. I don't know how they did this. I don't know if this guy.
I think what you're trying to say is he lives. Which doesn't make any sense.
I don't know how
this on Amazon Prime, and they give you those behind the scene notes if you click on the X-ray on Amazon Prime. And I forgot the stuntman's name. I'm sorry, I forgot his name. But they said when he filmed this jump, and he did it in real life, he wore a mask that was basically an Arnold mask. So that
because it looks like him. Because they stay on him the whole thing for the whole jump.
Dude.
But I don't know how this dude's spine just didn't fucking turn to dust.
Oh, we might have an answer. John claims that it was wire work with this scene. Oh, that would make sense. That'd be a hell of a lot safer.
Fuck, man. Jumping from there, all that force coming down, that dude had to be paralyzed.
The stupid shit you did when you were like a middle school teenager, like the dangerous stuff. You're like, how am I alive? I remember my cousin John. My grandparents had a detached garage, and the end of it was about 8 feet off the ground. You know, the peak of it was 12 feet or whatever. And he said to me and my brother, "No, we can jump off this. Our legs won't break." And we did, and we were fine. Nothing happened. I'm jumping off an 8-foot roof. I won't jump off a 3-foot wall now. Not that I
jump off your roof right now and see what happens.
No, there's no way. No. And just other stuff you do when you're young, and you think about it later, like, why did I do that?
Dude, when I was about 8 years old, it had to be like third grade. The thing was bailing off of the swing. Swinging up super high, and then bailing out of the swing. And so I'm up on the swing, and I'm getting super, like going so high that you come out of the swing a little bit before you come back down. And I'm getting ready to bail. And my friend, he bailed before me, so my goal was to bail out past him. I had to beat his mark.
Oh, boy.
And so I had this jacket on, like this windbreaker jacket. And so I bail out of the swing, and I'm going out, and my jacket gets caught on the swing. So I'm up. I got to be, 12? I mean, at the highest point on the swing. It's 12, 15 feet in the air. And it wasn't sand in our sandbox. It was little tiny pebbles.
Yeah. I thought you were going to say it was broken pencils or something.
It was broken pencils and glass and nails. That's what our sandbox was full of. So I go out like I'm going to bail on the swing, but my jacket gets caught. So I come back down with the swing on my back on the pebbles. Boom! I was like, I don't think I breathed for like 3 days after that. Like it knocked all the wind out of my body. And if that happened now, like if you basically did a back flop in your front yard from 15 feet up, you're going to die. But at 8 years old, I walked away from it. As soon as my air came back, I was good. Back on the swings. Yeah. Same recess. But if that happened now, it'd be catastrophic.
If that happens to me now and they're like, call an ambulance, I'll be like, no, let me die. Like, I don't want to recover from this, man.
I don't want to go to physical therapy to recoup from this shit. This is
my tailbone is in my skull. I don't know.
Dude.
This. No.
I can't breathe. Stop.
Did you fall?
No.
There's a she was hurt.
This is you on the swing?
Stop. I can't breathe.
Who is she telling to stop?
No, exactly. Stop. Like someone's standing on her. There's no one on you, miss. That was just your chest meeting the ground at a rate of speed you weren't prepared for.
Stop. Damn it. Hold on.
Yeah.
So funny. I can't breathe. We know.
Poor lady never got hit hard. Yeah.
No.
Well, she eventually did.
She sure did that day.
Yeah.
Her husband was like, I could never make her make that sound.
I'm leaving. I'll never match that. That's why you don't make the sounds from the video.
Right. Anyway, he saves little Johnny. It's such an
straight
guy.
off.
One thing about the Terminator movies is so great that I realize, and I can't put my finger on what is about it or the why, but the what is vehicle chases. There are so many vehicle chases in Terminator 1 and Terminator
Essential.
2. They're always there. Cars and semis. A helicopter comes into play. I'm surprised he's not in a speedboat. Get in the boat, Johnny.
John Connor, come with me. Swim with me if you want to live.
Jet ski. Can we get a jet ski?
Can we get this fool on a sea, dude?
They're getting away in one of those recumbent bikes. You know, the bike where the people lay backwards.
Dude.
Whatever takes
here's
you
what I
out
want.
of here.
I want to make this. They don't understand how to be creative, man. I want a Terminator movie where he appears like just outside of Chattanooga, Tennessee, where I grew up, right? And he rescues somebody on a 4-wheeler. Make it happen. Somebody
Dude,
make that ATV rescue happen.
Yeah, man.
Be excellent.
Just think, if he tried to save him on a Segway, the world would have ended for sure.
Oh man,
Oh,
we
yeah.
got to do
We
Tremors
would
at some
deserve
point,
it.
man.
We would deserve
Now
it.
that's a
Into
great
the
movie
world.
with some gun porn in it. The Tremors where they go into the room with the wall of guns.
Oh yeah, was that
Some
part
point
2
we check.
with the Alex
Part 1,
P.
that was the
there?
first one.
Was
Yeah,
it the first
with,
one? Oh yeah. What was it?
Michael Gross and Reba McEntire.
Reba McEntire. That's right.
Mm-hmm.
Alex P. Keaton's dad.
Yep.
I love that
Right on.
show. Right before the evil Terminator can run him over and kill him, Arnold swoops in on the bike, snatches the kid. They get away, and the semi hits one of the dividers in this like aqueduct thing or viaduct. I don't know what the hell it's called.
Yeah.
This concrete waterway in the hellhole of Los Angeles, and it blows up. And you get an iconic thing here. They stop on the bike. They take a look back. A flaming tire comes out, a little fake out. Like, oh, is the bad guy coming? I'm like, oh, it's nothing. I guess he burned to death. But then once they drive away,
Yeah.
the ooey gooey silver man comes out, all flamed up. And and when you're seeing this movie for the first time, it's 1991. You've never seen special effects like this.
Nope.
I know nowadays this will be in like a Doritos or diarrhea medicine commercial, but guys, they didn't have special effects like this until this. It was insane.
Yep.
This is the beginning of that. And in the preview, it would show you just this. It wouldn't show him turning and back into the bad Terminator. So you didn't know in the preview who that was. You know, what the fuck is that? What is that thing? You didn't even know. It didn't tell you anything. But you knew it looked fucking cool, and you knew you never seen anything like that before, and you knew it's walking out of a fire. And that's all you needed to know. But yeah, he points the shotgun at him for a while, realizes, all right, looks like we're good. Of course, we're not too far into the movie, so you know it can't be good. But for right now, he's no longer a threat. Let's get out of here. And then they're taking off, and he tells them, that's it. Time out. Pull the bike over. Stop the bike. And they pull over in this alley, and that's when he's asking him, like, what are you? He's was it something like skin over an endoskeleton skeleton? Like, he didn't even say skeleton.
Cyberdyne Systems Model 101.
Yeah, Model 101. Skin over the exoskeleton.
Yeah,
and so he's breaking him down, giving him a little info on himself, and then he's like putting his finger in the bullet holes, and there's like blood. There's like a little bit of blood, not a lot, but a little bit of blood on his finger, so you can tell that it's skin, a little blood, and then the exoskeleton underneath that. And it's cool. And he's like, he's tripping a little bit from what his mom told him. Yeah. Like, what the fuck, dude, you're supposed to be here to kill me. But she really trips.
That's a good thing. That helps the story along, where the kid is not blown that far away, because he's like, oh, like mom was telling the truth about you time traveling robots. You do exist. Because I think up to this point, he thought his mom was a whack job. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
But she had been,
hey kid, didn't you know your mom is a psycho? Like, he ends up talking about that before. I don't know if it's before or after this,
but he had heard this shit so much from her. Like, this is all she would talk about. All she was doing was talking about this. What's going to happen? Your role in the future, preparing, guns, training. Like, this is all it was. And for it to be like, oh shit, I think he's tripping more off of the fact that he didn't believe her than the fact that he's sitting in front of a robot. Like, oh shit, she was right. All this time, living tissue over a metal endoskeleton.
And he
Cyberdyne Systems Model 101, living tissue over a metal endoskeleton.
Great line in this too, where he says, he's like, I was sent back to protect you, and he goes, by who? He goes, or who sent you? And he goes, you did. You did. I love that. It's just a great, like, there's so much, like, I can't even understand or even tolerate even 3 or 4 minutes of the garbage that are the sequels that came after this movie.
Oh man!
But these were smart, great movies, and I forget what part it's in. Jericho, you probably remember, or Gabe, you probably remember too, is where he says, you know, she was something like she was telling the truth and no one believed her, not even me. Like that whole thing about his mom. You know,
Yeah.
And
Right.
you just go, dang, man. You know, there's some good stuff in this.
Yeah,
man, of course.
that's great
And
writing.
back, if you go to the one back before this when they're in the alley, this
Right.
kid, John Connor, is painfully 90s. The hair, the
Oh,
t-shirt
yeah.
underneath, the
I
flannel.
had that exact T-shirt,
Yeah.
Public Enemy,
Public
with
Enemy,
the
man, yeah.
sniper scope on it.
Yeah,
I had
the
that
jeans,
exact T-shirt.
all that shit. This
Yeah.
kid is painfully 90s the way he talks. Eat
Right.
me. You know, this is the era of this is Bart Simpson. Cowabunga, eat my shorts, man.
Eat my shorts, man.
This was
Don't have a
this
cow.
is the era of that. 1991. This is the zenith for the Simpsons, I think. Yeah, they're still around.
Yeah.
But in the late 80s, early 90s, dude, I remember during my 5th grade Secret Santa, I got a Bart Simpson doll. Like Bart Simpson, the Simpsons were everything. So this kid was like real life Bart Simpson. He was rude to the authority, you know, cowabunga, man, all the shit, the sayings that he teaches them. This kid is the 90s. Yes, a kid in the 90s. How do you want to dress?
Public Enemy, 80s purple rain shirt. That's what it was, man. I mean, as a kid, you had the purple rain T-shirt over the members only jacket, and then here you had the kind of like army jacket over the Public Enemy shirt. That's basically what it was.
And then the
John,
scene after,
John taking a shot at Public Enemy. There were more Public Enemy shirts than fans. I like Public Enemy. I think Bring the Noise is great. I think 911 is a joke is great. I think they have some good songs.
Don't Believe the Hype.
Right.
What is it? Can't Trust It.
Right.
That was another good one.
Fantastic.
But yeah, I think Public Enemy, he's probably right. I think there were definitely more T-shirts than fans, but Public Enemy was pretty damn huge.
They were getting a cut of those shirts, I'm hoping, so it doesn't
I
matter
hope
to
so
them.
too. If they work that contract right. But and then after this, they get into that blue. You know, not only on the motorcycle scene here, after they stop in the hospital, like you're going to be seeing a lot of blue coming up here.
Right. And you noticed with our evil Terminator, what do we get? We get our orange, and that's going to keep coming back with him. Fire, fire, fire. It's always with this guy, you know. And eventually, you get a lot of blue with Arnold. You get a lot of orange with the evil guy, and eventually, you might just meld the two colors.
What?
And that's a really great way to do a color script in a movie. They do that in a lot of movies. The Shining does that with blue and red. You have blue when it's normal, red when it's evil, and blah, 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 and by the end, you're like combining them and stuff. It's fascinating when you look at the psychology of that stuff. Anyway, they're taking off. They're talking more. He's telling him some stuff, and they decide to call his parents. And
do you have a quarter? Do you have a quarter?
Oh,
and he just knocks the bottom of the fucking phone out. That is what you call a pay phone. Before we all had, you know, high-powered processors in our pocket, you had to find a cell phone or a pay phone if you weren't at home or in a building. And he's like, "You got a quarter?" Smashes the bottom, all the coins come out. He takes a quarter and calls the house. He's, you know, checking in because he just told him, you know, that hey, if he copies your parents, if he finds your parents, they're dead. Right. So he's like, you know, let's call and check on them. And this is where we have so he talks to her first and she's being super nice. "Oh, John, honey, where are you? If you hurry home, we can sit down and have dinner." And he's like, "What the fuck?"
Right.
She's not this nice. Right. Yeah, she's always a bitch to him. And she's never that nice. So she's all June Cleaver and shit on the phone. And while he's talking to her, the dad, Todd, he's in the background. "Man, tell that dog to shut up. Shut up, you worthless piece of shit." Like he's telling the dog to shut up because the dog's going nuts. It's a callback to the first one when
the dogs don't like the Terminators.
Yeah, the dogs sniff out the Terminators. That's why they always had dogs at the entrance. They're always with dogs. They could sniff out the Terminators. And so he takes the phone from him. He's like, "What's your dog's name?" "Max." He's like, "Hey," and then again, like the first one, when he acted like Sarah Connor's mom and did her perfect copy of her voice, and he talks like him. Like, "Hey, what's wrong with Wolfie? I hear him. He's making a bunch of noise." "Oh, Wolfie's fine, honey. Don't worry about Wolfie. Wolfie's okay." She says Wolfie like 3 times. So he knows she's full of shit. And he hangs up the phone. "Your parents have been terminated." Wait, what? And then,
his bedside manner was something desired.
Yeah, Todd won't shut the fuck up. Todd is like, "Man, fucking dog." And so that's when she takes her arm, or him, I guess, takes his arm, and it turns into and you just see this, and it pans over, and you see Todd's ass right through his low-fat a half gallon of milk and his mouth through the back of his head into the damn cabinet.
Yeah, it's a
I
real
mean,
injustice. He's sitting there with the low-fat milk, trying to stay trim, trying to take care of his health. It's kind of ironic, you know?
yeah, he should have shut his freaking trap. But he was acting like an asshole, so he went ahead and put that damn
Yeah.
blade. That's
None the
probably a
miser
3-foot
said
blade.
the anti-dairy messaging is a little over the top here. Yeah.
Yeah,
If they
back
made
then,
this
Arnold
I love
now,
butter.
if they made this now, would that be a half gallon of soy milk or oat milk or almond milk or what would that
Actually,
be?
it's called beverage because almonds and oats, they don't have breasts and they can't produce
Oh,
milk.
that's right.
So
They
actually,
can't.
it's
They're
like almond
birthing
beverage.
oats.
They're not chest feeding creatures. So
Yeah, actually,
Yeah.
they don't. So it'd be called a beverage, actually. But
Yeah.
yeah,
you looked
Arnold.
at at Trader Joe's, didn't you?
Oh, dude, it's so fucking disgusting.
Dude.
Oh, so disgusting.
Well, like
Just
when
an
she's
aggressive vegan.
when she's talking to the dude, though, what I love about it is she goes, or when she is talking to Arnold, the Terminator's talking to Arnold, goes, "Wolfie's fine, dear," and then pulls a totally dead expression. "Where are you?" And you're just like, "Oh man," you know. And you knew it when the arm flicked out. And you heard that sound.
Yeah.
But I just love how he goes. He just looks at me and goes, "Your foster parents are dead," and you're like, oh,
wait, what? Dude, they're dead. And
done.
and the sound, and you get this in a couple scenes too. The same sound when she pulls the knife from his head, you hear like this wet, like pulling out of flesh sound. It's not just shing that usually. It's like some weird, gross, fleshy sound, like pulling a knife out of some flesh. It's pretty gross. But yeah, he's like, your parents are dead. Your foster parents are dead.
Yeah,
And it would be liquid estrogen.
Half gallon of liquid estrogen.
We made this movie now in 2022. The guy's a huge pussy. It's liquid estrogen. All the guys around
Zach
here.
Galifianakis.
Yeah.
So they cut back to the psycho ward hospital, Pescadero Institution, where Sarah Connor's there. They're showing her photos. This is from the 1984 siege of the police station.
Yeah.
You know, these are shots from
Still
that
nobody believes her.
Right. They're like, these photos right here, these aren't real. You're crazy. You got scrambled eggs in your head. That's right. Well, it'd be funny if he was like an old-timey guy from like the 30s or the 20s.
Yeah, see? Yeah. You're going to tell us about this fella who killed all those police officers, see? Yeah. We lost 17 cops that night, men with families, see? And you're sitting here quiet, you dizzy dame.
Dizzy dame.
Smacks her a couple times. Yeah, it's the 40s. We can do that, see?
Now, don't make me get rough with you, sister.
Don't make me get rough with this, sister. Show me your gams.
So they meet up in the parking lot. They're doing more talking about I think about the future and stuff like that. But John starts telling him he wants to go save his mom, right?
Yeah.
That's what they start talking about here. And Arnold's like, no, we can't do that. The other Terminator's gonna go over there looking for your mom, looking for you. Like, that's dangerous. I gotta defend you from him. And this is where he finds out he can order Arnold around.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
More blue,
Right.
blue.
So yeah, we got that blue for Arnold again, blue for the for this Terminator. And they get into a little talk. There's some guys like a block away, and just to be a little brat, because he calls those guys over and says that Arnold's harassing him or whatever.
Yeah,
then,
he says he's gonna leave, and Arnold grabs him, and he says,
Right.
he's like, "What are you doing? Get off me! What are you doing? What are you doing?" And he goes, "Help! Help! This guy won't let me go! Help!" And these two muscle-bound young dudes, they're like, 10, 20 yards away, like a payphone or something. I think the payphone they were just using, or some kind of shack or something. Help! Help! And so, like good guys who hear a little kid yelling, "This guy won't let me go! Help me!" They come over to help this little shit. And so on their way over, he says, "Let me go!" And he falls and he goes, "Why'd you do that?" "Because you told me to." He's like, "Oh, you have to do what I say." That's one of my mission parameters. And then those two guys come over. He's like, "Hey, what's going on, man?" He's all, "Beat it." What do you say? He goes, "Beat it, dickwad," or some shit like that. He's all, and the guy goes, "Man," the other guy, the black dude goes, "Man, let's get out of here." The guy who's trying to grab Arnold around the neck. "Man, let's get out of here." He's like, "No, fuck you, you little dipshit." Which was cool because that's what I would have said. You call me over here to help you, you little fucker, and then you tell
That's
me.
the thing about Jericho. You guys don't know. He is not afraid to fight children. I've seen him.
Oh yeah, I prefer to fight children.
Curb stomped.
Much easier. And
Undefeated against kids, by the way.
yeah, I don't like to toot my own horn, but yeah, once you grab them by the ankles and get to spinning them, then it's easy. So he goes, "Fuck you, you little dipshit." He goes, "Dipshit? Did you call moi a dipshit?" And before this, he tells him, "Stand on one leg." So he backs him and he's like, "Hey, put your leg down." That's some of the, you didn't see this kind of funny shit And the first one, he's like, hey, put your leg down. And he puts his leg down and he goes, you call Ma a dipshit? He's all, grab this guy. I can't believe this douchebag. And he grabs the dude by his hair and picks, this guy's got to be 250 pounds, picks him up off the ground by his hair. And he's screaming, ah! And then that's when his buddy comes up behind him. He grabs the guy's hand and like breaks his fingers and then pulls out his gun and is about to blow this dude's brains out on the car. He goes, what are you doing? He takes the gun from him. He looks around. He's like, what are you doing? You can't do that. He's like, you were going to kill that guy. Of course, I'm a Terminator. And like, he's going to blow that dude's brains out right there. No problem.
Dude.
Of course, I'm a Terminator.
This was the quick explanation of the difference between like a teenager mentality when you get your power and you get your adult strength and an adult mentality. He realizes that in 5 seconds. That just because he has the ability to order this thing around, he could have killed 2 people. And it's a shift in his character. And I will say this. I was actually shocked because I didn't know that a black guy and a white guy could be friends before it was legalized, I think, in 2020. I'm not sure. It might still be illegal. But you watch these movies, and you're just kind of like going, wow, when you just cast good actors, you by happenstance happen to get like people who are different. It's a crazy phenomenon. And I think people have lost that. Do you know what I mean? Like I think people have lost that understanding because I got to be honest, it's you all I remember thinking is because until you pointed that out, I go, yeah, like these 2 jocks, because I remembered him calling him you jock douchebag. Yeah. So I thought, oh, these 2 guys are coming out of the gym, these 2 jocks, and then one of his friends gets grabbed. Didn't even think about them as characters, although they now look painfully like they're the 80s that slid into the 90s a bit, but we're not going to go there. We're not going to judge their journey, fashion-wise. But you see this kind of thing, and all I thought of is, again, he was going to kill that guy. Like, he's a guy. Like, who couldn't relate to that guy on the hood with a Terminator? That's like every person in Terminator 1 in that situation. It's like, God.
Yeah, except there's no little kid to come save you. That dude, Terminator 1, that guy was shot straight up.
Do you think they let a white guy point a gun at a black guy nowadays?
No, the black guy would point the gun at him and be like, see, how does it feel? Because of the systemic racism, blah, 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 shoot him. That's what I say.
All right. So he tells him, hey, you can't go around killing people. And that's a good thing for the story because we want to root for the Terminator. We need him to be a good guy.
Yeah, he just, why?
That's true. Yeah, why?
You just can't, man. Okay.
He's all, swear to me.
Established here is a rule. He says, like, I order you not to kill people. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So
he's all, repeat after me. I swear I will not kill anyone. I swear I will not kill anyone.
Right.
And then, he takes his gun, puts it in his waistband, rig style, and they take off to the Pescadero Mental Hospital to go save old Sarah Connor.
That dude's so terrifying.
Oh.
So you talk about there's no break in character for this dude. You don't catch a glimpse at the end of the scene.
He's still making that face to this day,
Yes, he is.
So Robert, come on, dude. I get it.
I was at Comic-Con and I saw him at Comic-Con. He was signing autographs, and I was getting in the elevator to go up to the 3rd floor, and he was about to miss the elevator, and he just started like running right at it. You know what I mean? I don't think he breathed the whole time.
Put his metal hands through the doors and pulled them apart.
Yeah, like, what the?
Now we'll get to that. That's a callback to Aliens. That thing right there. Same director, right? So
scary stuff.
Creepy RoboCop. No. I guess he is a robot cop, but he goes into the mental hospital because he's here to find this lady. Now, what we've all been waiting for stretchy pants pervert over here.
You motherfucker.
He is the kind of guy that would just announce that, hey, I'm not a pervert. He would start a sentence that way.
Yeah, he was poured into that shirt. That thing was cut off of him like an EMT. They had to cut that damn shirt off of him at the end of that scene. But this rotten son of a bitch.
Right. Oh, and I forgot to tell you guys earlier, when they tackled her earlier for beating up what's his face, she did steal a paperclip, right? That happened earlier. Right.
Well, no, she slid where she jumped across the table. That was one, and then a second one. The second time they're in there and they're talking to her. That's when that cop was showing her the pictures. We know this guy's connected. We know you know something. And while they're talking, he's like, he was telling, he's like, look, man, she's getting, less and less connected to reality, blah, blah, blah. So they're not paying attention to her. Then you got creepy ass Doug standing in the corner behind her, licking his fucking chops. And so that's when she reaches over and takes a paper clip and sticks it in her hand. So this is the next scene where she's getting restrained. Like her hands are restrained. He's about to put this Velcro thing across her chest. Like she's strapped in. So he figures it's safe to take my tongue and lick the side of her fucking face while she's catatonic.
I would never do this. I don't know that I know anyone that would, but I do feel like if you did this, you wouldn't do this on a whim. You know what I'd do on a whim? I'd buy a waffle cone in a flavor I've never tried before. I'd do that on a whim.
But put some cheese on it. Yeah, I'll try that.
This is who you are. If you do this, you've been doing this. This is why you applied for this job. What a bastard. I kind of wish this wasn't in the movie, but the writer, director, everyone, they make up for showing us this later. They do make up.
Yeah, I wish they could have taken it to the ultimate level for this guy, but this is, I think this is where they got the character idea for Kill Bill, Buck. My name's Buck. I came to fuck that guy because they're the same level of filthy, disgusting demon. And she sits there like a champ. She don't make a noise. She don't flinch or nothing. She lets Douglas get his lick on. And then, when he leaves, and when he leaving, he like scoots her bed, like pushes her bed and slides across the floor. And when he leaves, that's when she snaps back into it. So she actually put the paper clip in her mouth, and so she spits it by her hand, and then she makes a little thing, the classic piece of metal. Give me something that's like a paper clip. Let me straighten that shit out, and I can pick a lock. So she gets her restraints undone, and then this is where shit starts to go bad for old Douglas, which is great. I wish it would have went worse for him.
So T-1000 got himself in the. Oh, go ahead, Sean. Sorry.
No, sorry. I just found I found Douglas's Twitter. Apparently, he says he's a male feminist.
Let's see. Oh.
No. Sorry.
That makes sense. That's what he looks like. Right. He looks like he would wear a pussy hat.
Wait a minute. Are you telling me that male feminists are doing that to get closer to women because they have nefarious ideas?
They have vans.
Shocked, I tell you. Shocked.
Yes. Yeah, and T-1000, he shows up. And of course, being that he's a cop, I'm sure that was part of his plan. He gets access to all these places. And this lady, she's working at the desk. He shows up. She says, "Oh, you're late. Your friends have been in there for an hour already. I'll buzz you in." And she turns around and he's gone. And these are all the, the psychiatrists and the police and shit. And it looks like they're security. That's the portly gentleman in the front. He's part of their security. And a lot of twin work in this movie, by the way.
Yeah.
And so they're coming out, and she turns around and be like, "Oh, hey, I'll let you in." And then
he's not there.
He's disappeared.
The portly officer goes over. I like the line here. It's very natural. It's something you would say with a coworker. Those light, meaningless banter jokes you tell at work?
Yeah.
He's getting a coffee, and he says, "Hey, Barb, you want a coffee?" She's like, "A beer would be better." And they both have a chuckle. And to me, it's corny, but damn, that's authentic.
Yeah, that's real.
That's the kind of stupid ass joke you tell in the break room to that person you sort of know at work, but you don't really know them.
Yeah.
You just make the small talk. And this, again, the special effects, the writing, the creepiness here, that's where he's been hiding because nobody could find him after he came in and asked if he could get through and see Sarah Connor. So he was the floor, guys, because remember, he could transform. And you see a face form in the top, and then it just starts to go up. And and these two are real life twin brothers. I read that online. So and it's true because I read it online.
Everything's true online.
Right. So he mimics this guy, and he says, "Hey, you got something in your eye there.
Hey, let me get it for you there, jerk off." So yeah, he turns on the guy, looks at him like, "What the fuck? I'm looking at myself." Like he's blown away, and then he just puts his finger up. And as he's raising his finger up like this, he's just looking at his finger like, "Oh shit, what's going to happen?" Not thinking that finger is going to turn into a 24-inch spike. And he puts it right through his left eye. And then like he's sitting, he drops his coffee, and he's like shaking. He's dying, like, and he shakes, and then he pulls his finger out again. That same like, creepy, mushy sound. And he pulls his finger out, and homeboy just drops to the floor dead. And then he takes his gun, and I think that's when was that the part where they go back to the front gate? Yeah. And, he goes, "Must be my lucky day." No,
right,
not at all, not at all, sir. And then I think and so he comes back in, And you could tell before he was all jovial and hey, want a cup of coffee? All nice, but now he's fucking not a nice guy anymore. Now he's the liquid Terminator. Now he's trying to look human. Now he's trying to look enough like this guy so he can walk past
He
him.
walks in this room, he's all, I'm not a pervert.
That's what I mean. He walks in this room. It's kind of, how you doing, Todd? Definitely not a robot.
Exactly.
I'll tell you what I'm not doing. I'm not impersonating your real friend, Bob. I'll tell you that.
There are no drugs in this trunk, officer.
I'm not, and there's no way I'm headed to kill Sarah Connor.
So here we go. Here we go. We get a nice payoff here. Remember our little friend, Dirty Doug, the liquor?
Yep.
Well, seems like karma came fast for this guy. Sarah has picked her lock. She is lying in wait.
Yep.
And little Douglas, he's doing something in the janitor's closet. Something perverted, I'm sure, because that's all this guy does with those butt huggers he wears.
Well, he probably got cancer from those pants. He got testicular cancer. The pants are so tight. But he showed they add another layer of asshole to Douglas. Not only is he a deviant pervert, he's an asshole. Because when he leaves her room, he takes his nightstick out and starts tapping on the doors of the residents as he's walking down the hall. Just a piece of shit. You know they're trying to rest. It's at night.
Just to wake them up. They're already mentally ill patients.
Yeah. Just
so their sleep. Some of their sleep could be distorted already. And then he's like, "Hey, wake up, fuck face!" Just banging on the door. Shit.
Hey, wake up, asshole! Just a piece of shit, right?
When she decides to alter his face with the mop, I don't mind. I endorse.
No, not at all. I wish she would have got his nightstick and did that, like I said.
That's a great picture right there, by the way.
When you see him checking the janitor's closet, she set him up. She left it cracked because she knows he's walking around checking. He's going to notice anything that's off. So she left it cracked a little bit. He goes in there, pushes the door open with his nightstick and has his flashlight. And then he shines the light down and sees that there's a mop sticking out of the bucket, but 75% of the handle's been broken off. And then he turns around, and that's when she comes out of the door across the hallway from behind him and just fucking Babe Ruth the bridge of his nose.
Hey,
boom!
Remember,
baseball swing.
He licked her as she was tied to the bed, and Mr. E with the great joke here, he takes his licks.
That's right.
Hey, you give a lick, you better take one, asshole.
Yeah, she gives him a few right across the fucking kisser.
Barry Bonds this dude's face. Oh, boom! Knocks him down and then gives him another 2-piece across his cheekbone when he's laying on the ground. She fucking nails his ass.
Yeah.
I wish she would have done more, but yeah, she takes his keys.
This isn't like 1988, 89 Barry Bonds. This is steroided to the gills 1998, 1999.
Even bigger than he's ever been in his 40s.
This is 77 home runs into the bay.
Dude. And not just barely over the fence, not barely up to the upper deck. I'm talking smashing balls over the park into the fucking bay. Like people would be out there in kayaks waiting to catch his home run balls sitting in the water. He was smashing them that far. That's what she did to Douglas's face, and he deserved it. I wish she would have took that mop handle and stuck it up his ass when she was done, but I guess she had other things to do.
Whoa!
She should have grabbed that nightstick and holstered that broom handle. That's what she should have done.
Yeah, just keister that shit. But yeah, she smashes Doug up pretty good. Thankfully, he gets what he deserves, and then she drags him into the closet. And I can't remember the exact stat, but dead weight is like an extra, I think it's an extra 40 pounds per 100. So if you weigh 100 pounds, dead weight, if you were unconscious, would be 280. So it's an extra 40 pounds per 100. So what do you think Doug's at? 250?
Oh,
maybe close to 3. So she's dragging, 400 pounds or something. What? No,
400 pounds of shit in white pants.
Hey, boy, you ever drag a 400 pound dog shit? So she drags his punk ass across the hall where she was hiding from and stashes Doug in there. And then right here, she's grabbing his keys so she can get all access.
I always liked, though, how when she dragged his ass, because his face is all busted up, his body was wiping up the blood as she drug him. I freaking love that, man.
Clean up after yourself, you
Seriously.
Clean up your blood, you prick, you. So she stashes him, slides the mop handle in the corner, and then grabs his nightstick. And the way she's running down the hall, she's almost bouncing like a deer almost. She's like running and jumping. She's hyped. She knows that I gotta get the fuck out of here. They're gonna have the reinforcements coming. I gotta go. So she hits the ground running after she smashes old piece of shit Doug in his face.
Right. So she's got the keys and she's on her way to freedom. But this mofo's lurking, you know?
Mm-hmm. What a lurker.
Right. She busts into another office, messes up this dude, and she's a savage. She gets
sticks him.
Cleaner.
She sticks that guy that she knocks into the room, that orderly. She sticks him in the ass with a needle.
Right.
Because later on, like they go back past this room and he's like out of it trying to pick himself up. So she stuck him in the ass with something, and then she gets homeboy. Is his arm broken at this point?
Yeah, she smacks it with a nightstick and he's like, "You broke my arm."
Oh yeah. The arm has so and so many bones. You'll be fine. And then she's holding.
She goes, "The human body has this many bones. That's just one."
Yeah, fucking.
What if he was all stupid? He's all, well, actually, it's two. It's the radius.
To be honest with you, Sarah,
the radius and the ona. So like you're wrong. And so she keeps him pinned up against the desk with her knee. Like his arm's broken, but she has him pinned up against the desk with her knee because she needs both hands to stick it in this bottle of liquid rooter and fill it up with some blue shit. And then she sticks it in his neck. She doesn't push the plunger, but she gets it ready. She sticks it in his neck.
Yeah.
And then tells him, she's all, "There's no way, Sarah. We're not opening the door." She's all, "You better open it up. Well, he'll be dead. He'll be dead before he hits the floor. I'll pump him full of this shit." And he's like, "Come on, Sarah." She's like, "You guys are already dead. You know I believe it." And he goes, "Open the door." He's like, "Oh yeah, that's right. She does believe that shit." He's like, "Open the door."
Right. Arumafay for $5. Thank you, Arumafay. Very generous. The scream in the hallway when Sarah sees the Terminator is awesome. She doesn't know that Arnie is a good guy. Now, Arnold, we'll get to it, but you're here to save Sarah. You've already saved her son. You've been shot in the back. Other people are saying bad things about you. Were you hurt when she screamed like that at you in the hallway? Did that hurt your robo heart?
Actually, is this a safe space for my feelings? I was hurt. Even though it's in the script and it's a movie, I was like, that really hurt. It hurt me.
Did you feel like you just weren't wanted, like you should leave? Like she hated you?
I did for like a minute, but then James was like, "Cut, Arnie, it's the movie." I was like, "Oh yeah, it's just the movie. I'm not hurt."
I'm glad that was resolved. Yeah, I felt bad when I heard about that, but I didn't want to ask you. I'm always asking you so much stuff, and I'm really glad you're open about stuff with me. I appreciate that a lot.
Yeah, my life is an open book. Talk to me.
I swear, dude, you need to have a hotline. People can call, whenever they need the comfort of Heinrich Schwarzenegger.
What's wrong with you? Talk to me. You're safe here.
We talk about classic moments in movies. This one right here. I swear I will not kill anyone.
Poor bastard.
Right.
And then walks up. And by the way, knees. I'd rather take one in the head.
Both of them? They got him in both of his knees. Damn.
The second is really unnecessary if you think about it.
Damn. I think you would have got his compliance with 145 to the kneecap.
Oh.
I think he would have been open to your demands after that.
Can you imagine, what little would be left of a leg if you really shot it?
Yeah, I mean, look, a 45 is like an obese 9mm. It's short, fat, a lot of kinetic energy, and from 6 feet away, that dude doesn't have any more kneecaps. His thigh just meets with his shin because his kneecaps are no longer an issue. And that poor guy, damn man, he shot both of them.
This guy's here, in 1991, making $8.75 an hour, being the night watchman. Dude. He should be retired. I think he has gray hair. His wife's at home making him some Lipton chicken noodle soup because he's going to be home in 2 hours. And it's late. They're old. They should be in bed. And this motherfucker gets capped in the leg by this smart ass robot. What a night, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, Plush for $5. Sorry, Sean, I'll let you go right after this. Sarah getting back at that creep Doug tidy whitey pants reminds me of that scene of that Kill Bill scene. Yeah. By the way, Gabe tweeted you some very amateur art. Okay, I will take a look. Thank you, Plush 5.
Excellent.
Yeah. Buck.
Go.
Buck. He got it real good in Kill Bill. That was great. He got the Achilles tendon. That thing got sliced, and then she slammed his head in the door. Yeah,
it's like nice. You never realize how much things hurt. I remember somebody saying to me one time, they go, what does the pinky toe even really do? And I go, well, break it sometime. You'll
Oh,
see
sweet
how important
Jesus.
it is.
I remember in high school,
You're not moving, man.
I was running late for school and I was making up my bed because my mom was bitching at me about don't leave unless you make up your bed. So I'm in a hurry. I'm running around my bed.
You're
and
not
I don't
even
have
my mom.
Oh,
Todd,
shit. I wouldn't have made it to school that day.
They
My
would
mom
have had
would
a
call the school
ceremony.
and
They would have named the football field after you when you died.
Yeah,
You know?
Jericho's
My mom
fine. Jericho's
my mom
just
would've
fine.
called
Jericho Green Memorial Field at Roosevelt High or whatever.
and my mom would be there fucking dabbing her tears away as they do the ribbon cutting.
He's smart enough to be
My mom would have taken my spirit out of me if I said that. But I remember going around my bed and I didn't have any socks or shoes on yet. And I just fucking blew my pinky apart on that little white
God,
wheel.
that's awful.
The black metal that comes to the white wheel.
That nylon wheel.
Holy shit. I was like, Jesus, take me now. I'm done on earth.
Yeah,
Take
foot
me.
pain is bad. I've never broken a bone in my body ever, but one that hurt me so bad. I gotta zoom in to show you a diagram. I was stepping towards a concrete step. This is my foot now, and my nail caught the front of the step.
There you go.
That. So my pointer toe, the second toe, the nail just opened like a soda can. The nail just came off of that because it scraped off on a concrete step. It took 6 months to fully grow back and heal. And I was in my bathroom and I turned around and opened the door. And when the bottom of the door swung, caught that nail and just popped it off again.
Oh.
Right when it was fully back to normal size.
Don't do it.
And it hurt so bad the second time, I couldn't sleep that night. My foot just felt
just throbbing. Oh yeah,
throbbing all night.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
All bad, man. I don't think I've never broken a bone, but if I have, it was definitely my pinky toe because that shit was just. It was
so we have the standoff, as you were saying earlier. She's got the liquid, the Drano, whatever, in his neck. So they let her go. This guy tries to tackle her, but it doesn't work for him. She's going down the hallway, and think about how frantic. You ever play tag with someone or something, and it's frantic, but it's not scary. But now imagine real danger. How scary it would be to be running down the hall, unlock a door, go through the door, and then lock the door. That's what she keeps doing.
Oh man, yeah.
Away from them. The frantic pace of that would be so freaky to have to go through.
Yeah, and now it would be a key card. Be a real beat, real easy, but those were keys, man. And then when they're chasing her, the guy's like, find the key, get the key. He's getting his keys and shit, trying to get through the door, and then she gets through the second door, and then she breaks the key in the lock to slow him down. And they were like, it broke off, and then let's go around. And then Dr. Silberman with the broken arm, he's sweating and shit, running with them and stuff. And they're like, let's go around. He's like, oh fuck. So they got to turn around and go around.
He looks like a bag of shit by this point, Dr. Silverman. He's all sweaty and shaky, and his arm's broken. He's probably been poisoned by the Drano.
A little bit of that Drano got in there. A little bit.
Yeah, I mean, dude,
he's dead. His plate is full. Dr. Silverman's plate is full right now.
Right.
Yeah. And so, this is where perfect. Again, just like the first one, kind of shooting him up so he looks huge and big. And the blue, again, perfect. The white light you mentioned. And then she comes around the corner and she's looking for a way. There's no way out. She's looking, and the elevator door's open. So she runs to the elevator and he steps out. And she doesn't just freeze, she slips, stopping her momentum. She slips and falls. And she's like, no, and turns around and tries to run. And I mean, it was a no, but it was, I don't have time to sit here, jaw agape to see this fucking Terminator, this murderous Terminator again.
And she's screaming to everyone there that he's going to kill all of them. When she runs down the hallway, that guy that's grabbing her feet there, he's the first one to come around the corner to get her. And he straight up hits her like Champ Bailey in the playoffs in 2009. He literally takes her out the knees, and she face plants right into the linoleum. And then another guy flies in, and they're just grabbing her, and the Terminator's slowly coming down the hall. And she's screaming to all of them, he's going to kill everybody.
He'll kill us all. He'll kill us all. And then and he tells him save her or something. He goes, wait here.
Oh, that.
And he goes over and just grabs that black dude and throws his ass. Just think, those are metal bars and they look kind of thick. Those bars look robust. Those look like they're about a half-inch thick of just straight metal. Imagine the force it would take to put a human body into those bars and to bend them like that. And to break the glass and bend the chain link fence that's in there too. So that dude's no longer a threat. He picks his ass up and throws, and he's grabbing him by the collar of his shirt and just whipping these fools through the air. And then the next guy he grabs and throws him through a glass door, and he's like bent over the frame of the door. But
and
my
then
favorite one,
the lady, he just palms her face and shoves
I
her.
mean,
even the Terminator knows that women aren't as strong as men. Because she hits him in the face with her cast. She has a cast on her
glasses.
arm. She hits him in the face and breaks his glasses. All he does is takes her face and pushes her, and she goes sliding across the floor. But my favorite one is this hillbilly looking guy. He looks like some rockabilly dude. His hair,
the mustache.
Yeah, dude. He grabs him and just throws him into a fucking concrete post.
Right.
And I mean, holy hell, he was.
And that sound was a unpleasant sound, I must say. If you
you know, it was somebody like the Foley artist was like hitting a side of beef with a baseball bat. Like it was just,
dude,
a real.
I'm gonna tell you, this goes back again. I don't know what the probability is that anyone affiliated with this movie will ever see this. But if they do at some point, or their kids in the distant future, let me just say this. The stunt work in this was amazing. Yeah. Everybody who did stunts in this movie. There is something visceral about seeing that guy go through the glass door and hang over that guy going into the glass window that you do not get with CGI. No. You do not get with, we'll put the glass in post. Because, you know, someone had to build that. I mean, because it's not the metal. You know what I mean? It's something softer to give the effect. I mean, it still hurts like hell, I bet. I'm sure it's an experience. But you just think about they lay it all on the line for these action movies, and it's such an incredible art form. I mean, really, God bless these guys. Incredible work.
Tamier with the joke we had earlier. I forgot who said it earlier, but I love this joke. It's such an obvious joke, and I never heard it before. It's brilliant, though.
It's like you can't see the tree for the forest.
Right. Now, it is interesting.
Or the forest for the trees. Yeah.
Right. It is interesting that the one female guard, the Terminator, knows to be gentler and shove her.
Yeah, right? But if that was a guy, he would have thrown her ass into a fucking wall, too.
Yeah, no.
He's like, you're a lady. You have a vagina.
There was a time when the Terminator wasn't gentle with women, and you learned the hard way you had to be gentle with the ladies, right, Mr. Terminator? What was that like? What was the moment when you knew, I can't treat the ladies the way I treat the fellas?
Actually, I do treat the ladies the hard way. But in this movie here, like I grabbed them, I could tell, all my neuron processes and the pressure. I grabbed them and I'm like, you're a guy. I throw you into this. When I grab her, you're a lady, you're small, you're frail, you have tits and a vagina, I won't hurt you. And I just slither across the floor.
Right. Okay. All right. So it's context sensitive.
You can see they dubbed it out though, right? Because you can see that he mouthed, "Call me," and then chucked it out.
Call me. I wish you were.
He shoved her to the ground. She's like, "What an animal!" Does more with that skin drum.
No, I told her, I whispered to her, "I wish you were a frumpy Mexican housekeeper," and I pushed her across the floor. That's what I'm into now.
Got to change it up.
Let me know. Call me if you have any frumpy Mexican friends. And I push her. Remember, they have to be frumpy. That's what I told her.
Oh my gosh.
Nobody knows where Jericho's from anymore. Nobody knows. He's from somewhere in South Jersey / Germany. He's an Austrian South Jersey French bouillabaisse making from the bayou. We don't know. We don't know where
everywhere.
So Terminator gets rid of the orderlies and everybody, but one guy's
sure
coming
did.
and you get a great special effect. Again, you guys that weren't around at the time and knowing the context of this movie, it won the Oscar for the special effects. And I feel like this movie, Star Wars in 1977 and Avatar in 2009, those are lines of demarcation of where special effects changed. And obviously going back into I'm sure there's stuff that I'm unaware of. I don't know everything about movies, obviously, but something in the 50s or the 30s. And King Kong was huge for stop motion and all that. But those three movies are in the modern age that I can identify. Star Wars, this, Avatar 2009, where the game has changed. And I wonder what the next one will be because I don't think anything has changed since Avatar. It's gotten a little better, but it's basically the same. Yeah. But him to morph through these bars, like a middle school kid could do this effect now. You know what I mean? But at the time, we were blown away seeing something like that. It was just amazing to watch him melt his metal face right through the bars. It was crazy to see.
And then, but not the gun. Yep. Like the gun got stuck for a second. And again, proving that if you're not involved in the situation, they won't bother you. Dr. Silberman, he's been standing there the whole time with a cap to the needle, the syringe in his mouth, because they were going to stick Sarah Connor with a sedative when she was like, they'll kill us all, they'll kill us all. He was about to stick her with a sedative. And then that's when Arnold started grabbing and tossing orderlies into stationary objects. But he didn't do anything. He wasn't an aggressor. He wasn't holding Sarah Connor. He wasn't doing anything. So he just walked right past him. And he's sitting there looking at him like, holy shit. And then he looks over at this guy and he, melts through bars. And then the cap, another funny part, the cap just like falls out of his mouth because he's like, holy shit, mouth the gate. And then he gets through the bars and then it's on. And then it's bam, 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 bam. And the gun, it didn't have like that Warner Brothers Lethal Weapon sound. It almost sounded like it was pew, 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 like it was a suppressor on it or something, but it didn't.
Right.
But the sound, even I noticed that. I remember watching it for the first time. The gun sound effect was different. But he just starts unloading. He just starts unloading, trying to get John Connor, and then it's the same. Arnold's like, he's almost trying to make himself bigger and wider to block both of them as they're running into the elevator, and he takes, multiple rounds to the back, and then they hop in the elevator, and then that's when his metal arms come through like a blade like that, and then it melts and comes back and splits into two arms so he can open it up. So that's another cool thing, showing how his body could just take all of these different shapes, and then that's that 12 gauge point blank to the face that splits his head.
And the thing about this, it's your same director as Aliens, right, Cameron?
Yeah.
And then remember the alien attacking their armored personnel carrier, and it sticks its face through the door, and they shoot it. I thought this was so similar to that, in like in what's going on here in the layout of what's happening is that they're getting away in something with the door. He's coming through, and they blast him right in the face, just like in Aliens. I don't know if that was intentional or not. We did have one thing really quick, Mr. Terminator. We'll get right back to the scene here. Frumpy, not Dumpy, or do I need clarification? Will you accept either or no?
I don't care. I prefer Frumpy, but if to take Dumpy, I'll do that too.
Okay. All right.
Everybody gets an equal chance here.
I thought so. I just wanted to ask to make sure. But there you go, John. Frumpy or Dumpy, it's kind of all the same in the dark,
I prefer the Frump, but I take the Dump.
I'm telling you, man. And one of the cooler things too in this scene that I really liked was how Arnold was shooting and moving to anticipate where things could come through. She's trying to assist him, and then she gets one of those sharp blades right through her shoulder.
Yeah, right on the shoulder.
Really got a sense.
Right. Yeah, you can see
there
the
was
slash
danger.
there slightly. I think she got slashed.
Yeah, she just got hit there because he's got to stitch her up later.
And the scene where he takes the shotgun blast to the face and his head is blasted open. Like you can see for a second, each eye is still blinking, even though they're separate from each other. And you think this is pretty catastrophic. I know you're liquid metal and stuff, but he just blew your head apart. But it comes right together and it seals right back up. And you're like, oh man, this shit is really unstoppable. We saw you take the body shots, but one to the face, and you're still going. And yeah, look at the intensity. Like, I mean, she nailed that shit.
Coiled spring of like her. You want to talk about being made of metal? These Terminators, look at her, the muscles, the deltoid, the triceps, the forearms, all of it, and the intensity in the face. You're right. She is acting her ass off in this. I believe her as like a psychotic woman. And wow, a strong female. What an interesting concept.
Yep.
Interesting.
And she, and right before they come out, and they come out of the elevator into the parking garage downstairs. But it does one of two like soft serve yogurt liquid metal Terminator through the roof, like it almost looks like a poop.
That's right.
Like comes through the hole and he's like a blob, and then he takes back his human form. And that scene where she's pointing the gun, that 45, very nice 1911. I'm not sure if that's a Kimber or not, but that thing's beautiful. But there's a cop coming towards him, and she says, stop the vehicle, show me your hands or something. And then boom, she puts a round through the window. Right now, that's what she's saying right there. Right now. And that cop was like, oh shit. Like, she's getting that warning shot. The next one's going through your face.
Right.
And he hops in, and dick move by the Terminator, by Arnold. The guy's getting out of the car, but I guess he was still feeling the slamming people into stationary objects. He grabs a dude out of the car and throws him into a fucking concrete pillar behind him. I'm like, damn, dude, he was getting out.
Yeah.
But hey, whatever. You're
wasn't
my
fast enough. Hey,
yeah,
with Arnie,
move quicker.
With Arnie, you got to move fast. That's what he always says, man.
And when that guy wakes up and they reconstruct his face, he'll know that. I got to move quicker next time when dealing with Arnold. Life lesson.
Right. So they escape Pescadero mental institution. You get a great chase scene. This mofo again with the amazing running and looking over his eyebrows at you, and he grows these big claws, sticks them in the car, and he's climbing up into the car.
Yeah, crazy.
I caught a great one here, taking a picture, bashing into the window, and it's reminiscent of Terminator 1, where Arnold is on the hood of the car in the alley with Reese and Sarah, and Arnold punches through the window. Remember, and he's grabbing Sarah Connor's clothes and he's stretching them out. And so you get a similar one here where he's reaching into the car. Arnold climbs out. He tells Sarah to take over driving. Fa-bam! Shoots him off the back of the car. It's nice.
Yeah, he blasts one of his little metal arms and breaks it, and then he gives him another one to the chest, I think, and he falls off. But he's still running. Still hasn't given up. And then John Connor's going to take that little metal hook in there and throw it on the ground. And then here's another cool first thing we're seeing in this movie.
Right.
He walks back up to the metal, and it just, as he gets closer, just melts and absorbs right back into his body, and then that's it.
So you have a neat way of learning his powers. Plus 5 for 2. Thank you. Her transformation from T1, Beauty and the Beast, nuts. Yeah, she's got a lot of range. This lady. She's got a lot of range.
Yeah, totally different from the first one.
Right.
I mean, like, yeah, she is intense from the word go. In this one, not the timid, I don't understand what's going on. Oh, she understands now in the second one, and she's all business.
Right. I love this comment here. The pacing of this movie is superb. Yes. This is a little bit like the new Mad Max Fury Road, where this movie's going, and it's going, this movie. I remember watching Mad Max Fury Road and, like, feeling tired after I left the movie theater. Like, whoa, that was a 2-hour chase scene. And this movie is kind of, there's respite. There's a few points where we stop. But this movie is just like going with these awesome vehicle chases over and over again. So, yeah.
Well, 20 minutes in, they had the shootout in the mall. So, yeah, this movie gets going pretty quick.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he thinks that she's trying to hug him right there, which was a great bit of character. She's like, John, come here. And he leans in to hug her with this big smile, and she's feeling him to see if he's injured.
Yeah, see if he has any bullet holes or anything.
Yeah, and he's like, I'm fine. And then the Terminator sees him in the rearview mirror and goes, what's wrong? He's like, nothing, man.
What's wrong with your eyes?
Right.
Yeah.
And she tells him, she's like,
it was stupid to go to the hospital.
Yeah.
You're too important.
You can't endanger yourself.
I went there for you. He's even more than me. So the mission's what's more important. Don't come for me or nothing. Keep yourself safe. But as that child, that unconditional, undying love, no matter how many times you put him down or how many times you lie to him or beat him down, that love that kids just have for their parents, and no matter how many times she tells him, leave me alone, let me die, you're more important, that's his mom. He'll never listen to her. He'll always come to try to save her.
Right. So this dude ends up, he walks back towards the mental hospital because he can't catch Arnold in the game, and he goes up to this guy and goes, that's a nice bike.
Hey, that's a nice bike.
I feel sorry for that guy.
Sorry.
He's like, where'd you get it from? The Galleria?
God, he scares the hell out of me, man.
And then I must have missed it if they mentioned it, but they pull into like this mechanic shop / gas station, and it seems like it's a secret hideout. Is this a hideout of Sarah Connor's or something? Because why are they able to go in here? I don't know.
No, it's just a garage, a mechanic shop. He just opens it. He breaks the lock. You can hear the lock break on it. It's just somewhere to fucking hide out.
Right.
Yeah, they don't go to her people until later when they're in the desert and shit. But no, it's just a car garage that they find to hide out in. And she's taking all of the rounds that he took, all the 9mm rounds he took to his back. She's just pulling them out. And he's casually telling her, she's like, what the fuck? Last time I saw you, when we last met, we were having some beef. So what's up with you? So he's explaining to her, this is what's been going on. And what a mind fuck for her to be helping the person that killed her baby daddy and was doing his damnedest to kill her. There were 17 cops in that building, in the first one. So yeah, what a trip that is. And now we got to kind of let bygones be bygones.
Hey, we don't make mistakes,
Well, in the deleted footage, that's how he greets her for the first time when he comes out of the elevator. Hey, come on, bring it in here.
Then.
Yeah, I was, T800s. You know how we do.
So they're gonna get this car rolling, and he breaks the ignition to make it work, Arnold, and then the kid John Connor flips the sunshade down, and the keys are in there. The old movie cliche. I've never seen that in real life. Keys in a
Never.
sunscreen, but it's in every movie for whatever reason. And he tells Arnold, basically, you got to get smarter. You got to get more like us. You got to start thinking more like a person. And that's the thing that's going to start to develop more and more between them. He's already taught him, you can't kill this or that. He's going to teach him some phrases and stuff. But they're going to do the old National Lampoon's Family Vacation in the station wagon, and they're headed out to the I guess this would be Riverside County, right? I don't know if you guys have ever spent any time out there. I've been out there plenty on my way to Las Vegas. It is something to behold.
It's like driving. I drove to Pahrump, Nevada last year, and that's about 45 minutes outside of Vegas. A lot of tumbleweeds, a lot of old trailers, a lot of spray painted structures, not a lot of stores or places, to go, things to do. Very, surface of the moon, like driving through that part of the country.
Yeah, it's something. Real quick, Sixer Iverson 04. Gabe, always watching your live stream every Wednesday with Jericho, Green, and Shanth. While I watch Tuesday night's main event on Tuesday on the Geeks and Gamers channel featuring Ripa, Jeremy, Ryan, Krista, and Steph. That's awesome, man. I like those guys a lot. I got to meet a few of them out in Vegas this last August. Nerdrotic had a party at a bar restaurant in Vegas. So I just drove from my home and I spent the night by myself in Vegas, hung out with them. It was really nice to meet them in person. So yeah, Ryan Cannell, those guys, those are some pretty cool people. Sounds awesome, man.
Hey, they better be cool to drive to Las Vegas in August.
Right. Well, people I know from YouTube, and I wanted to finally meet them, and it's like, it's 4 hours from my house. I guess I can.
No, I mean in August it's like 472 degrees.
Yes.
In Las Vegas at night.
Right. Yeah.
Vegas is smoking in August.
It is something. It is something. So they're headed out to east of LA, out into the desert, and this is where he's telling Arnold, because Arnold says something in it, but he's like affirmative or something like that, right? And he's like, come on, man, you can't talk like that. You got to be like, I don't know, eat my shorts, man, or hasta la vista, baby, or eat me. And he's teaching him all this kind of Bart Simpson-y insult slang.
Yeah. And he's like, if you really want to shine him on, you say, hasta la vista, baby. Hasta la vista, baby. And that comes back. Yeah. But this, again, if you're looking at this through the prism of watching the first Terminator, this is all like, what? This is not the Terminator that we know. He's not a fun-loving road trip. Teach me about all the things you guys talk about now. What are you saying? That ain't none of that shit. He didn't hardly talk. All he said in the first one was, Sarah Connor, I'll be back. That's all he said. So in this one, he's like, hasta la vista, and, all this stuff, douchebag, and all this shit. He's humanized. So for us, not only Sarah Connor, but for us too as the audience, we're getting used to this kinder, gentler, Arnold, this T-800, because this ain't the one we saw 7 years before this in 1984.
Right. So they pull over to get some gas, and I think the car might be overheating, and they're going to put some antifreeze in it or something like that. He's doing something in the hood, Arnold, to fix it. But you guys notice the name of this rest stop gas station in the California desert? And what is this a nod to?
The wrestler?
There was a wrestler called Cactus Jack, but wasn't there a character in Running Man or one of Arnold's other movies called Cactus Jack? I'm almost certain there was.
I don't know, because that Running Man was what, 87?
I think so. I think there was. I'm almost certain Running Man had Cactus Jack.
It was definitely before this. What a shitty movie that was.
That's brought to you by your cocaine alleged cocaine friend Stephen King. He
used to be called Sub-Zero. Now he's Plain Zero.
That is one of the worst lines
in
the history of movies.
What did you just say? Oh, how many layers?
It feels like Arnold forgot his line. He used to be called Sub-Zero. Now he's Plain Zero.
But no one would dare say that to him on the set in 1987. This was Arnold Schwarzenegger. Do you want to work again? Then you keep your mouth shut. Let that Austrian freak say whatever he wants to.
Right.
Did I get the line there? Yeah, great, Arnold. Loved it, babe. On to the next scene.
The director tells everyone, hey, you have to laugh when he says that line.
Plain Zero. I was thinking about that was in the makeup chair.
Sean,
and I'm like,
Sean, he's going to hit his line, Sean, on this one. Now, when he hits it, you have to laugh. Okay, ready? action.
I know exactly. He's
And
just
then
kind of like
Sub-Zero
going,
dies. And then
I can do it all. I'm like Priya. I'm like, just like doing all this.
I do comedy, I do action drama. I make you laugh. I make you cry.
Are you a triple
And then you
threat?
got that great kind of, to me, it sort of, it hits me a little bit different like these days, because I think there's just this inherent, like, well, I guess I should say that he corrects it a little bit, but it's like we're not going to make it, are we? It's in your nature to destroy yourselves. And I always thought, like, I mean, I know they go and adjust that, as the meaning goes on in the movie, but it does seem to be like there is this this interesting, almost inescapable, fatalistic view of humanity that sometimes gets put out there. But it's usually out there, and sometimes you have movies like this, and I think that is why Miles Dyson is so important in this movie, because he is the counteracting of that. Do you know what I mean? That it's in our nature to actually, try to save one another, even strangers. You know what I mean? So it's an interesting flick, man. It's more complicated than that simple line, but it's
Right.
Because in his search for making life easier for people, making life better, he was creating something that was going to kill everyone.
Right. So so they leave the gas station after they have a little talk about humanity, him and John, and then they get in the car again, and now he's telling Sarah the whole story, how it happens, when Skynut becomes self-aware. Did I just say Skynut?
Skynet.
well, hey, listen,
Skynut.
Mile High, baby.
Now, when a man and woman
Skynet.
listen, when a man and woman love each other, and the man is really good at jumping,
He's going to do what's called a Skynet.
Look at that hang time.
I'll be over here. You get over there. Here comes Skynet. No,
I believe I
Skynet.
can fly. Oh.
Wait a minute. What do you want from me? It's Skynet or Skynut? I don't know where to go from here.
Oh my god.
Skynut. Well, okay.
Oh,
Yeah, that's another. That's your other live stream.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, that's after this show
Join me on Thursday nights for Skynet.
with Beaver and the Gooch.
Join me in the gooch for Skynet.
Don't you hate those fucking morning zoo radio programs with the horrible names?
Oh, dude,
In San
you call
Diego,
that
we had three.
the
They were called
pukey.
Dave, Shelley, and Chainsaw.
The-
Rock 105.
That's the pukey morning radio voice.
It's
8:45, 45 past the hour. Join me, Sandy,
we got
and
a
Rock,
sick alert on the 5.
and join Silly Dan on the street. Some clown horn.
I'm out here asking people at the fair, how big is your Whopper? Like, it's just like some dumbass question.
Hey, real funny, guys.
You know who asks stupid questions like that is Steve Harvey when he hosts the Family Feud. He's always name 5 things you can't fit in your mouth. And then he's like shocked when they give him a dirty answer or something like that.
Dick. What's dick, Steve?
yeah, exactly.
What the
Name
hell?
a word that rhymes with Dolores. It's like,
Yeah.
Oh,
Jeez
God.
Louise.
I like this D Sky.
Hey, make sure you guys are here tomorrow morning at 8:30 to get your tickets to Skynut.
Starring Jennifer Lawrence and The Rock.
For a family 4-pack to see Skynut, can you answer the question of the day?
Bring
It's
a
the phrase
smile.
that pays on Rock 105.
And now, 15 minutes of commercial-free rock, starting with Skynut.
Oh,
That's our band. We're gonna start a band.
the real reason why Lois got with soups, that's Skynut.
Hey, you guys are new on the scene. What's your band name? You hear that, guys? Skynut.
Don't look up. It's Skynut.
No, that's what you're supposed to do. You look up for that Skynut.
You know what comes after Skynut? Those space nuts. That's got to be even worse.
That's right.
Hey, what's on your fucking dress? You know, I went to the Skynut concert.
Uh,
Skynut. That's just Skynut.
oh my
Oh Lord.
Why are you acting like that? It's Skynet.
1998 is when Skynet became self-aware.
Yo,
Hey guys,
move
I'll
back.
declare the rest of the show
Move
is called
back.
Skynet.
Everybody stand clear. I'm about to Skynet.
With his frumpy Latina maid.
Bring that grumpy Latino over here and clear out.
I'm like, you're pushing me to Chris Farley now.
Get down! Get down! It's a Skynet.
Somebody come over here and help me clean up this Skynet.
That's why you have a maid. The maid has
I got
to
it.
clean up.
I know it's her fault that this Skynet. It got everywhere.
Oh no, I think Dub Subversion ended the Skynet with this horrible one here. Skynet, stick around.
Later we're gonna have a bunch of Skynet stick around.
We are almost in the ditch. You know, the wheels are still on the highway.
Hey, they're wobbling. They're wobbling.
Yeah, we gotta pull out, guys. We gotta pull out of this.
Hey, that's the problem with Skynet. How it gets everywhere because you pull out.
Dude, I'm telling you, man. We're the Porsche in Commando. That's basically the vehicle we're in right now, man.
Good times. Nothing but
Good times.
Someone's onto us here. Jonathan Rossing knows. I see why you guys keep picking Arnold movies. Is it not obvious?
I get it.
It is
my
Arnold's November until the end of the year.
That's right.
Anyway,
November starting in April.
that's our November ends, December 31st, and then our November 2 starts on January 1st. Just so you guys know, that's the schedule.
So you're up to our production schedule. That's what we're doing.
Oh, yes. Hold on. Okay, we have to end the Skynet joke. It's going too far. Skynet, the next parody. Okay, we have crossed over into lunacy now.
Skynet.
Okay. All right. So anyway, somehow they've made it out into the middle of the desert, and they've come to see.
Done.
I'm gonna focus. I'm gonna get through this. Damn it. We have to do it. We have to stop Skynet.
Come on.
Before his reign of terror.
Do you really want Skynet everywhere?
Okay, everybody
Reel
calm
it
down.
back in. Reel it back in.
All right, they pull into this just like bombed out trailer park something.
Dusty. This is what that strip of California looks like.
Right.
This is what it looks like on the way to Nevada from California. Is that right there?
I drove through a city called Boron in the desert of California. Do you know why it's called Boron? Because the only thing there was a boron mine. I'm not kidding. There were just big things to dig boron out of the earth. I don't even know what they do with boron.
Sir, wait. We haven't named the town yet. Well, what do they fucking grow here? What do they have here? Boron? Yeah, call it that.
I feel like they could have worked harder on that name.
Yeah, what do we got here? Boron, name it.
Look at this. Shed's cab is off.
Yeah, I'm back. I'm telling you guys.
Come on.
I'm pretty sure
Don't let Skynet win.
You're just gonna see me like, taxidermied in the corner, like Norman Bates' mother for future shows.
Well, I said
my
Skynet
God.
and I heard it. I'm like, did I just say Skynet?
Did I just?
Did I just say Skynet?
So much Skynet. Gross. I can't even sit down. It's like Skynet.
Oh my God.
Well,
Ew.
that's how the lore gets started with Beaver and the Gooch weekend. So they're walking around this like it's a place where people live, but just barely. It's got a busted helicopter in the front yard, satellite dishes, trailers, school buses. She's walking around looking, and this dude pops out with a shotgun. It looks like
That's a really nice shotgun for those kind of surroundings. So that's where you kind of know, hey,
right?
What's up here? That shotgun don't look like it belongs here. And we come to find out they got more than that. But these are her peoples. These are her amigos. And what's funny is, so he has the shotgun on her, meaning he does not recognize her. And the shotgun is pointed at her. right there.
Right.
But her back is turned, so she spins around with a 45 in her hand, and he doesn't shoot her. I thought that was weird.
Yeah, that's the
if
thing.
you're in your
with
front
all
yard,
movies, though. In all movies, people point guns at each other and nobody shoots.
Dude,
I feel like in real life, if someone is pointing a gun at someone and the other person starts to raise theirs, it's over.
Yeah,
but in movies,
you spin around.
They always point and talk to each other. Hey, man, you better not even try that. Blah, blah. Like, really? You're going to talk to someone?
Then don't pull your gun out. Leave your gun where it is unless you're going to shoot it. Once you point it at somebody, the trigger needs to be pulled. She spins around with the 45, and he does not blow her all over the front yard of that place. If I come out in my front yard with my shotgun pointed at you, and you spin around with a gun in your hand, come on.
Yeah.
Case closed. Yeah, but
But anyway, they embrace their old friends.
Hey.
Orale! They start speaking a lot of Spanish. Everybody. Even little Johnny Connor, he speaks Spanish.
But it's all like Spanish 1 level Spanish. ¿Cómo estás? Ven aquí. That kind of shit. Like,
¿Dónde está la mercado? ¿Dónde está el autobus?
Autobus.
Yeah.
¿Dónde está el baño?
Right.
¿Qué hora es?
Yo quiero un bebida. Yo quiero un Coca-Cola.
Coca-Cola. Oh, yeah. So, yeah, it's real, like, low-level Spanish shit.
Right.
But yeah,
they have a quick little reunion. Everyone looks around. And there's a funny thing I didn't get a shot of. Arnold picks up this little Mexican kid in overalls, and he just, like, picks him up and looks at him. And then just puts him down.
Yeah,
and then he pulls these chains on this big piece of plywood or this big sheet metal something, because she's not here for a Mexican family reunion. Oh no, she's here for an entirely different reason that includes lots and lots of weapons that are awesome. So Arnold opens up the treasure trove. Oh, the gun porn is amazing in this.
Yeah, ARs, M16s, AK-47s, RPG. It was an M134 General Electric minigun, just like from Predator.
Right.
There's all kinds of shit. MREs, meals ready to eat, or as we call them in the Navy, meals rejected by Ethiopians. It's that, field shit that gives you constipation in the Army and the Marines.
I ordered some MREs off the internet just because I was curious what they tasted like. And I ate one. It wasn't bad. It wasn't good. It was just interesting. But I can imagine eating that for 2-3 days. You would not want to have any more of those.
Yeah,
right?
Plus, you're going to be backed up. You ain't taking no shit.
What Mr. Terminator? Do you get backed up ever? Like you're a synthetic human, but do you ever got to hit the Robo prune juice or anything? Or
not really. I don't really eat anything. The only thing I eat is vagina.
Oh,
it doesn't really have. Like, there's no nutritional value in the vagina.
Okay, well, sorry I asked, but go on.
Only if it's frumpy.
No, don't say frumpy with that. Oh.
Frumpy vagina.
No.
Frumpy Latina vagina housekeeper.
Okay. Well, everybody has their preferences.
Yeah.
So I think we should get back to guns, though. I'm more comfortable talking about that right now, Mr. Terminator. But thank you for always being an.
We're not far enough along into this movie where I can guarantee my survival at this point. I just want you guys to know this. I'm looking at the clock and I'm looking at where I'm at laughter wise.
Sean, just do your best.
And I think this is it for me.
All we can ask is for you to do your best.
We're gonna drag you.
I will give the last full measure here, man. It's happening. It's going.
All right, so what we get here is a pretty awesome scene of a little bit of armoring up and stuff. Mm-hmm. We go into the car here, and they're fixing something and talking, and more father son, and I think this is part we asked him, why do you guys cry? Why do human beings cry? And he tries, and John's trying to explain to the Terminator, it's like when something hurts, when something's bad, and he's like, physical pain. It's like, no, and he can't really explain it because he's a kid, Mm-hmm. And then they have some fun here, and they're talking, and he's teaching them how to high five and down low and up high and down low too slow, and they're really bonding. And mom is watching, and she's like, wow, all these men, and it takes a robot basically to be like the first father figure he's ever had or whatever.
Yeah, who won't hurt him and beat him and come home drunk and
right.
I was thinking for a second, of course, as a kid, you don't see that. You just think, man, what a terrible upbringing this kid had. But then as a parent, I think to myself, well, you're kind of a piece of shit for putting him around men who beat him and, you know, what the fuck? Like,
Yeah, these men that just randomly showed up in your apartment, huh?
yeah, punch him in his face and shit. I mean, I get it. She's like he said later, or either before or after this, that she wanted guys around him that could teach him how to fight and were tough and all this kind of shit. But you know, it's like still, I'm thinking like now, like, well, why would you keep putting him around? You can't find any nice guys who could teach him shit.
In an insane world, this vibrator is the only sane choice.
Yeah, dude, I'm like, what the fuck, man?
Like,
So like,
come on, man.
Shame on you, Sarah Connor.
So she's looking at her boy and the robot kind of bonding. She's carving into the table and she's watching the Mexican family. They're laughing and spinning that little boy in the air.
That's the baby he picked up.
Right. And she falls asleep and she's having this dream. She's going up to this fence. She sees herself in that yard in that pink dress, kind of in the center, right by the kid that's running to the left of it, between her elbow and the kid. Sees herself playing with children there. It's her twin sister in real life, is what someone in the chat said. I didn't know that.
It's Sarah Connor from the first movie before she met Kyle Reese.
Yeah, with the different haircut,
Oblivious.
more wavy.
Yeah, what a cool view from that park.
And for those of you that have been to LA, the building that her hand is touching just to the right of it, that's the it was called at one point, I believe, the US Bank building. It's an iconic building in the LA skyline. You could see it from a million miles away. So that's LA. And she tells them to get out of there, but they don't.
She's yelling. Yeah, they can't hear though.
Right. And this is
she kind of does.
Telling the therapist this is the same dream every night.
Yeah.
And the children look like they're made of paper and ashes. And boy, howdy, this is a graphic dream. Of the nuclear
but the other Sarah Connor who's in the park or the playground with her son, she does kind of hear because she stops almost like, what did you hear that? Like she heard something. And then or what was it? Maybe I don't know, was that the bomb coming or what? But she heard something. Something got her attention. Right. But it's a little too late because both Sarah Connors are about to die.
Is that accurate there? I mean, I'm willing to believe it. It's in the chat. The chat is usually accurate. Captain Torres says that's her dress from T1. I'd love to know that.
Ooh, the pink.
Yeah, that was her waitress outfit.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, that's her waitress outfit from the first one.
Good eye, Captain.
And then also seeing her laughing, you know, she's kind, she's normal. That's no longer the Sarah Connor that's outside of that fence. You know, that's a totally different Sarah Connor. I don't think she's laughed. She don't laugh at all in this movie. And then the nuclear, and I love nuclear blast footage, like the real stuff, the real nuclear. I'd love to see them detonating nuclear bombs and the destruction of it. But yeah, it goes off, the flash of the bright light, which in reality would probably blind you, and then that force of everything, you know, everything within a certain radius is evaporated with a real nuke, just like this. As people are completely evaporated, then it sucks everything back up and drops it back down on the ground. Nukes are fucking crazy.
Yeah. So, Mr. Terminator, you say you think the nuke footage is fascinating. Do you think the Skynet footage is that scarier than the nuke footage? Which one is more like scary to a Terminator like yourself?
Actually, if I'm being honest with you, I think the Skynet footage is worse because there's so much more of it. Like it's everywhere. Like the nuclear, the mushroom cloud and everything destroyed and burned. But the Skynet, it's like dripping of, it got everywhere. The chandelier, me, you, the furniture. Much worse.
Okay. I thought that, but I was unsure. I thought I would ask. Thank you again. It's an open book. He's an open book. You know, it's fantastic.
I tell you everything you want to know about Skynet. I tell you.
So anyway, she wakes from her nightmare. She takes off because it's time to go talk to Dyson. You know, you'll do this when you're parents, all of you. You will talk to your children through your teeth eventually.
Oh, man.
You won't open your teeth and you will talk to them.
If you love them, you will.
Yeah.
If you love them, you will. That's the we're in public, and I can't yell at your ass like I would at home.
I have a relative, I won't say who, when they were a little kid, in the middle of church, in the middle of sermon, they go, I don't want to go to the bathroom, to their mom and dad. And everyone in the church starts laughing.
Yeah, well, you think that's going to stop me? No, I'm definitely taking you back there. Now I'm under pressure. I got to beat you. You know, this right here, this is another dick move of her This is even more of a dick move than when she refused his affection in the car and was checking in for bullet holes and shit.
Yeah.
The uncle, the Mexican guy uncle, he's like, "Where's my mom going?" "Oh, well, she's gonna meet you there." Like, they didn't tell him that because they knew he would freak out, and so he's running, "Mom, mom," and she just gets in the car and fucking hits the gas. He's chasing after the car, and she just fucking peels out and takes off, like totally focused on her mission. No maternal instinct in her at all anymore. Pretty fucked up.
Double Brewski has to go. You're such a great contributor. Thank you for coming in, friend. We really appreciate you. Have a great night. I know it's getting late, and we got to make hay, boys. Somehow we're having fun, but man, we are taking our time with this.
Okay, let's go.
Let's go.
No rush. But I was looking at the clock. I'm like, oh my god, it's 3 hours.
No, let's read it.
And then the Terminator dies.
No,
sorry.
The end.
Skynet takes over.
We'll read it like the Micro Machine guy. That's how we'll do the last part of this.
Yeah. So they.
Oh shit.
So she gets to Dyson's house. And it's sad too. He's got a good family. He's a good kid.
It's like total all-American.
Yeah, his son's driving his remote control car through the house, and mom, put that thing away. I told you it's time for me. Come on, mom, a few more minutes. Driving the remote control car through the house, and it actually ends up saving his life.
That's right.
She puts the red dot on right in his back, and then she raises it up to the back of his head. And she's about to, and then the son's remote control car hits him in the foot, and he moves, looks down. The bullet ends up hitting his computer. He realizes, holy shit. And then so she flips it to automatic. When she's laying down, she got to put 50 rounds in that first mag or something like that, and then drops another one. And she stands up. She's spraying the whole inside of the house trying to kill him. And then she grabs a 45 long and goes in the house to finish him. And he's running through the house. She ends up shooting him in the shoulder.
Right.
And she, the classic, gonna pull the trigger, but thinks about it, has a change of heart, doesn't kill him. And the son, another tearjerker moment, the son jumps on top of him. "Leave my daddy alone. Don't shoot my daddy. Don't shoot my daddy. Don't hurt him." And then the Terminator comes in with John, and it was like, fucking, what are you doing? Come over here.
It's a hard scene, especially as family, man. It's a hard scene with the kids and the
dad. The kid's very scared, and the wife
this
too.
Isn't a bad guy. He's just a scientist trying to freaking take his family on vacation once a year. He's not trying to do anything. He doesn't realize.
An amazing little kid for his son. The don't shoot my daddy or don't hurt my daddy. I was like, I'm like, woman, listen. I know you're trying to stop the apocalypse. You do this, we're done. I mean, that was so sad. And that in the oh my god, we talked about him, but I often think that sometimes you have to pay attention to the actors who have just a few minutes of dialogue. His wife, when she's going through I don't know if I run to him because he's like, go, and there's like heavy fire, and she's like, Miles. I was like, go. I mean, everybody delivered.
Yeah.
And I gotta say, it's that's part of what builds. Getting to know his family is part of what builds to the tragedy. You know what I mean? And his sacrifice. That's what he's. In a way, he's sacrificing for them to have a future. But it just makes it all the more heartbreaking, man. He's a damn good actor. I know we say this, but Speed, like, give me something he hasn't delivered in.
Yeah,
right. It's a small role, but it's potent. It's very potent, this role,
And once he realizes what needs to be done, he's totally on board for it. Because I don't care whatever it takes. Is that we can't let that happen. Right. Period.
And the way they convince Dyson that they're not lunatics and that Arnold really is from the future and he's a robot and all this nonsense that these home invaders told him is he opens up his arm and shows him these metal under there. So
look at that. You thought it was flesh and bone and all that. No, it's just metal under there.
And what's underneath the metal, though, Mr. Terminator? If we cut into the metal, is there more flesh inside of that?
No, I think it's just one layer of the skin on top, and then it's metal with more metal on top of more metal.
I see.
No roids?
No, those are all in the buttocks in my ass cheek. That's why I put all the steroids in the air.
All right.
And again, this is practical effects. He has his arm off to the side. How good were these? And I want to say this too, because this is a big thing. When digital started to come in, it really affected him when he worked on Jurassic Park, not getting the credit he felt he deserved. But Stan Winston, when people don't understand, is as great as the digital effects were in this, when you see the T-1000's head split in half, when you see the T-800's walking, when you see when you see him with the cut down his center, all of that stuff that doesn't look digital and photoshopped was done with practical effects.
Yeah.
You know, Stan Winston, his contributions to this were incredible.
amazing. It's amazing. Yeah. Best special effects guy in Hollywood history, right?
I mean, it's him and Rick Baker for me, and Rob Bottin. Those three are the Mount Rushmore of effects for that.
Yeah, Rick Baker's got a great Instagram. He does a lot of makeup on himself for fun.
Oil painting, family Halloween. He's great.
Very cool stuff. So they have the talk with him. They tell him what they got to do. And like the heroic man he is, he's in. He's going to go to Skynet or Cyberdyne Systems and going to destroy all the Terminator arm, the computer chip. They're going to destroy all the files, all the stuff. They're going to blow up the building. They're going to put a stop to this before it even happens, which is a mind bender. So here they go on the way to Cyberdyne. Love that shot. I don't know why I love that. I love the lighting in that shot.
Beautiful.
Again, that blue with the white rim light is amazing in this.
Yeah, so he's telling, oh, it's my family from out of town. They're coming to check out my work. He's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, this is the white half.
Go over that well.
Yeah.
This guy, let's be clear. This guy, hats off to him, was not born yesterday. He's like, he
didn't fall for it.
But I will say this is that this is such a weird thing to describe, right? Because it's just, I know it sounds like whatever, it's just acting. He's still, even though he's trying to cover it up, he looks like a man trying to cover up the fact he was recently shot. Do you guys know what I'm talking about?
Right.
In this scene, he's the sweatiness of his face and the way he's got his arm. You can totally tell he's performing like, you know, he's performing like a guy. I feel like we're getting into some Robert Downey shit. He's performing as a guy who's who's been shot. It's outstanding, man.
Yeah.
He's great in this.
Yeah, because he doesn't like when the blood is when you can see the blood. It's almost like it's easier to act like you're shot because you can see the blood. It almost helps you.
Mm-hmm.
But for him to be like that, no blood or anything, and still have to act and look like he's hurt. Yeah, the dude's awesome. And they end up taking the guard's gun, of course, because he didn't believe their story, and take his gun, lay down on the ground, all that shit. And then they go upstairs, and then that's when they're getting into the secret areas where they have all the chips and the robot arms and shit, where they're gonna set up the massive amount of explosives they brought with them.
Cordite or something they brought. But they can't get into certain things because someone pushed the alarm button. So he can't get in. So now if we go all the way back to with the redheaded mullet kid and the ATM machine.
That's right.
That's right. He's got his little keyboard and his little the Centronics and all that. He's going to plug it in, and he's going to hack into this thing where the key is, so they can get to the Terminator hand and get to the Terminator chip. In the meantime, Arnold opens up the lab with a grenade launcher.
That'll work.
And after they went into the underground thing with the Mexican people in the desert, I love that he's wearing a bandolier filled with grenades on it. It's a great look.
Don't get shot.
And another great look he has too is since he ripped the skin off of his left arm, he has a black glove and like a black sleeve basically covering it the rest of the movie, because it's not like he put the skin back on it. So the bandolier there, that's fantastic.
Yeah, that's great.
They
and that's what
that arm and put it in the fridge.
Hey, save this for later.
They're putting all the barrels.
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
Putting all the barrels of I don't know, diesel fuel or something, gasoline.
Yeah,
something
barrels, all kinds of shit. They got explosives and C4, and they're just putting everything all over the place. And so they got to put in their gas mask because, of course, the police are going to start shooting tear gas in there.
Well, when he says when he blows up this door, you see the smoke coming down, that steam. He says halon or whatever, and that's to replace the oxygen in the room so the fire starves. But human beings can't breathe that; they'll die. Yeah. So he gets. They'll suffocate because there's not enough oxygen in the room. So he grabs them those masks. Yeah, and they start setting up. And look who shows up.
Some bit.
And he's got a little bit of flame in his eye. He shows up at the Dyson house looking for Mr. Dyson, but he's just a little bit
more flames.
Right.
More flames, right there in the trash can. More orange.
Right. So the cops show up at the Cyberdyne / Skynet office because you know, they obviously got the emergency call when the guy
Cyber.
Jericho's like, I feel like it's like one of those horror movies where the person's just trying to get out and the person just keeps stabbing. That's what Jericho's doing. That's my rib cage.
A cyber Skynut. There you go.
Sean's like, just trying to get to my family.
Skybernut.
Skynut does win in the end. Just
It
does win, yeah. I'm just
does.
just let myself go.
Blue ribbon.
So
I'll take second place.
The police are laying siege to Cyberdyne systems. While the good guys are in there trying to steal the Terminator parts and blow up all the hard drives and servers and just make sure none of this information survives. And the kid, he cracks the code, he gets the key, and we get to see and then so those yellow kegs or whatever, they're filled with explosive. I'm not sure what it is, but it ain't good. I'll tell you that. I'm not sure what it is.
It says flammable, so it's got to be some kind of fuel or
right,
kind of liquid, or because you can see it, and when they blow the building, you could see like gasoline or some kind of flammable liquid sprays on the cars below. So maybe that's what's in there. But yeah, some gunpowder or something volatile. But there's a lot of it. Shit.
Right.
It's like 55-gallon drums.
Arnold's like, we have to set up our Skynut bomb, So this is it right here.
And the Skynut bombs are huge. Every other barrel, one is explosive and one is Skynut.
Right. It's gonna
all
get
poor police out there
everywhere.
Fuck.
Everywhere. Like the end of Ghostbusters 2 when they blow up.
Yeah.
Or no, the first Ghostbusters where they blow up the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man.
Yeah,
everybody's
that's
covered
some
in
Orca stuff right
none,
there.
well,
Marshmallow,
none of the miser says on the Blu-ray, they said they were booyah bombs too.
Yeah, believe it.
So
Well,
that's a deadly combination. That's how my great uncle went. A combo of Skynut and booyah bomb took him out. My poor great uncle.
He should have known better, man.
Yeah,
Everybody knows that.
Yeah, he'd been warned. He just didn't care, man. That guy did. He lived by his own rules.
Yeah.
He said, "I ain't afraid of those Skynut." Those were his last words, actually.
See what happened to him, huh?
All of us, the younger kids, right? It's like, what Daddy talked about last night? Terminator 2, but don't watch that stream.
Don't watch
God's
that
sake, don't watch that stream.
It wasn't just Terminator 2.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so they're gonna blow this building up. Cops laying siege. Oh, we get the iconic.
Beautiful, man.
He goes out with the minigun, the General Electric. What's it called, Jericho? General Electric.
Yeah, M134 General Electric minigun.
I mean, this moment here is like the peak of Arnold's career. He's got a bandolier of grenades. He's got a minigun. He kicked a table through the window to move the glass out of the way. And then, but he swore not to kill. So he's shooting all around the cops. He's shooting their cars. He's shooting everything but the people. And they're all running scared. He lays out some smoke grenades on them afterwards. I love the sound of that. Thump. I love the sound of that.
Yeah, he hits a few of the cars with the grenade launchers. Then he does a scan, human casualty 0. I swear I will not kill anyone.
Now, I have a question about this. How is it 0.0? Would there ever be a scenario where your casualties were like 7.38 dead people?
Well, if you take out, maybe
3/8 of a dead person look like
that dude's
he's
knees.
on life
I
support.
think
He's on life support.
Okay.
That's
I needed
three-quarters of a person, and it says human casualties. I didn't say I wouldn't kill a bunch of animals and shit that might be out
True.
here.
That's right.
The police
After
canines,
Bambi's mother.
the police canines that were in the back seat. I didn't say anything about them, but human casualties 0.
0.0.
0.0, so none at all. No partials either. No one's even close to dead. And so another cool part, they all start shooting back at him. He walks back in there, and that's what they're doing, the 2-key turn to get
that's right.
it.
The 2 keys, like early in the movie, right?
Yeah, the 2-key turn to get it, the hand. He gets it, and he's like, his being a nerd, this is, very delicate equipment. He's like, where do I grab it? John Connor, of course, classic John Connor. Fuck you, man, cowabunga. He grabs them and just slams them on the ground and breaks the glass cases that they're in. And so then the SWAT, they come in, and then one of these SWAT guys, the one, I'll wait till I get to that part. He's another character actor who plays a SWAT guy in multiple movies. That guy right there with the bald head. He plays a SWAT guy, and I think he was a negotiator. Like he always plays a SWAT dude or a cop. But they're coming in, and he's just grabbing the detonator to give it to one of them. He's like, "Oh, here, the detonator," and he's like carrying it. But when they come in, they see him with the detonator, and they think he's about to blow the place. So they just start spraying his ass with their MP5s. Another classic trope from 80s and 90s action movies is the MP5, probably one of the most popular guns in the world. And they just start just tapping his ass with the MP5s. Right. He gets spun around. He takes, 10 shots. So he's about to check out.
I got a question for you from the audience, Mr. Terminator. Arnold, were you jealous of Jesse, the body, the brain, the Governor Ventura for getting the minigun in Predator? So you had to use it in T2. You talked to me about this. You said you didn't want to talk about this, but they're confronting you. So I think you should tell them what you told me.
Well, actually, in my movies, I don't like to be the one. I don't want anybody having anything bigger than me. So I told him, Jesse, when I do another Terminator movie, my gun will be bigger than your gun. And I had the people in props. I had them add an extra 6 inches to my minigun, so it was bigger than Jesse's minigun. So my gun wasn't that mini.
Your gun was a maxi gun, right?
Yeah, it was huge. Actually, they called it a Magnum minigun.
Wow. Did it use the special Skynut ammunition?
Yes, and the thing is, the Skynut was freeze dried, so you had to hurry, put the bullets in the gun, and shoot it before the Skynut started to melt inside the gun.
Okay, wow, that is a lot of information. I'm glad you had the gun, though. I'm glad that you didn't have to be embarrassed like you were in Predator. That's really.
Well, you asked me. I'm an open book. Remember?
You know what it is, Jericho? I'm sorry, man. This is what makes it so brilliant. You're Heinrich Schwarzenegger. This is the thing that makes it genius to me. Is the sincerity. It's just beautiful.
He's a very earnest fellow.
He's like, seriously, Arnold wishes he had your acting chops with his voice.
Dirk Kuhn for 20 euros. I
Pounds.
don't know what that is here in America. I
For euros, yes.
It's more than $20.
Thank you very much, friend. A cinema next to me is showing a restored classic once a month. It's even subtitled instead of dubbed, which is important to me. In 2 to 3 months, it'll be T2, and I just can't wait. That movie is incredible on the big screen. Oh, man, I am jealous. I would love to see it.
I've never seen it on the big screen.
You just reminded me. In San Diego on Coronado Island, that's North Island where the Navy SEALs and a lot of Navy stuff goes on there, a lot of training there. Did you ever go to North Island, Jericho? You ever been there?
No. Mm-mm.
Oh, I was in North Island with my wife for like a Christmas thing at the Coronado Hotel, one of the greatest hotels in America. But there was a movie theater nearby playing during Christmas season. I hope it's still playing It's a Wonderful Life. I've never seen that in the theater. So I'm going to look into that tonight. Thank you for reminding me of that. I need to look into that because it was 2 weeks ago I told myself to look into it and I forgot.
Yeah, we're going to watch that with the kids. I'd love to see that. I've never seen it on the big screen either.
Whatever you hear, I don't cry when the boy gets slapped in the ear. I don't know who told you that.
Oh, dude.
You didn't mean to hurt him. I know it was your bad ear. I know.
Oh, man.
Oh, man.
Susan, know you got the news about your son. I know you were sad.
Susan's pedals. Oh, man.
Yeah, when I watch that movie with my wife, every freaking time I flinch at that scene, man.
Yeah.
Oh, it's such a rough scene. But a brilliant movie.
Great movie.
Hail to the director.
Yeah,
great movie.
Absolute. So the heroes, they plant their bombs. They're going to go. Dyson's there. He's got the remote to set off the bombs, the Booyah bombs. But he gets got, guys. He gets got by the cops.
It sucks, man.
They got his ass. Oh, and real quick, speaking of It's a Wonderful Life, that's where my sign off that I do on all my videos. Hit that notification bell because every time it rings, a piece of shit left me cry. That's from It's a Wonderful Life because every time the bell rings, an angel gets his wings.
Right, you butched it up a little bit.
Yeah. Well, yeah,
it's beautiful because his film company, every time that opens, guys, that's why it says Liberty on my YouTube channel. At the end, it says Liberty Films. That was the name of his film company.
Yeah, my mom has
beautiful.
My mom has It's a Wonderful Life movie poster in one of the guest rooms at her house.
Class.
And, it has that big bell, right? It's very prominent too on the poster.
Dude, I tell you what, man, you the road to class with you started early, man. You had the good stuff.
Oh man, yeah, all the time.
Seriously, great
So,
lady.
The heroes sadly have to leave Dyson behind. He's all shut up. They got to
Yeah,
get
he ain't
out.
gonna
The
make
cops
it.
are coming, and the building's gonna go kablooey soon. Gonna be bouillabaisse everywhere.
Everywhere.
Hey, coming in hot, 50 gallons.
And
But,
there's that great shot right before this where they can't get to him and he can't get to them, and he looks over and he puts the detonator to his chest like, I got this. And you got to think where she went from trying to wax his ass to now, he's given the ultimate sacrifice. I mean, it's so, God, he is so good in this.
Because
When
he
you
knows.
see him, yeah. But when you see him in Speed, like, we got to watch that movie at some point. Like, talk about somebody who can just transform as an actor, as a character. He's the opposite of this guy in Speed. Every bit is fantastic.
And in this scene, he knows they told him and they showed him what's going to happen to the world. And so he's like, hey, at all costs, whatever, you guys get out of here. I got 10 bullets in my ass. I'm not going to make it. And even his breathing, like right before, where he's like, I mean, nailed it.
I don't know how much longer.
That SWAT guy, I don't know how much longer I can hold this. And that SWAT guy who says he's got a bomb, that guy, him right there, he's been a SWAT guy in every damn action movie for the last 30 years. I can't remember the guy's name. I think I had it here. But
he does.
The same guy. Yeah, his name's Dean Norris.
Oh,
SWAT
Dean
team
Norris
leader number one.
He's the main cop from Breaking Bad that's always after his own brother-in-law.
Yep.
That dude. He's always played that same role. I love it.
Yeah, he's in Lethal Weapon. He's one of the guys that's laughing at Mel Gibson in the thing, and he gets blown up. Yeah.
He's a cop in that movie too. And like I said, I could have swore he was in Negotiator. That's another SWAT heavy movie.
Yeah.
But great character actor.
Right. So he tells him he doesn't know how long he can hold this off the detonator. He's panting terribly. He's pretty much gone. He gives the cops a minute to get out because he's not a bad guy. He wants to do the right thing.
No, it's not.
Mm-hmm.
And the cops get out. Bouillabaisse everywhere. It was sky nuts like you couldn't believe.
But they said, well, we can't get out. We can't get out of here because there's cops everywhere. So he takes the tear gas gun and starts shooting the cops or first he kneecaps a bunch of SWAT guys.
Right.
Yep.
And then he takes the tear gas and starts hitting them with tear gas canisters and shit. And then right here, they're all at the end of the hallway and they just start spraying him.
Right.
And this is where, he gets some skin chipped away. You can see the metal underneath. And then that's when he starts kneecapping the cops so they can get out of there. And then he takes the tear gas and shoots a bunch of tear gas canisters outside to the police outside to drive them away. And he fucking goes by and starts taking their mask, some of the cops' mask off so they breathe in the tear gas. He hands them the tear gas gun. He's like, hold this. And then when the guy grabs the gun, he takes his mask off.
Doesn't he
let me tell
the
you,
guy with the tear gas round too? It's like,
he shoots like him in the back.
I thought, oh God, that's
good. Those things come out, man. Those are coming out with mean velocity on them. That shit would hurt.
Now, being in the military, Jericho, did they gas you in basic?
Yeah, in boot camp, you got to go through the tear gas chamber. So they take you in this big ass room. It's big enough to fit like 100 people. Because at that point in training, you have about 95, 100 people left in your division. So you all get in this room and you line up in ranks, and there's probably like 4 or 5 lines of people, and you're at attention. So you're looking ahead, but you can see the long line of people out of your peripheral. And they have a hot plate in the front of the room, and they take this big old tablet, like this big, it's huge, and they sit it on the hot plate, and it just starts billowing smoke like you've never seen before. It's just burning all this smoke. And so you're seeing the tear gas come through the ranks of people, and you have a gas mask on at this point. So explaining to you, you're going to take your gas mask off. You're going to say your name and your division and your hometown. So it's Seaman Recruit, whatever, Division 227. My hometown is Salinas, California. So you take your gas, and you think, what you're thinking is you're going to take it off, say that shit, and they're going to let you put it back on. No. You take that shit off, And if you're in the front row, your mask is off the whole time. All those other 95 people are saying their shit.
Oh,
So you're watching the gas just waft through the ranks, and it's thick. You ain't going to escape it. And so you take your mask off and you hold your breath as long as you can. And they start going down the line pointing at you. Seaman Recruit Green, Division 227, Salinas, California. And you're good. It don't burn while you're talking. But all that air you just expelled talking, you got to draw it back in so you can stay alive. So when you take that next breath in, that's when you turn on
How bad are we talking?
We're talking, you can't see. Your eyes are burning. All the fluids in your head are running. Tell you to hold your right hand on your chest like this to catch all the saliva and the snot and the tears. I'm talking crying profusely, snot running out of your face, your mouth pooling with saliva. Like you got to spit it out.
What about in your lungs? Does it burn into your lungs or just burns your...
I don't even remember.
Oh.
I don't even know what my lungs felt like. My face was on fire, and you're cleanly shaven because you have to shave all the time. So your face is on fire from the gas. I don't remember what it did to my lungs, but your face is on fire and all the fluids you have are running out of your face uncontrollably. And when you get outside, there's a big old like basketball court, kind of rectangular concrete shape. And you run around it like this and you put your arms out so the air blows all the gas out of your clothes. And when you get outside, you move your hand like this and you dump out all the juices that were in your hand because they don't want you spilling that shit on the floor. And then if you throw up, you got to go back in there and clean up your throw up in the room as the gas dissipates. And they don't like turn on some fan that just sucks it out. They just open the doors. So there's still gas in there. So you got to go back in without a mask and clean up your puke. So the best thing is don't puke.
It's cool though. You get like a little medal. So that's cool.
Yeah, there's not a lot of people who say they went through tear gas, but shit.
Yeah, but then you come out, and the worst thing is on the big screen in front of you, they're playing Brian's song. And you're like, I can't do this now. I've got no more tears left.
And there's a bunch of active duty people that work there that are just sitting around because they know what happens. So they're all sitting around waiting for you to come out so they can just fucking laugh at you. Hilarious.
And then what keeps you going is knowing one day you're going to be one of those people.
That's right.
At the people coming out.
That's the only thing. That shit's hurting.
Oh man. Woo.
So when he steals this SWAT truck, that's when he hands him the tear gas gun, says, hold this, and then he takes his mask off, and then he drives the truck in there to get him. And then we have an homage to Stone Cold with this motorcycle.
Yes.
Right.
Savage. This is
one
savage.
of the greatest.
I was like, wait a minute.
One of the greatest moments in movie history, the Stone Cold motorcycle jump.
I was like, I've seen this
guy
before.
will not be stopped.
Nah, man. And then but this one was much better than the one in Stone Cold because he holds on to the helicopter and then climbs up and does the liquid soft serve through the hole in the windshield. And he says, and before he turns back into a human. So this is the first time we're seeing the liquid metal Terminator talk while it's still liquid metal. And he tells the guy, get out. The helicopter pilot opens the door and goes, and jumped out that helicopter.
That was so weird. Yeah, he drives the motorcycle out the window, gets in the helicopter, and snakes in there all liquidy.
Beautiful.
Tells the guy, what are they, 60 feet in the air? Get out.
Yeah.
I'm like, hey, let me lower it. Let me lower it to like 20 and I'll jump out. I'm way the fuck up here.
Hopefully that guy's all right. Hopefully that guy didn't land on his sky nuts. You know what I mean?
It would have been depressing though if the guy had just been a totally amoral helicopter pilot. He's like, no man, I'll be your wingman. Let's start. That'd have been worse.
Where you need to go.
Yeah, this is the thing that got me about this. And then he, Robert Patrick's character is just like, no wonder these fucking people died. I mean, no loyalty. This is
psycho.
But my favorite part of this, which I didn't catch the first time I saw it in the theater, favorite part of this entire chase is when he has a third arm come out to fly the copter so he can work the guns. Like, holy shit, man.
Really?
Do you remember that? Yes. It took me forever to notice that. I went, that is some scary shit right there.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
So they're flying down the freeway in LA. They're near the industrial zone.
truck.
I think they're heading towards like Long Beach or something because they say something about Terminal Island, and I don't know if that's over by Long Beach. I don't remember. But anyway, I recognize it because there's all these like smokestacks and like a lot of industrial stuff. It's pretty crazy. Helicopters chasing them, and somehow the Terminator, Arnold, the good Terminator, knows because Linda Hamilton, Sarah says, "Oh, there's a helicopter." He's like, "It's him." You know, somehow he knows it's him. And again, another great vehicle chase scene. That's like 5 or 6 great vehicle chase scenes in these Terminator movies. And I mean, this looks real to me. I don't think this is a fake shot. The helicopter going under a bridge. It looks like a real shot. All the industrial area. It's crazy. She puts bulletproof vests in the windows and all over the doors and tells her son, John, hide under these vests. And she grabs herself. I don't know if it's an M4 or what the hell it is. And she's shooting back at the helicopter. He's shooting at her. And that's a fun sequence when they're shooting at each other because I love this right here. He's shooting his MP5 through the windshield of the helicopter.
Yeah. That's an MP5D where it's cut off like that and it's flat on the end. That's MP5D. Again, equally as popular as the regular MP5.
Right. He's got 3 arms in that shot too. He's got 2 left arms. See?
Oh, shit.
Yeah. So he's flying a helicopter. Gave himself another one to fire. That's one of the
I gave myself an extra foot while I'm at it too. You know.
Exactly. That's right.
So you ever want to smell 2 things at once? I can get you 2 noses right now.
Dude, that's the craziest part too. If you look behind, you can kind of see it. Like, but there's a 4th arm holding a sandwich. I don't know how he does it.
I mean, hey, while you're making arms, might as well make a 4th and hold something else.
That's right. It's got a beer. It's like,
hey, if I made a 4th arm, I'd be holding my dick.
Yep. That's right.
So they're being chased and shot at, and she gets shot in the leg, Sarah Connor.
Yep.
And she's like, lays down. So now she's bleeding all over the place. And Arnold slams on the brakes so the helicopter will crash on them. I don't know if this is a good idea or not, but it doesn't get John and Sarah killed magically.
Hey, somehow hide under these bulletproof vests.
And all that exploding steel somehow doesn't kill them in the back of the truck. So.
Yeah, sleep under, hold it, hide under these vests, and I'm going to have this helicopter slam into the back of the truck real quick. Nothing happens. Fortunately, they were fine.
Yeah, I kind of blew the mission there.
Whoopsie daisy.
You win some, you lose some.
Yeah, I tell you, if you want to hear a really scary voice, like Arnold saying whoopsie daisy, I'll give you that one. That's brilliant. But I saw Bill Burr talking to Mike Tyson on his show, and he goes, oh, you're sitting there, Bill Burr, why am I mad? You silly goose. And I said, did I just hear Mike Tyson say, silly goose?
I don't want Mike Tyson to say that to me ever.
That is freaking amazing, man. This dude's awesome.
Yeah, so this guy, he's like, I don't know if he does lawn care or something with animals. He's got some little business, this guy.
He says gardening, something gardening.
Oh, he's a gardener. Yeah, he pulls over to like, hey, you boys all right or whatever, because the helicopter just crashed on the freeway.
Yeah.
And then
you boys all right?
Yeah, and then the police, the big truck Arnold was driving, that one crashed too when the helicopter hit it too. So everyone's scattered all over the road. And this guy gets out and he ends up doesn't he end up stealing the liquid nitrogen truck, and Arnold ends up stealing the gardening truck. So now another chase scene inside of a chase scene. Yep. It's like Inception. Right. So evil Terminator steals this truck. Arnold and his new family of Connors, they steal the little gardener truck, liquid nitrogen. And it's kind of funny because in the last movie, the truck the Terminator had when Arnold was the bad Terminator was the truck filled with gasoline, remember, or some fuel.
Yeah, he put the bomb in the little tube there next to it. So something about Terminators and trucks with liquid.
Oh, William found a flaw in the movie. Right here he says, and this is Los Angeles, California, a white gardener.
Oh, interesting.
This really is science fiction.
It was ahead of the time.
Oops, what did I do?
There we go. We're out of order now.
There we go.
Now, why does that weird shout out so much?
Look, guys, there's a system. I didn't just look when I'm doing the intro, right? I didn't just find any ponytail to put on Jericho. You understand me? I found the proper jacket, the proper ponytail. There's a system.
So the liquid nitrogen truck, convenient, is bearing down on him, and John's yelling to Arnold, "You got to go faster!" And he's telling her, "This is the vehicle's top speed."
It's 63 miles an hour.
Like a blazing 63 miles an hour.
Well, he was an old man, so maybe that was very fast to him.
Right. So he's, giving him some love taps in the booty there. And yeah, just and again, it's that thing about the Terminators. They're savage, they're out of control, they don't care, and he's just hitting other cars.
Yeah,
and,
on the highway.
right.
Highway speeds, just getting nailed in the rear by a speeding 18-wheeler. I love it.
Right. And I love this. He has little John take the wheel because his mom is slightly out of commission with the blast to the leg, and he climbs up on the car and he
That
shoots a
part's
grenade at
sick.
him. But I love this shot where he climbs on the front of the semi and just unloads the clip of the machine gun into this
Right into his face. And then hops down. Like as soon as that's done, he ditches it, hops down, fucking, grabs the wheel,
right,
and it turns it and tips over the 18-wheeler.
right.
Surfs it.
It's a good shot of his butt. Now, Arnie, your glutes are looking great in this. Did you really train your glutes for this role the way they say? Because I've read some legendary stuff about your glute workout for this movie.
Yeah, that's why I picked the leather pants.
Uh-huh.
I was like, that's why I picked the whole leather outfit. I was like, you guys have been working on my glutes so much. I've been doing squats up and down the Himalayas. They're ready. So I was like, let's show them off in my new leather pants.
Right. No, it's
Look at
great.
that there.
Right.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Look at that beautiful turd cutter right there.
I mean, you worked hard. You deserve to show it off, man.
That's
You
right.
know?
All the hard work. You're going to look at this turd cutter right here.
Let me tell you something right now. I want you to picture my wife at your doorstep, dressed all in black, slaps you. You killed my husband. We found him laid over on the floor.
Are you Jericho? Green?
Are you Jericho Green?
You bastard.
And then, improbably, our son will be the little boy, Miles Dyson's son, the cutest child on earth. It's like, you killed my daddy!
Oh,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to kill him.
right. So do you put like the cornstarch in your leather pants? Is that like a thing, or do robots not have to do that, or how does that work?
No, it's not really a problem because the leather doesn't stick to the metal like it does your human skin.
Okay.
But I still use the cornstarch anyway.
All right. Okay.
I like the way it feels.
Yeah. Great job on the glutes there. It's fantastic work.
Thank you.
Oh my god, this has got to go down in history. This is one of the best.
So we get to one of my favorite things about action movies that I love is the fire, smoke, electricity factory.
Yeah.
It's in all good action movies. Somehow, little Johnny Connor has driven this gardening truck right into the fire factory where all they
God
make
bless
is-
him.
Hey, listen, this is quality fire made in the USA.
So,
And then
by
dedicated-
Americans. In
Right.
America, by Americans.
Right.
Hey,
That's
right.
what's this fucking truck doing over here? This is the fire factory. The
Right.
smoke's over there.
Right. So then
Oh,
Arnold,
dude.
Arnold used the power of his glutes to flip the truck, and so that truck slides in. This truck crashes,
Yep.
and we start getting this. He crashes. The poor kid. Him and his mom don't get hurt though. And then Arnold jumps off the truck, does this awesome roll to get away.
Yes. Well,
Yeah.
remember they just survived a helicopter crash 2 feet from him when he drove it into the back of the truck. So of course, this little head-on collision with an immovable object is going to do nothing to the Connors.
Right.
Oh.
I like this an OSHA violation waiting to happen.
Well, and when Arnold rolls, let's be clear, he knocks down all of these metal pipes before he comes
Right.
to a stop. He's just powering through them. It's incredible. Great
And that
attention
was,
to detail.
just to circle back a little. That's why you got your glutes so powerful, right? For that roll, so your glutes could take on those big poles and stuff like that.
Yeah, you can't have weak glutes when you're rolling across the concrete. You bruise your third cutter. So I was like, well, I need to get better. So I trained to get my glutes ready for the movie.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
No, that's just smart,
Yeah, after the tear gas, they put everybody in the room with Jericho doing his Arnold. Not a lot of people made it. They didn't say they were just sobbing, all their fluids, laughing. It's the best, man. Great shot.
So the Liquid Terminator
so
T1000, he comes
Yes.
out. He's creeping toward. This guy never stops. But what he didn't plan on is freezing. Yeah. And then we get the line of all lines after this mofo freezes because he can't move. All of a sudden he stops and he can't move anymore. He's
His
frozen
leg
liquid.
breaks. Like
Right.
his foot stays stuck to the ground, his leg breaks. Like nothing is stopping this Terminator.
And then here's the classic line right here: "Freezing hell, T1."
freezing hell, T1000. No, that doesn't roll off the tongue.
And that's from
Freezing
the,
hell,
that's from
T1000.
the bootleg DVD.
That's the 5 for 20 bin right there.
Mm-hmm.
Freezing hell, T1.
Freezing hell, T1000. I got your liquid
so
metal
guys,
right here.
Let's look at the color script and the color story that I told you about earlier in movie, and look for it in movies. You'll notice it. We've been building blue Arnold, blue Arnold, and we have this orange with the T1000 a lot, not always, but a lot. And now that they're kind of meeting for this final battle, you'll notice the setting in this place for the first time in the movie. Really, we're getting the orange and the blue really exemplified. There was some of it at Cyberdyne at the end there when Cyberdyne blew up, right? So now we're getting the combining of these two character stories. One guy whose theme was the orange and the flames, and the other guy was the blue and the robotic and all that. So I think it's a gorgeous, gorgeous setting. One of the most powerful color combos you can use is this orange and blue. It's fantastic.
Cheers.
Oh, so
Damn.
it's freezing hell, T1000, as everyone knows, the famous saying.
Yep.
No, it's hasta la vista,
Beautiful.
baby. And then he
Hasta
gives
la
it to him.
vista, baby.
Yeah, you gotta hit that B on the baby. Can we get that one
Baby.
more time? Yeah,
Hasta la vista, baby.
baby.
It's so good.
Yeah, blows this guy's ass to pieces. I like that he has a shocked look on his face there.
Yes.
It's like,
it does.
oh shit. I didn't think of the liquid nitrogen. Stupid.
I was just kidding, bro.
And
Don't tase me, bro.
The makeup's great on Arnold here too. It's
Yeah, it
fantastic.
is.
But he tells him we don't have a lot of time because he notices those frozen bits. They start melting because there's like molten metal.
Yeah, they're on the fire side of the factory.
Yeah, 30
Yep.
feet
That's why.
away.
If
Right
they were by
there.
the smoke and the sparks factory, it probably wouldn't
Right.
happen, but they're by the fire factory.
No, you don't want smoke. You want to go down to the spark section.
Hey,
of the factory.
go down there to the steam factory and take a ride.
Right. This is the third floor. This is flame. This is
You
flame. You're in the wrong
dumbass.
place. So
Beautiful.
he melts and reconstitutes like they showed us earlier with that piece on the ground when he was chasing the cop car and the piece sucks back into his boot. They established that he can be broken and then still reconstitute.
Yeah, but
So this guy's
before
a fucking nightmare, this guy.
he starts turning back into a human form, he's pulling all those different pieces are coming together. It's almost like they poured like a puddle of mercury on the ground,
Something.
Yep.
like for on the set, like for the practical effect, because like all these little pools are starting to come together and making this one big pool, and then that's when he starts to form out of it. But it was pretty cool to see that puddle. It had to be mercury, right?
Who
It was
knows?
excellent. Yeah, it had to be.
It's an
Crazy.
excellent effect. It looks fantastic. Because
Yeah.
you see like a little blob of silver and then another one joins it and then those two go grab another one and it's like it's going and collecting them and getting bigger and bigger and it's like shimmering the whole time. It's a fantastic effect.
Yeah. And for a second watching this movie, you're thinking, well, that's it, right? He shot him with the gun. He blew it literally to a million pieces.
Freezing
like,
hell,
oh, yeah.
T1000.
freezing hell T1000. But then you think, then you see the sparks. You're like, oh yeah, that's right, fire. Something's gonna happen, and then boom, he's thawed out, ready to go, chasing him through the smoke, fire, spark factory.
Right. So he tells them, mother and son, to take off, and they're going to go dump the arm and the chip in some molten metal. They're going to find somewhere to destroy that stuff, and he's going to go fight off the T1000. He's walking around looking for. Look at this lighting here. Look at how red Arnold's neck and ear. That's like so saturated. It's such. I love the color in this, and then you have the blue background. So you're combining that red and blue again. It's fantastic. And out of the shadows, out of the steam, here he comes.
Here he comes.
Right.
Some brutal stuff right
They've
there.
crossed
They have a
over
great
to
fight.
the steam department.
Right.
Yeah.
I thought you'd be in the fire section. I didn't know you'd be in the steam.
You told me to meet me. You told me to meet you in Sparks. Here you are in the steam.
Oh, man.
Always lies.
You just made me realize something about this that I'd never thought of before. They actually I mean, maybe you guys all knew this, but they had an echo of him punching through the guy and ripping out with the bloody fist. He punches him in the chest, and it just goes in and gets trapped.
Right.
Yeah.
You remember that?
Right.
And then he, like, spins him around. It's like everything that made him menacing in the first movie, he can't do with this dude. Damn.
Yeah, this is the first time you've really seen Terminator take a beat down like this. You've seen him get shot by the cops, and he did the whole, somersault when they ran into the factory. But he's taking a beating, and so he has his arm trapped inside of some kind of gear or something, right. And he's like turning, and he's already, again, he sees you. You're no longer a threat. Now let me get back on track to my mission. Even though you're another Terminator, I'm not going to kill you because obviously you're trapped in this machine. You're not going to be able to stop me. Let me go back on and carry out my mission. And you can see Arnold like reaching for him, trying to grab him and pull him back to keep him, even though his arm's trapped in that machine.
Yeah, he gets crushed by these gears and ends up getting ripped off. So I wonder if that arm would get found by another Dyson type and made into the Terminators. Like
probably found by Dyson Jr. He's gonna grow up and
and then we get Terminator 9 Dark Fate or whatever that horrible movie.
Piece of shit.
Dude. Well, and the other thing was they have that beautiful shot of him after Arnold is trapped where he walks into frame. He's totally human, and then one thin silver bit goes up. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Creepy little. It's like, whoa.
From like up his face. Yeah, that shit was cool.
Creepy.
Right.
This
so
right here, this is creepy shit.
He's not even, the worst part about this guy, he's not moving fast. He's just casually walking through this factory,
Yeah, very Jason Voorhees.
Makes him more menacing. And he finds her, and again, you got your blue and your orange. It's gorgeous what they're doing in here. And she starts lighting him up, and you get this great effect too, right through the kisser. And I bet you didn't see that coming.
Hey, keep your eyes open there, guy.
Hey, good eye, kid, good eye.
All practical too, which is amazing. Stan Winston did a great job with that.
Then he puts he tells her, call out to him. She wants him to call John over there so he can kill him. And I mean, this has got to be extremely painful. Another finger spike. But she won't do it.
I know it's hurting, Sarah. Call to John. That's the bit where you're like,
I know this hurts.
Yeah.
I know this hurts. I know how to hurt you humans.
Yep.
And right through the shoulder. Golly.
So then Arnold comes up. They get in a big fight. He smashes Arnold, and he starts ramming this big, I don't know if it's an I-beam, some heavy piece of metal, crushing Arnold's head against the wall.
Yeah.
And he stabs him with this pole repeatedly and kills him. Or it looks like he kills him,
Yeah, like threw him through the floor.
Right.
Like, this is it. The lightning, you see the lightning from when, or the electricity or whatever, from when he came here. So that makes you think, all right, well, he must be going back. So
yeah, when he's crushed in the hydraulic press, that's the way you know he's dead. That blue electricity goes through, and then the red eye dims. And you're like, damn, he's out. They're done. That's all I could think when I saw this. I was like, they're done. They ain't killing this thing.
It's sad. You think he's dead. Little John skulking around all this dangerous machinery, trying to find his way. And Mama sitting there lamenting everything. Arnold, his eye starts flickering back on. The red light had gone out. So we get a little zzz, comes back, and then we get these nice 1990s computer graphics, alternate power.
Ooh, alternate power.
So, Mr. Terminator, when you use alternate power, like, does it satisfy your need for revenge when you go use alternate power against a foe like the T-1000? Or do you feel diminished when you have to use alternate power? Do you feel like you're much of a man?
Oh, I feel even more manly. So I like alternate power more than my regular power. Because with alternate power comes alternative music. So automatically uploads in my earpiece. I'm listening to alternative with my alternate power. I like it.
What's your all-time alternative jam when you're beating a T-1000's ass? What do you like to listen to?
when I'm beating anyone's ass, I like to hear like some Incubus or something like that there.
Okay.
Oh, God.
I like it.
The more I hear Jericho's jokes, the more I go, everything about you is a lie, man. He's like in New Jersey right now, in the basement. He's like, yeah, out here it's like totally warm, wink.
So I love this shot. You got this overhead shot of this pool of molten metal.
Yes.
Dude, that's beautiful.
Foreshadowing.
Yeah. This is where someone or someones are going to meet their fate.
Yep.
So she comes to little John. Oh, Johnny, I'm your mom. I'm here. Oh, no, there's two of them.
What the?
Like the name of this show, Double Impact. There's two of them.
And all this time, I thought that was fantastic CGI compositing. And it was twin sisters. That is the greatest part about this. I just go, Dang, that is brilliant.
You know what's fucked up? Yeah, I think
Yeah.
her name is Leslie Hamilton. If Linda was like really into acting, but Leslie wasn't, and she just kind of dragged her into this Hollywood life.
She did. She when she passed away, she was working as a nurse, and then she worked in hospice care. She had a completely different life.
Like, I don't want that shit.
Yeah,
like,
and she's
come
just
on,
kind of like,
please.
all right, fine, it's your
Fine.
husband, I'll do it.
Yeah, were they married at this time?
Oh yeah, they were married this time.
Awkward.
Right.
Yeah,
So the
Awkward.
mama in the back is the real one. The one in the front is the fakey.
Yeah.
It's our buddy, the evil T-1000. And she tells her son to watch out. And he's like, oh, he's not allowed to cuss in front of his mom. So he says, oh, poopy. And then she lights this guy up, shotgun style. It's pretty nice. She gives him a bunch, but then she runs out of ammo. And this, I never liked this. He gives her the old, he gives her the Dikembe Mutombo. And you think it's curtains for her and her son. But then coming up some sort of conveyor belt machine is the one. Yeah, and they're trying to run. It's futile. You know they're dead. It's very sad. But look who it is with the grenade launcher.
Dude, red eye, blue, love it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Damn, that is so cyberpunk. It's ridiculous. And look at him. Half of his head is bald. His hair is all sticking out weird. His face is all burned up and mangled. He's missing an arm, but here he is, reporting for duty.
Yep.
Damn.
Yeah. Jeez.
He's like, oh.
He looks like Rob Schneider here a little bit.
Yeah, he does. You can do it.
Right. Oh no, we suck again.
Making copies. Bang.
You know what? That's a guilty pleasure for me. Is Deuce Bigalow male gigolo? I usually don't like junky like comedies like that.
That movie's fucking hilarious.
But I saw it with one of my buddies in college, and we were just crying and laughing the whole time.
Women pay me to give them pleasure. Shit's hilarious.
I like when like that guy is on the loose killing people. I don't know if it's Deuce Bigalow 1 or 2 is like in his gayest murder yet. That's what the news is saying. I think he's like killing gay people or something.
That's a huge bitch.
That's a saying in my family. Whenever we're out at a restaurant or a mall or a theme park and we see a tall girl or a tall woman, me, my wife, my kids, we all turn to each other. I changed one word of it. We go, that's a tall bitch. But like my whole family, we say that to each other, just laugh for like 15 years now.
The freak. That movie's hella funny. He's like, I think I made a mistake. Ooh, we're gonna have some mistake. No, I made a mistake. Oh, you got my back already.
I love that stupid ass movie.
It's hilarious.
But yeah, I have said that's a tall bitch so many times. It's ridiculous.
That's a huge bitch.
Behemoth. But yeah.
Look at that.
So the grenade launcher doesn't go well for him.
Yeah, that's a little different than a shotgun shell that blows his ass apart. And now he starts making these weird noises.
Yeah, it's unsettling, the screeching. Now, Mr. Terminator, I did want to ask you, you're a Terminator, he's a Terminator. You were on the same side to begin with. Did you have any sort of like emotional, spiritual conflict of, killing what's essentially one of your brothers, he's just doing what he's programmed to do. Did you feel guilty about this, or did he really deserve it in his rotten little face?
No, he deserved all of it. I don't care. He's liquid. I'm solid metal. He's not the same as me. I'm better. Who's the one who's still here? He's dead. I'm alive. Screw him.
All right.
I think it would have just been so better though if that wonderful practical effect, head that's just off to the side just looked at him. Daryl, why? Like that history. It's like, can you see this one tear? Now I know why you cry. Like it's like terrible. Just be absolutely terrible. We never really asked if these two had history, and I feel kind of bad. We just put them through all this.
They do.
Right.
Yeah, man.
But he's screeching and squalling, and it's very disturbing.
Yeah, he can't put himself back together. This is irreparable damage.
That's some The Thing level stuff. I never realized that. That contorted body, like that's, Stan Winston, and I know they all kind of knew each other, but that's, that's like a really great homage to Rob Bottin in terms of like horror and like, jeez.
Yeah, like multiple things in one body.
Right. Is that William's commenting on something here you told me in private, but I guess it was he was jealous because you were solid and he was soft and he didn't like the jokes. he didn't like the implications you were making about certain things, about his lack of solidness.
Yeah, his penis didn't work. And mine was great.
Is that why Skynet wanted to destroy the world? He was angry.
They were upset. Skynet. They were like a T-Rex. The arms were so short. That's why they're so angry. So the penis was all soft and mine is hard. Yeah, and I use it all the time in my housekeeper, whoever wants it, I give it to them. Skynet for everybody.
Yeah, it was like playing pool with rope. It was tough.
No. Oh no!
I wouldn't know because my penis works.
Yeah, it's like you hit someone in the head with it, just snaps like a pool cue.
So he melts and he turns into everyone he impersonated. He turns into the stepmom. He turns into the security guard. He's like morphing, and it is pretty unsettling. He's squealing and it's gross. I don't like it, but it's awesome. You know what I mean? It's weird.
Yeah, it's weird. He's splashing around and screaming, making all these weird, like animal kind of noises. It was a trip.
Oh,
but finally, we got that bastard. Throw him in the liquid metal.
You know what? We've been giving Skynet a hard time, but I think William is right here. Skynet is for the people. You know, let's be honest. None of us would be here without Skynet. So
actually, it's two things. It's for the people and it's on the people.
It's by the people.
Well, and you got that great line here too, which is when they're like, "Is it dead?" And he goes, "Terminated." And you really, I mean, it's just freaking. You're right. You know what? We were saying it, but I never thought about it before, Gabe. You're right. This is like peak Arnold. This is the top of the mountain for him.
This is the Arnold movie. You know?
Yeah, it is, without a doubt.
Happy ending. Bad guy's dead. You know, you got this interesting little half robot, half human family. No.
Nope.
We get something very sad. They're giving high fives. He's teaching him to say hasta la vista, baby. He's teaching him how to find the keys hidden. He's making a human out of this guy. And all the while he's getting a father figure. They love each other. There's a bond here. He's humanized this robot somewhat. And Arnold, you know, they get rid of the arm. They get rid of the chip. But Arnold tells her there's one more chip inside his head, inside his central processor. And he has to go. And it's a sad moment. And it's a great thing here because when they were underneath that old truck, Arnold was asking, like, why do you cry? Like, he didn't understand it as a robot at all. And then the kid explained to him, when something hurts, but not like physical hurt and blah, blah, blah. And right here, the kid's like, no, you can't terminate yourself or whatever. I order you not to. And Arnold tells him, I know why you cry now. And that's like really great character development for this. It's a little bit of a tearjerker here. It's kind of sad.
Oh, what he does to Sarah, too, man. He turns around to Sarah Connor and he goes, I cannot self-terminate. You have to lower me in. So now the whole first movie was about her trying to kill one of these things. And now the most painful thing in it is her pushing a button that, dare I say, is quite similar to, the wall-mounted button she's reaching for to crush the other one.
Right.
And she doesn't want to do it. She drops it on the ground like, fuck this, after it's done. It's awesome.
Right.
Yeah.
And look at that look he's giving him, too.
I know.
Don't be a bitch, remember.
Legend.
Remember what's important. He's like, hey, and Sarah, don't be such an asshole.
Yeah, stop dating alcoholics. Give
him a hug. Jeez.
Give that nice guy a chance.
Don't date any more assholes.
Right. She pushes the button, and yeah, like you're saying from the first movie, she pushes the button, sends him on his way. They have this long goodbye. Oh, look at this kid with the quiver lip. He's got the quiver lip going. Oh, jeez. And into the molten metal.
Yep. Thumbs up.
Just like Jericho.
Let's get some thumbs up in the chat, guys. Thumbs up for the T800, man.
What a movie. Is this the greatest 90s action movie? It's certainly like the most famous or whatever. It's like I think it like typifies that. If you think of 90s action, you think of Arnold and you think of I'll Be Back. Isn't that the biggest 90s action cliche of all time, or am I wrong here?
Oh, I mean, if you're talking like a one-liner, yeah, I'll Be Back is number one.
That and Hasta La Vista Baby, like the two, So should have put a poll 4 hours ago.
I'll Be Back for sure. I think is bigger than Hasta La Vista Baby. But as far as this being the biggest action movie of the 90s, I think I have to do a little more homework before I can say that, because there were some big ones that came out in the 90s. But it is definitely one of, I'd say definitely top 5, probably top 3.
Oh, yeah, they cut this out of the movie. Could we get a line reading here, though, Mr. Terminator? They had you say this, and then they thought it was like a little too on the nose. He told Sarah right as he was going down this, what Mr. E has for us. This is from the liner notes on the Blu-ray.
Oh, I remember telling her, don't forget, I have a time machine in the future. Don't date any more ass whores. I'll be back again and again. I'll keep coming back until you stop dating ass whores.
Yeah, so that's Terminator, guys. And her and the boy look on. She embraces her son as he sobs over the father, the robot father he never knew. And we get a nice voiceover as we drive off into the night.
Yep.
Beautiful. Fantastic movie. Fantastic movie. Absolutely outstanding. Yeah.
Amazing. And I wonder, even now that things are changed, I wonder if she'll develop that softer, gentler Sarah Connor that was there, or is she dead forever? Or is she just going to continue to be the super militant dick to her son? I don't know.
Right.
But hopefully now that, the bad
now that Skynet's nefarious plans have been thwarted.
Well, and the alternate ending, they actually show that. I mean, seriously, they have the alternate ending where she's an old lady watching her granddaughter play with John, who's now a U.S. Senator. I'm not kidding. Like, all that stuff is there. She's in the old lady.
Oh, I thought this was a Skynet joke. I'm sorry.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't. No. Yeah. Are you Sky nuts?
No, they busted the Skynet. So
no.
Oh, yeah.
Why did it take 2 hours to get to that joke?
It's beautiful. It's beautiful.
Aruma Faye for $5. Thank you, very generous friend. You're always great here. This is the only live that she can watch for hours. The only one.
Oh, yeah. Thank you for that.
Love your sense of humor. Thank you very much. Love you guys. You guys are funny too, man. I'm reading the chat the whole time. And in sunglasses, it was hard tonight. But I had to have them on because I need your clothes, your boots, and your motorcycle, right? So
that's right, man. And let me say this too, guys. One of the things about this stream that I love so much, and hanging out here with these two amazing gentlemen and hanging out with you guys in the chat, is the fact that you've got so much nonsense out in the world. People forget that you can find these things that you're passionate about and you can laugh for hours. I think everybody needs that. Everybody needs that bright spot. And I think that it's not as hard as people think it is to do. I think it's you gotta be able to give yourself permission to do it. And when you do, people will show up because they need that, man. You can't go on in this kind of black-pilled nihilistic reality. You know what I mean? You gotta be out there and you've gotta be just laughing and enjoying yourself and having a good time. And that's what we do here. And it's a pleasure, guys. It's a pleasure to do this show with you guys every time we do it. It's great.
It is, man. I look forward to it every time.
So next week, guys, we will find out who the real Talbot Man is. It's going to be Jingle All the Way, Arnold's finest Christmas action figure themed movie. It's his best one. Man. It's his best action figure Christmas movie of the many that he's made.
Came out in 1996.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm going to update my will for next week. I'm going to update my will. Because I know that's the one that kills me. You know, I mean, it's inevitable. Listen, you know, yeah, I mean, you know, so I will get all that taken care of. You know, I'll say what I need to say to my family, and then we'll stream. And we'll
get your affairs in order, man.
Jonathan Rossignol must not know more. Oh, yes, much more. It's Arnold-vember on this channel. Is all of November and December is Arnold movies. It's Arnold-vember, baby. That's what we do around.
And we got to do a Christmas movie,
right?
You know, days before Christmas, the week of Christmas.
Let's not fool around. Jingle All the Way is a piece of crap. It's a bad movie. It's
garbage.
But it's ripe to be made fun of, and it's an Arnold movie. So there we go.
That's right. Jingle all the way.
Right. Yeah, we'll be jingling half the way. I don't want to see this halfway.
No half jingling. You got to jingle all the way.
Yeah, I had a friend that jingled half the way. You don't want to know what happened to him.
Yeah,
he's not here. He's not here.
Rest in peace, Cleo.
R.I.P. You half jingler. Jingle all the way.
All the way, all day. That's how we do it around here.
You jingle the same way you Skynet, all the way.
That's what they called it in the 30s. Anyway, guys, 7 p.m. next Wednesday, December 21st, just days before Christmas, We will be back here to jingle it all the way with you guys. Thank you so much. Make sure you're still subscribed, hit the like and all that. I probably should have said that a couple hours ago. But when we do lives, sometimes YouTube takes a few subs. Make sure you're still subbed and they don't unsub you. And thank you so much for being here. 7 p.m. Jingle all the way next week, the 21st of December. Good night.
Hey, and if you don't make sure that you're subscribed, I'll jingle all the way in your asshole.
I'm convinced.